Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the 2024 FIA Motorsport Games and welcome to the esports discipline here in Valencia. It's fantastic to be back for finals day. We have our semi-finals in the GT categories and the Formula 4 category as well. And then, of course, we have the very finals of the competition where medals will be handed out to the top 3 competitors representing their nations. We're really looking forward to getting the action underway today. And we start off with the GT races. It's slightly different to what we saw yesterday now, having hour-long races with a pit stop instead of having half-hour sprint races, and there are going to be a lot of very important breakpoints in these races. The drivers have to be so switched on for twice as long in one race as they were yesterday. I'm Chaz Draycott. I'm delighted to be back at the desk here for another day of action, but my wonderful colleague Paul Jeffrey is up on the stage ready to welcome up the nations for this race.
Mr. Draycott, thank you very much. Hello, everybody in the audience. Hello, everybody on the live stream. Absolutely. It's finals day, and we've got 20 drivers about to commence action. So let's have a look then. Who's going to be lining up on the grid? In pole position, it's car number 17. It's the nation of Brazil. Second position, number 26. It is Japan. And in third place, car number 6, Germany. Number 50 is for Venezuela. They'll be starting in 4th place. And then the host nation of Spain, car number 3, will be lining up in 5th on the grid. 6th position goes to car number 45, that is Singapore. In 7th, Serbia, in car number 14. In 8th place, it is Turkey in car number 15. In 9th position, number 25, that is Switzerland. In 10th place, it is car number 33, and it is Slovakia. Car number 10 for Sweden will be starting in 11th position. And then alongside them is number 22. In 12th place, Estonia. Number 55 is Qatar in 13th place. Just ahead of 14th position is Argentina, and that is number 24. Number 51 is Iceland in 15th position, just ahead of 16th place, number 57, which is France. Number 1, the United Kingdom, will start in 17th place, just ahead of number 31, Greece, in position number 18. In 19 is Malta in car number 13. And then Peru will be last on the grid, number 12 in 20th position. Jazz, we're on a tight schedule. I'm going to head back to you because we're almost time to go racing.
Yeah, absolutely is, Paul. Thank you very much indeed. A very packed grid with 20 cars in these races now. Every race that we've seen up to this point in the competition has been less than 20 cars. In the last chance qualifiers yesterday afternoon, we had 12 cars in each race as well, so it seemed like quite an empty circuit at certain points. But now we have the biggest grids that we've had of the weekend and probably almost the most at stake here as they get into the finals themselves. So this is going to be a very, very big pinch point in the competition. You can see drivers now getting the final settings and things all sorted before they head into these races. But it's going to be certainly an exciting start to the day because the first race of each stage of the competition, Paul, has always been the one that's sort of shown us exactly how the drivers have to push in the early stages. We've often seen that when there's a sort of repeat race, you know, like quarterfinal 2 or quarterfinal 3, last chance qualifier number 2, they've all been a little bit more chilled out than the race before them, haven't they? So they've not always been as full on as the first version of that race, if that makes sense.
Yeah, absolutely. This is the one where the drivers and the teams break a little bit of new ground, isn't it? They venture into this arena for the first time. It's the first time we get to see them racing. A little bit of sort of tension has built up already, but they're furrowing the brow for the rest of the field. And you're absolutely right. We often see that this is the spicier of the races. And we've had plenty of spicy races. It's sets us fair for what should be a pretty good day of racing.
It absolutely should be, yeah. We have less races today. We had 10 races yesterday. It was a very long day of action, nearly 13 hours we were in the arena yesterday. But now we have just the 6 races, but they are races of, well, in the case of the GTs, more length, but also more importance. We have an hour for each of the GT races, and importantly, the F4 races we're going to be doing later on are all still just 15 minutes. Their quick-fire action has been one of the real highlights of the esports competition here at the 2024 FIA Motorsport Games, and we look forward to welcoming them to the stage again later on. But this is GT semi-final number 1, and like we've said, 20 nations now will become 10. We've spoken about half of the grid being the sort of cut-off point, Paul, but right now it's literal, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. And this is, like you said, I think you mentioned a few moments ago, this is almost the most important stage of the competition, because if you get through to the final and you don't win, you're a finalist.
Yes.
Here,
yes.
you're so close to that final, and if you don't make it through, it's all the more painful. And I think there's going to be a lot of drivers that are very nervous. It's a 60-minute race. There's a mandatory pit stop. They've got to come in, serve a mandatory pit stop, and at least 1 litre of fuel.
Yes.
Strategy is a new aspect to this competition that we've not seen up to this point.
Yeah, it really is. And I mentioned earlier on, that we have the pit stop, but yeah, as Paul rightly points out, it is mandatory. It's not something they can avoid by trying to save fuel and then get to the end. There's only 1 litre which needs to go in, so there can be some fuel saving strategies done if they only need that 1 litre. But to be honest, with these GT3 cars, they usually do around an hour on a racetrack, and that's usually a racetrack as well where you're flat out for a lot more of the laps than you are here at Circuit Ricardo Tormo. Again, talking about the circuit though, Paul, a lot of big braking zones here, a lot of sections where it's easy to get caught out by the car in front and end up in the back of them. We've seen quite a lot of contact over the course of the event. Nothing malicious, but just those pinch points of the circuit really coming true.
Yeah, it's a technical circuit is the word that we use, the phrase that we use. 14 corners, around 4 kilometres in length. It's quite a short and sharp lap, but there's a wide variety of different corners. It's a real good testing venue. You've got the high intensity corners, the long radius turns, big braking points, hard acceleration zones, the tight corners, the fast chicanes. There's a bit of something for everyone. And interestingly, we mentioned this yesterday as well, the curbs in most places aren't particularly aggressive, so you can be quite heavy on the curb, which is good for lap time, but also good for increasing the risk, because if you land funny, you're going to go straight to the scene of the accident, which is a worry. We've seen that before already. Yeah,
definitely. You've got to have your wits about you in front and behind here, because these drivers will be so close to one another. It's going to be very, very important to make sure that they are really switched on to who is around them and be careful every single corner of the way. Brazil and Japan on the front row. Japan actually is not gifted the win yesterday for Sotomuto, but at the end of the day, he benefited a lot from the incident that happened in front of him. He went between the other 2 cars. Igor Rodriguez at the very front, though, he absolutely drove away from the rest of the pack at the start of the day. Made it a bit of a formality, didn't he? It was absolutely excellent.
And the interesting thing is, again, we're only looking to bring the top 10 through to the next stage, to the final, but maybe yesterday people were quite happy to let him have that lead because they just wanted to secure their place.
True.
Now it is much more about the emotional side of things as well, because this is the last time they square off before they go racing, and that's going to be really, really interesting.
It absolutely is. They now form up on the start-finish straight. They will build up to a certain speed that they will all hold. They'll stay straight in line as well, left and right-hand sides of the circuit. Are we all ready for finals day, everyone? Let's give it a cheer. Come on, are we ready for finals day? Or what? Let's get amongst it, shall we, Paul? There we go then. Semi-final 1 is underway here from Valencia, and it's a great start by Igor Rodriguez. Straight over to the right-hand side. Sotomuto says, OK, then let's swap that. Let's go to the inside. Japan on the left, Germany and Venezuela behind them. There's a wide pan shot of turn 1. You can see them all squeezing their way around. 2 wide further down the order. It didn't look like there was much contact, Paul, but I tell you what, Igor Rodriguez is carrying on just where he left off. There's Venezuela around the outside of, I believe, is that the Spanish entry on the side? Yes, it is. The grey Spanish machine in the thick of it there, and really, really close together. Looks like the car in front of them is just Singapore there, as Serbia trying to squeeze around the outside of Spain. Oh, there's a wiggle on the exit and a little bit of a tap. Sharp intake of breath from the crowd, but nice and tidy really in the opening corners, Paul. Now it's going to kick off.
Yeah, a little bit of rubber is racing, of course, on these opening laps. You've got to get your elbows out at the start of a race. It's really, really important to make ground when the opportunity presents itself, and no opportunity will be greater than the opening laps of any motor race, real or virtual, none the more so for a race such as this one. We're looking at the Venezuela car for the first time today. They're doing a good job up in 5th position, so they've got plenty of cars behind that are covering them from the bubble of not making it through. But at the front, Igor Rodriguez picking up where he left off yesterday. That's a mighty lead on these opening few corners. We've not even completed the first lap, and it's plus half a second at the front of the pack. A little bit further down, Switzerland are under massive pressure. Slovakia trying to go around the outside. They'll cut back to the inside, start to use the slipstream, and hopefully for them might put themselves in a launch position down into T1.
Yeah, you've got to remember as well that they are the last 2 cars in qualifying positions at the moment as well, so they're fighting over the real cusp of whether they're going to make it through or not. For those of you watching along as well, if you look on the timing tower on the left-hand side of the screen, you'll all see a little yellow stripe next to the car number with the number 1 in there. That tells you how many pit stops they still have to make. So when a driver and a team's made their stop, that will go green, and it means that they are they have been in the pit lane and they don't need to come back down. So keep an eye on anybody that sort of suddenly rises up the order and still has that number 1 next to them, because they will have to make a pit stop in the later stages, and obviously that will cost them time in the long run. We look here at Switzerland now, looking a little bit more comfortable actually. Slovakia and Estonia just behind them, but they've got a bit of air in front of them to Turkey in the number 15 car there, just behind this little scrap. Germany in the middle now, with Japan ahead of them in 2nd place and Singapore in 4th. And to be fair, Paul, it looks like in this early stage they're just scoping out the competition a little bit and taking it easy, aren't they, to not push too hard and overdo it.
Absolutely. Really good start, by the way, from Singapore to be all the way up in 4th position. Started 6th on the grid for this one, so they've cleared a couple of cars already. That's been a very, very solid start to their adventure. Again, worth reiterating, you only need the top 10 to make it through to finals. But the higher up you can be in that top 10, the more confidence you can take forward into the race later on today, and more to the point, the more that you can phase your rivals around you. So a really strong start for Singapore there, posturing for a move at the back of this little queue, just having a little look down into T1. It's not really a traditional passing place into turn 1. It's quite a small deceleration zone. It's a very high velocity corner, difficult to run too wide, and we've seen this times many of them over the course of this weekend. You have a look at T1, you make yourself vulnerable to a repass, or even worse, falling further down the order from the chasing car behind.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's a circuit of compromise, isn't it, Valencia?
Yes.
You can try and make a manoeuvre, but you will cost yourself time. We've seen it a few times where there's 3 cars in there, 1 makes a move, and the 2 behind just break away. You know, they just fall back completely. You cost yourself multiple seconds at any place here. You wouldn't expect it, looking at it on a track map, you know, when you know your circuits, you wouldn't expect to see it and think this is a circuit of compromise. It looks like one where it's not what we call a one-line circuit, you know, where there's only one way around the place. There's a few corners here where you can change it a little bit. This corner they're going through now, actually, as we look at the United Kingdom, you can open up the entrance to that corner to try and get a slingshot and then cut back on your opponents. It's not very easy to do, but you can at least give it a try anyway at some point. It's worth keeping an eye on some of the drivers that are making their way up the order from the last chance qualifiers as well. United Kingdom obviously making it through yesterday after chasing down France. France started this race 16th on the grid. They're already up into 12th position and knocking on the door for a qualifying spot. And that's the thing, isn't it, Paul? There's good storylines behind all of this, where teams have not made it through at the beginning when we expected them to, then had to go through the last chance qualifiers and then get into a qualifying spot. If anybody manages that, it's going to be a great love story.
Oh, it really is, and it's a lot of hard work for these drivers. There's a lot to think about. There's a lot of hurdles to overcome, and as you say there, Chaz, France, really good start to their race. 16th on the grid, up to 12th, and already bothering the back of the Swedish entry in front, so they've got a really good chance of breaking into that top 10. And again, really worth remembering, we've said it a few times, it's a pit stop race, so there is strategy, there is opportunity. There's a bit of a dive bomb that we just saw at the top of our screen, but that's going to...
slowly, sorry Paul, Switzerland slowed down quite a lot there after the hairpin. There was some sort of drama for them, and they lost a bunch of positions, and now they're right on the cusp of it as France now look down the inside of Sweden.
Oh, this is really, really frantic stuff in the middle towards the rear of the pack. France then to the inside. Sweden have the outside line. We've seen cars be able to stick it around the outside over this part of the racetrack during the course of this weekend. Will the Swedish car try and do the same? No, they've not quite got the momentum. France take that position away. They move up another place into 11th. Now, the Swiss car that we saw in front, that's the one that we saw going a little bit slowly earlier on, is their next victim further down the road. But further up the road, Germany. Same position they qualified in 3rd, holding station Sotomoto in the Japanese entry just in front. And Singapore getting more and more interested in buying into this fight. Not close enough to make a move just yet, but they're shadowing the German entry, just giving Nicholas Hubert a little bit of something to think about. Show the nose to the inside. Hubert's not going to be scared off the racing line, though. He's been here before, he's seen that kind of manoeuvre before. They stay as they were, and look at that, Chaz. Look at the amount of distance that has cost the Singapore entry, just by that little fake, just by that little look to the inside. Momentum not necessarily key in these kind of cars, but at this level, you give a little bit of time away, it's very hard to bring it back.
Yeah, absolutely. They're all so well matched in terms of their pace. It's amazing. That's why we love the slipstream effect as well, because it's a long old start-finish straight here at Valencia, and it does help keep them that little bit closer together, just in case there's a tiny variation in pace here and there. And obviously, they all try and rely on mistakes around this circuit to get one over on their competitors, because you have to just fill the mirrors. They're not going to fall for it if you try and fake it down the inside or if you try and send it. Here's the move from France potentially happening now on Switzerland. That's going to put them into a qualifying position if they get that done. Lovely stuff. Oh, the Swiss entry just clips the right rear of its fellow Mercedes there. But France now, from starting further down the order, Paul, in 16th, have made a fantastic effort here. Matisse is doing a great job and got himself into a qualifying position for now. He just needs to make sure he doesn't lose it again and get ahead of himself here.
Yeah, absolutely. Got to be very careful now. The Swiss trying to counter-attack almost immediately, and that's really the best tactic in racing. Once you've been, they're a little bit too aggressive though over the curbs, and that almost pushed the Swiss car off the road, but they did well to keep it on the straight and narrow. That stunted their attack though, so France now have a little bit of breathing space and they can concentrate on the task in hand, which is close down the Estonian car. A little bit further back, the United Kingdom is having a good old ding-dong battle as well. Everybody trying to fight for the same bit of real estate. T1, as we said, not necessarily the place that you want to make the move. But Kieran Prendergast for the UK does it quite successfully, manages to stay on the racetrack. In the background as well, we've got, I think, was that Serbia or Iceland facing the wrong direction, so that's a real shame for that entry. The timing tower will update itself in a moment. All is not lost. It is a longer race, but that is not the kind of manoeuvre that they want to be making at this early stage, with 8 minutes and 30 seconds already elapsed of a 60-minute race.
It's interesting, isn't it, actually, the body language of these cars and the way the drivers are approaching it. It seems like it's still a half-hour race to them. They really haven't changed their approach at all since yesterday, despite the race length doubling from what we were watching last time. Let's have a look then. Yeah, Iceland has dropped to the back of the pack, unfortunately. That's a big old shame. Whether there was contact involved or not, we are unsure. But the United Kingdom got the run on Greece because they were close up behind Sweden on the inside in that final corner. Sweden closed the door, which hindered Greece's run onto the start-finish straight. Then the UK wanted to go through, and there is the battle again. Looks like Kieran got the move done, and now the Greek driver wants to come back across. That is sending a message, that is, isn't it? Just to cut right about across the front like that. That's to say, nope, you are not coming through. Kieran's got to count his chickens now and make sure that he can get back in the fight and just get back on the horse, so to speak.
Yeah, that was very, very close to disaster, actually. Cut it across the nose of the UK car, but Pendergrass did a good job to avoid turning that one into anything more than it needed to be. As we're watching now on board, this is a rundown for that T1 that we were talking about. Just look how shallow the corner is. It's really difficult to run wide. The cars use all of the racetrack. Got a good launch. Does the UK? Thinks about the inside. Is there a gap? Almost a gap. Almost a bit of contact as well. Greece certainly not backwards and going forwards when it comes to defending. Really, really marking their territory in that particular fight.
Yeah, fantastic battle indeed here, and that's what we love to see. You know, they're not scared to get their elbows out a little bit, and these guys are properly fighting one another. They're not just leaving it down to making a mistake or trying to sort of do something clever in the pit stops. One of the interesting elements here, Paul, is that some of the drivers told us yesterday it feels like the tyres start to go off after about 20 minutes, maybe half an hour. As here we look again at the United Kingdom down the inside of Greece. They're going to get it stopped on the apex, and is Greece going to be able to go for the cutback? I don't think he's got enough pace to do that there, no. Good slingshot out there for the UK. Up into 13th position. But coming back to the tyre discussion, they apparently start to go off after about 20 minutes, half an hour. That's roughly when you'd expect the pit stops to start coming in that sort of middle stage of the race. There will be a pit window, but at the same time, people might not take tyres. We've often seen it, we spoke about it yesterday actually, that in endurance racing, you know, on these tyres that they're going to be using, you can triple stint them and make them work for the long run. So I think a lot of drivers won't take tyres here because it'll cost you a lot of time if you do change that rubber.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's a real big time cost. It's not a minimum pit time here in this competition. So you literally need to go in, stop the car for a few moments, put a litre in, and away you go. That's the minimum requirement. So it's a big, big time cost to take tyres. It's going to be interesting to see if anybody does gamble on that one. We're having a look now at the Japan entry, Sotomoto behind the wheel of that car. They're in second position. As you mentioned earlier, Chaz, it was fortuitous to a certain degree their victory yesterday. So they do seem to be in a little bit of difficulty, has to be said, at this moment in time. Nicholas Huben and Germany seem to be the faster of the entries, and Singapore as well, still firmly in that conversation as well. So this is a good little squabble that we've got going on for second, third and fourth position. Well, we'll look at that one. Peru have a drive-through penalty down in 15, so they'll be required to head down pit lane in the next 3 laps to serve that penalty. Not optimal. And then we work back to 10th position. This is Estonia. Switzerland still keeping a watching brief just behind, followed by Sweden.
Yeah, it's a shame that for Peru, a drive-through penalty just to sort of rub salt in the wound with them being outside of the top 10 spots. So that's a second visit to pit lane that they'll have to take throughout this race. Interesting to see Singapore with the fastest lap as well. They had great pace in the opening stages, as Paul mentioned. They gained a lot of places on the first lap, and since then they've carried on, just carrying that pace forward with them basically. Germany right in front of them now. They're sort of the lock to the key, or the key to the lock, the other way around, to try and get past Japan here. Singapore could happily sit in that position where they are and not do anything about this now. They'll get through to the final. Sure, it might affect their grid spot into said final, but if there is going to be a battle in front of them, they could benefit from it massively.
Absolutely. You've got to keep a watching brief, haven't you? Trying to assess where the danger is, assess where the opportunity presents itself. But the big thing here is as well, these guys are following in close succession. I think it is fair to say that Japan's perhaps not quite as quick as the 2 cars behind. That's allowing Brazil to get a bit of a march on the field, and if you've got any designs on victory, you need to make something happen quite soon, otherwise it's going to become exponentially more difficult to work your way through the pack. Slovakia, speaking of difficulty, are having a quite challenging time of it at this moment in time as well. 9th position, just behind them Estonia. Switzerland are trying to make a move as well, don't quite have enough real estate on that occasion, but that does force the Estonian car defensive, and that invites Sweden to think, this looks like quite an entertaining little squabble you're having. I think I'll have a piece of that action as well. So the Swedish entry down in 12th place, there we go, having a quick look, trying to get the slingshot through the corner, focusing on corner exit. That's the key to an overtake when you're in pack racing.
Yeah.
Corner exit, get the launch, carry that speed, and then the opportunities become significantly more substantial than perhaps if you're trying to do it in the braking zone or go side by side.
Yeah, if you're trying to send it up the inside, it's just not going to work in the same way, and it's going to help a lot of the cars in front of you in that pack to just get that bit of clean air away from you. Interesting to see France are continuing this epic charge up the order into 8th position now. In the last lap or so, they've got past Slovakia and Estonia inside the top 10, so they're cementing themselves into that final even more and more. Obviously, you have to see how it goes after the pit stops. There's still 45 minutes left of this race to go, so you are going to definitely realise it's a longer one when we get to that pit stop stage and realise it's about halfway, and then they've got to do it all again. I think it's going to feel like a mighty long day from the driver's perspective, but still a great race and a great prospect all the same.
And France need to be a little bit careful. We spoke about the tyre life. We know they can make a 1-hour stint. It's not going to be a problem, but you are going to lose pace over the course of the stint. We saw that even in a 30-minute race. I think it was the Australia entry in one of the semi-finals. Got a good lead and then started falling back into the pack as the tyres went away. If France are working, incredible charge, but if they're working their tyres harder than those around them, that's going to make them a little bit vulnerable as we get into the dying embers.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think that might be something to do with Japan's pace as well. We've seen how quick Sotomuto is, we all know it, but he's not as quick as we would have expected in this race. He doesn't seem to be quite as hot out of the blocks, so maybe he's just looking after the tyres and he's managing this opening stint, knowing that he doesn't really have to push that much further. Singapore has got ahead of Germany for 3rd place as well in the meantime, so something there has changed very, very suddenly. Singapore, with the fastest lap of the race, have now also moved into a podium position too, so it's all coming up Singapore at the moment, and that'll be good for them because now they get an idea whether they can sort of poke away at the Japanese entry and try to get a move done on them. We look here at Estonia though, they're on the cusp at the minute, Paul. 10th position for them with Switzerland and Sweden right behind. It's not going to be an easy task to hold on ahead of them.
Yeah, there's a significant amount of pressure for the teams, the nations that are running in that 10th position. We've spoken about this before, of course, during yesterday's action, but 10th place is the last car that will go through to the next stage of the competition. The bubble, we like to call that one. You don't want to be in 11th. That's the worst place that you can finish. So it really is big pressure. Estonia, speaking of pressure, are receiving significant amounts of that from the Swiss entry behind, just having a little look, a little nibble. See, there's an opportunity as the Swiss car. Sweden keeping a watching brief as well further back. They're playing the strategic game. Let these two fight as they get very sideways over the curb, but let these two fight, let these two sort themselves out and then see what opportunities present themselves further down the road. But while Estonia are squabbling, that's allowing Slovakia a bit of a march, so they're desperately trying to keep up with France just ahead as well, and that's a good news story for the 33 up in 9th position.
Estonia there, just watching them through that hairpin, they put the car in the perfect place because they run a little bit wide of the apex to begin with, but not wide enough that they're going to allow a car down the inside. There's only about half a car's width, and it still allows them to get a run on the exit. It's actually checked Switzerland up here, and now Sweden are all over the back of them, trying to go around the outside into that last corner, go for the cutback. You've got to be so careful and respectful when you're trying to go for cutbacks like that, haven't you, Paul? Because with the car on the inside, we've seen it a few times over the course of the competition. It's very easy to just turn in that little bit of a misjudgment on that car on the inside and just clip their right rear or their outside rear, as that is a very brave move down the inside by Sweden. And Switzerland as well, confident enough to cut back in front of them, knowing the cutback isn't there. Here's the crosshairs, Paul, and very much now it's Switzerland in the middle of them.
Very interesting that Sweden should do that one. We've seen many drivers attempt it. I don't recall anybody actually being successful on the inside move in a T1. And just look at the amount of time that's cost them. That's given a bit of a breathing space to Estonia. In turn, allowed the Estonian entry to start thinking about that car. Slovakia up in 9th place. So again, we saw this yesterday. We've seen it many times in GT and in Formula racing. If you make a move and it's unsuccessful, that is just costing you time, that is costing you track position, that is costing you space and pace to your rivals. So we need to be a little bit more intelligent about our moves for the Swedish entry, a little bit more committed and confident as to where that pass can be made. And Slovakia still holding on in 9th position, but Estonia are looking a little bit more lively, I think it's fair to say now, and I think they're getting ready to pounce on any miscalculation.
Yeah, I think they've seen that there was a little bit of daylight between themselves and Switzerland for a sec there, and they thought, right, don't need to worry about what's behind me now, I'm going to focus immediately on what's in front and go for it from there. But then again, all of a sudden the Newton's cradle has changed once more and they've fallen back a little bit into the clutches of Switzerland. Here's Singapore, 3rd place for them at the moment, still with the fastest lap of the race as well. That's designated by the little purple signifier around their number on the left hand side of the screen, or their position I should say. Sota Muto still holding on to 2nd place. A very valiant drive this from Sota, but he's not having to do that much to defend. The guys have just sat behind him so far, and it's almost like a trio of ultimate respect from these 3 drivers. You know, they're having a bit of a ding-dong because they're having a chase of each other, but they're not sending it on each other. They're not compromising the group's race. They know that Brazil are just disappearing over the horizon. What will the tyre life be like for them over the run? They can't really risk well, they can't do anything to find out at this point, can they? They just have to just see how it is and just run this group until the pit stops and then reassess and go again.
Yeah, exactly. They're calling upon their experience as well, of course. We look at the Singapore car now. I was about to say, I was thinking, as you were saying that, Chaz, that Singapore look like they're starting to get a little bit interested in a fight for second. But as we cut to the car, if anything, they're dropping back a little bit into the clutches of Germany now. So Niklas Huben, having lost that position a few laps ago, has a really good opportunity to try and leverage his way back up into 3rd place and another nibble at the Japanese entry. Through the final corner, we know it doesn't work through there. That is asking for trouble. And the German machine again, concentrate on your exit, gets a good launch out of the last corner. It's going to be using the slipstreams, not as potent as you would perhaps expect in a GT3 car. Will the German entry have a look at a T1? No, very wise indeed. Prioritise corner exit, uses a curb on the inside. That's a lovely launch through T1. There might be an opportunity into the 2nd corner, but again, we've not really seen too many drivers successfully achieve that one, because you become vulnerable to the next section of turns, and just about Singapore are holding on to this one. But if these guys keep squabbling, Chaz, that's really absolute gold dust for Japan. That's their chance to gap the cars behind.
Yeah, it just makes the life a little bit easier, doesn't it, for Sota Muto at this stage, if they do continue to fight like this. Oh, there's a bit of a spoiler in the pack for themselves. Germany just on that curb, losing the rear end slightly, and it's easy to do that in cars like this, isn't it, because they run quite an aggressive brake bias to make sure they can get as much rotation as possible. Let's not forget, Paul, it's like an absolute atom bomb under the bonnet of that Mercedes. It's a big old beefy engine in the front end of it, so you've got to try and wrangle it around the corner somehow. Here's Switzerland still trying it on Sweden as well. It's a bit of a tongue twister, but but hopefully not for them, into this hairpin. Switzerland on the inside, Sweden trying to give them the room. Then they've got to get the run on the exit. Nicely done, really respectful racing. Now they go through the left, manage the weight transfer, then through the right, hard onto the brakes again. Oh, wheel-to-wheel stuff, very, very close. Both of them having a little bit of a slide. That looked phenomenal, didn't it?
Yeah, that was a really good driving by Sweden, actually. Look how they gave exactly an AMG Mercedes width of room, plus 1 millimetre. Really fabulous stuff, applying the pressure. They've got the position back. They're still in 11th place. Switzerland, in fact, gets checked up. That opens the door for the United Kingdom into the final corner. This is a risky place to go side by side. The UK run the Swiss entry a little bit out of racetrack, then give them the racing room they deserve. And now it's the drag race down into T1. The UK up into 11th. Switzerland down 1 position, although they're not giving up on this one, not quite on this occasion. UK 12th, Switzerland 13th, and Sweden with about 5 car length advantage courtesy of that one, saying thank you very much, gents. I'll take that opportunity and see what I can do with it further down the road.
Yeah, just having a look to see if anybody's really jumped up the order any more than France have at the minute, but France are definitely the ones on the move. 8 places gained from 16th on the grid. Since then, they've not made any progress. They're about 4 seconds behind Turkey, but where they are at the moment, they don't need to push any harder than that. Here is a battle further up the order, though. This is Venezuela against Spain for 5th position. Venezuela trying to hold on to the inside line. Spain started 5th on the grid and have gone down to 6th. Venezuela started 4th on the grid and have gone down to 5th. It's the progress of Singapore that has knocked them down a position each. So they're just squabbling amongst themselves at the moment. They've got Turkey about 2 seconds back from them, and then a bit more of a gap to France. So they can afford a little bit of a fight at this stage, Paul. Maybe not too much. Not quite as much as these lot are fighting a bit further back here. This is great entertainment, though, just outside the top 10.
Yeah, that's a good forward progress so far for the United Kingdom up into 12th place. Of course, as you can see on your screen, from 17th position, they got through into this stage of the competition via the last chance qualifiers yesterday. So a little bit frustrated that the pace, perhaps, that's in that car hasn't been displayed in terms of race results, but they're slowly but surely eking their way up the running order. Venezuela still in 5th position. You can see on your screen here, being followed by host nation Spain, of course, racing on home soil virtually and physically here at the Museum of Arts and Sciences in Valencia for the FIA Motorsport Games 2024. And we've talked a lot already. We will continue to talk about pressure, but it must be even more for Spain, because this is the home event for this outfit. And right on cue, there is our Spanish entry, working hard behind that wheel.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's a humongous amount of pressure indeed to try and not just bring the medal home, but to do it on home soil as well. You know, the only country out of all the hundreds of nations that are here to be able to do that on this occasion, you know, and chances like that don't come around often. You know, if you look at a sort of roster of where competitions like this take place and where they go all over the world, how often have you seen them repeated? You know, you have to do it as soon as you get the chance. So yeah, big pressure on the shoulders of the Spanish driver at the moment. I really like the design of their car, actually. It's one of the more simple cars, but it's this sort of military grey colour. It's not quite white, so it sort of stands out to the other ones of around it that haven't had their own sort of special liveries put on. Venezuelan car looks cool as well. So too does the Singapore entry, but in the eyes of the Germans right now, the Singapore entry will just look like a bit of a hindrance more than something that looks nice.
Yeah, a little bit frustrating, I think it would be for the German car. Not particularly keen on seeing that Singapore machine in front for so long. The mistake was made, of course, or the issue that required Germany to drop down a position. There's a few laps to go now, and perhaps under normal circumstances, we'd expect Nicholas Huben to be right back on the case and trying to find a way past. But it's some great driving from Singapore at this moment in time to hold on to that place. They're becoming a little bit more combative with each other, are Singapore and Germany, over the course of the last few laps. That's still allowing Soto Muto to really eke out an advantage in Japan and give himself a little bit of space. And this is vital now, because as the astute of you will notice in the arena and watching at home, the pit window of 10 minutes is now open. This is where you need to build a little bit of a gap so it can give you some strategic flexibility.
Yes, flexibility is everything that a racing driver wants in a race like this, especially when it comes to one with a pit stop involved. And let's not forget as well, Paul, there's a lot of moving parts to a pit stop too. You've got to make sure you park in your box correctly as well, because in a set of corsa competizione, the furthest you park from the sort of ideal space, or the further you park from it, the longer it takes to sort of, it drags the car a little bit virtually, doesn't it, into the perfect perfect spot. So if you really don't line up well, that's going to cost you a couple of tenths of a second. Depending on how you enter the pit lane and when you slow down, could cost you a few tenths of a second as well. Pit exit is very important when you come off that pit limiter. There's so many moving parts to it that it's going to really spice up the race. This doesn't need spicing up anymore though, does it really? Singapore and Germany remain very close together, almost side by side to turn one. Germany going for the cutback down towards the hairpin, moving to the left hand side, making their intentions very clear before the pit stops. Then going late on the brakes, nicely done. First pit stop is Estonia. They're coming in to the pit lane now. They're the first ones to head down as our race leader, Igor Rodriguez, just disappearing over the horizon. What's the gap now to Japan? Is it over 4 seconds? Yes, 4.1 seconds now. Serbia into the pit lane as well, Paul. So Estonia and Serbia making their way in. They're the first two to decide that they just need to have a bit of a reset, maybe. It just gives you a bit of a break for a moment in a way, doesn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. And it's interesting as well that sometimes you come into a race like this one, you have a plan. You've worked out where the optimal time to stop your car is and where it's the optimal for your overall race finishing time. But often when you're in battle, it's dictated about who's around you on the racetrack. If you're in a squabble, for example, Singapore, they're having this big old fight with Germany. Germany have made their way through. Singapore, if they feel they're being held up, wise move, get out of the fight, serve your mandatory stop, come back in fresh air, and then you can use your natural pace to try and do what we call an undercut, where you stop earlier, you go faster on fresher tyres or whatever it might be in that case, not so much probably in this one, and then make use of that clean air to go quicker and come out when the pit stops wash their way through the cycle. It is all dependent though realistically on who's around you, and unlike when we race online or when we race in leagues or other esports competition, you've not got a strategy engineer in your ear on this one. It's all about you in the here and now, and that can make it a little bit more difficult for some drivers to ascertain exactly where everybody is relative to them further down the pack. Yeah,
that's one of the beautiful things about sim racing, is that the drivers have so much information on a screen to them. It's not just in the car and telling them about the sort of brake pressure the brake bias and the tyre pressures and so on. It's the fact that you can see the time live to all the other cars. You can see a lot of what everyone else is doing. So as a sim racer, you're not just driving the car, you're doing a lot of maths on the fly as well. And when it comes to races where you have to calculate the fuel, you think about how many laps you've done, how many litres you've used, or gallons, however you want to calculate it. And there's so much going on top of just managing the car and driving the thing. So I really do admire that multitasking ability of sim racers. A few more cars have been in the pits since. Slovakia and Malta have just come back out of the pits. Iceland are currently in there as well. It's designated by the little white section on the timing tower there with the letter P in there. Greece have massive pressure though from Switzerland right now, don't they? That Swiss car is really glued to the back of that machine and is not going anywhere by the look of it, Paul.
Yeah, these two are circulating in very close proximity. And again, just going back to the point I made, this is kind of where if I was the Swiss entry, I'd be really thinking, is my pace limited by the Greece car in front? Yes. Okay, there's been a mistake, so not at this moment in time, but when we first cut to these two, absolutely, I would suggest that the Swiss entry is pace limited by the car in front, so that's a great time if you think you're going to be able to come out in a gap to dive down pit lane. Again, there we go, thank you very kindly, perfectly on cue. I'll charge for my strategy engineering device after the event. Make sure you hit your marks, get the pit lane speed limiter on. Very, very easy to make that mistake. That's an instant penalisation by the software as well if you break the pit lane speeding limit. And Michael Schumacher said this once many, many years ago. When he came to Formula One, he was almost the first driver to really exploit pit in and pit out, being late on the brakes, hitting the pit limiter, hitting your marks perfectly. Yeah. And often in sim racing, that's something that's neglected by drivers. Practice pit in, practice pit out. It is free lap time. It is ridiculous not to do so because you can find tenths, if not seconds, over your rivals.
And especially it's worth practicing it because you can sometimes go into the pits behind drivers that haven't practiced it, that may brake early and you may hit the back of them. There's circuits all around the world. I mean, still here in Spain, Jerez's pit entry is on a hairpin and it's a tighter version of the corner itself. The amount of incidents in sim racing I've seen there where one car's gone into the pits, not been quite as confident, and the car behind that's been practicing the pit entry all week smashes into the back of them because they know the optimal pace. It really can get messy on pit lane entry, especially here as well, because you have to brake very late for that line. Here's Switzerland coming out of the pits now, and this is an interesting element we didn't think of, Paul. There's going to be a bit of traffic here, actually, because of how the field has spread. Switzerland now doing very well to stay out of the way, actually. Germany now on their inside as well. But let's not forget, Switzerland have to sort of give up this time to allow the leaders through. That's going to affect the bigger picture.
That's going to massively hurt Switzerland, actually, because as you say, there's the blue flags, which mandates that you get out of the way after a certain number of corners. Switzerland have very little choice about that one.
Yeah.
They are kind of a little bit fortunate that there is a bit of a gap to Singapore behind, so perhaps they can get the skates on and avoid triggering that particular scenario. But this is definitely going to hurt Switzerland, no matter which way you look at it. That's not the optimal time, and that's the risk. There is a lot of benefit to an undercut coming in early, but there's also risk, and this is exactly where they found themselves. They've done the calculation, so there's no rivals around them, thought great, and then traffic.
Yeah,
that's
exactly.
a whole new problem.
It's interesting as well, actually. I couldn't quite remember when we saw it happen, but Germany now back in front of Singapore as well. So there's been a bit of a shuffle there as well, and there's about a second and a half between the two. So maybe a mistake from Singapore. Not quite sure at this stage. We'll have to find out at some point. Pit window only has 3 minutes left. That's probably only about 2 laps here. So Brazil will either have to come in now or at the end of the next lap. I imagine we're going to see a lot of these cars inside the top 10 come in now and play it safe, not risk another lap.
Yep, and we'll find out.
Never mind.
There you go, and there is Singapore. They jump down pit lane, so that's a good bit of strategy. Avoid having to worry about the Switzerland lap traffic sort of scenario and get that pit stop served. But Germany have been very quick since they made that overtake on the Singapore car. They've been really, really fast. Nicholas Huber showing great pace on board the German machine, and he's now closed all the way back up to the rear of the Japanese entry. We wondered if Sotomuto was managing tyres, whether he was managing his pace. At this stage, I don't think you'd be in tyre management preservation mode anymore. You start to use that pace if you have it. Sotomuto is definitely struggling compared to those around him, it seems, Jazz.
Yeah, I think Germany now have also turned it on a bit more as well. Maybe they were a little bit reserved in the opening stages. They've realised where they're at, and they know now we have to push and we have to go for this. Switzerland looking good behind these guys, though. They're able to match them at this stage, which is interesting to see. Singapore have come back out of the pits now and are in 9th, now 10th position. They're going to go down and carry on going down the order because of the pit stop, of course. So I think they've now settled in 11th. Just in front of Argentina and Qatar, who have both been very, very quiet during this race, a little bit further down the order. But it's still Brazil at the front, and only 1 minute and 50 left on that pit window. So I imagine this is going to be the one where they come in. It's about 1.5 minutes for a lap, though, so you can probably eke it out by about 15 seconds. These guys have only got 10 seconds left, though. I don't think we're going to try and eke that one out. That's a bit too risky.
I don't know. I think they're going to go for it again. And there we go. Pit lane. That's so good news for Switzerland. They're going to be so frustrated being stuck behind 2 cars on a different lap to them, a lap ahead of them, in fact, but coming in at the same time. Brazil as well. First time I've seen that car pretty much since the green flag, courtesy of the fabulous job, it has to be said, that Igor Rodriguez is doing behind the wheel of the number 17. So, who has been practicing where they stop on their marks? Who is going to get it pinpoint precise? Because that's some advantage that you get for basically for free if you manage to nail your spot. A few moments they're going to be stationary. Mandatory 1 litre of fuel will be inserted into the car. I very much doubt anyone's going to change tyres. And no, they don't. Germany back out again. In fact, Sotomuto, Japanese entry, has lost a whole host of time. Not enough time to consider it being a tyre stop, but something's not quite gone as well as he would have planned in the 25.
I think Venezuela and Turkey might be in trouble here, Paul. They've carried on without pitting after that. I think they've tried to risk it and then get back in at the end of this lap around the pit window. They've only got 30 seconds left to go, though, and they're about 2/3 of the way around the lap. I don't think they're going to get in time here. You know, they're going to miss that pit window.
Remember, all they need to do is be on pit lane. They don't have to complete the stop, so they've got a little bit of breathing space. But I think you're right. I think they've got a bit of strife coming their way. Currently, our 2 race leaders in first and second place, Venezuela and Turkey, respectively. Of course, that will change. And
no chance.
This is the Venezuelan car. 5 seconds left on the clock. It's going to have to be a whole lot faster than a GT3 to make that in 5 seconds, and that is a most fundamental of errors. That is going to be very unpleasant watching back, and Venezuela, in fact, decides, no, we're not bothering.
We're not going to pit anyway. Yeah, stuff it. We're not going to pit anyway.
Oh dear.
Yeah, that is not what the doctor ordered, and this is what we were talking about at the start of the show. It's a very different kettle of fish, this. When you add a pit stop element into a race, it's not just driving the car. You've got to think about when you pit, when is the most optimal time to adapt to pitting based on the traffic around you, and then actually completing the pit stop as well as you can, an optimal pit entrance, an optimal pit exit, parking the car in the right place. There's so many moving parts to it, and this is what you need as a top driver.
In the case of Venezuela and Turkey, there's also remembering to actually do any of that one
by
coming down pit lane. So not what I would have expected to see. There's Iceland, you can see, serving their drive-through penalty down in 20th position. But that is a big error of judgment. We're looking at Spain versus Japan now. So the delayed Sotomuto on a charge back up through the field. He has a little look to the inside. The inside, though, has not been available to him on this occasion. So Spain hold on to that 5th position. That will, of course, be 3rd and 4th when Venezuela and Turkey are given the penalisation that is most certainly coming their way.
Yeah, I'm not even sure if it's like a time penalty of a minute or anything like that, or whether it's just pure disqualification from the race. So, yeah, it's a massive shame for them, that. But at the end of the day, that's what happens. You have to play by the rules, and unfortunately here they have missed out on that opportunity to pit. I think they maybe just miscalculated it, Paul, because like I said, it was going to be close, and they had about 5 seconds left coming into the final corner. But still, not enough time on the clock. I'm interested by Japan losing time in the pits. Maybe that was. I don't think it was a tyre change, because they're not that far. No, they're not that far behind, are they, to have done that? So not quite sure what's caused that there. So it's not a case of Sotomuto being on fresh rubber now and Spain being on old tyres, but seems a little bit more alive, maybe just a bit more alert to push now. He's lost that time. Yeah,
exactly. It was simply a case of making a mistake, I think, just missing the pit box window that it needs to be. As you said earlier, the car gets virtually pulled back and lines up into where it needs to be. But for Sotomuto, it has not worked out very well at all. I'm just hearing from our director, by the way, in Ahia, that it's a 150-second time penalty that the cars that failed to make their pit. 30-second time penalty, I apologise. Well, they're making failing to make their stop. So either way, regardless of what it is, it's going to be enough to knock them straight out of that top 10. I'm certain of that.
Yeah, it's over 2 minutes basically, and that's more than a lap and a half here at Valencia. So yeah, that's going to be a big pain for them. But at the end of the day, it's a mandatory stop, and they haven't done it.
Yep.
There's
regulations.
We can't. Yeah, Paul and I can't sugarcoat that. As much as we love you all, we can't sugarcoat that. I'm afraid you've just not done it. Singapore still with the fastest lap of the race. They've actually dropped away quite a bit from Japan as well, haven't they? They've also lost quite a bunch of time, considering that they pitted earlier.
And Estonia have done a good job. So if you remember, Estonia were the first car to get down pit lane almost as soon as the pit window opened. They came in from 14th position. That move has put them up into 10th, into the qualification spot. So that was a really good, that's very good representation of the strategic aspect we spoke about, Chaz. Go a little bit different to everybody else. Everybody gravitates towards the end of the pit window, which confuses me, I'll be honest with you, all the time. I don't see why you do the same.
I do it first thing.
I would as well. And for Estonia, that's worked absolute wonders, and it's put them in a provisional qualification spot. So really clever driving from Just Perec and the Estonian entry.
It's like going for your lunch early at work, isn't it?
Yeah.
Like if you've got a window of like 2 hours to go for your lunch, you go as soon as it hits 12 o'clock. You don't wait till like 2 in the afternoon. I know these people say, oh, you know what, if I go at 2, I'm back at 3, then I've only got a few more hours of work left. That makes sense to me, but I ain't waiting that long. I want to go first thing. Still, interesting analogy, I'm sure, for a lot of people that probably don't understand me. Japan right now, though, all over Spain. I say that, though, and you know what? There's a bit more daylight between these two cars at this stage, isn't there? Seemed like they were having a bit of a stab at it at the beginning of this part of the stint, but now Spain's starting to move away slightly here. Brazil still dominating the race, way out in front, 3.9 seconds clear of Germany now. That gap, funnily enough to them, has stayed the same from first to second, theoretically. It was about 4 seconds to Japan before the pit stops. So there's not really been a massive gain or loss from either of them. It's just they've swapped which car is there. Germany now in second position.
I do think Sotomuto, though, is struggling a little bit in that Japanese car. He's not quite got the pace that perhaps he would have, or we would certainly have expected coming into this race. And obviously some kind of dramas in pit lane, and now he's fell back into the zone where Spain find themselves in, which is a car that up this point was running further down the running order than they were, and yet still he's not climbing over the back of them, he's not trying to find a way past. So not comfortable is that Japanese car, I think it's fair to say, at this stage in the race. A little bit more comfortable is Sweden. They're in 11th position. They're still floating around the qualification spots. But Estonia, courtesy of that early pit stop, and the team that occupy that place as things stand. And I do think Sweden are going to have to get this done relatively soon, because Greece are not a million miles away in 12th behind as well. Too long fighting, and they'll be involving themselves before we know it.
Well, let's not forget as well, there's 2 cars to remove from above everybody else, so we have to take 2 off everyone's position. So technically, at the moment, Sweden and Greece are in the spot. It's actually United Kingdom that will be effectively in 11th place. The teams that seem to have lost a lot of time are actually Switzerland, and Serbia have fallen away a little bit more, I think it might have been. But they were inside the top 10 earlier on. Oh, sorry, no, Venezuelan car was right inside it, wasn't it? They haven't dropped down yet, but we have to obviously disregard them based on the penalty. I do apologise to the Serbians for that one. But yeah, I think it's just a case of there's some teams that have made this really work. I mean, France are still in 8th position on the timing tower, but effectively they've gone from 16th to 6th. That's a hell of a race that is by France. Great stuff, and it shows the potential of why this shouldn't have been in the last chance qualifiers, but it just shows also that in the original quarterfinals, how easily one bit of contact can make your journey so much more difficult than it needs to be. But that's motorsport, Paul, and that's why we love it.
It really is. Everybody loves the underdog, don't they? It's always a case of if you've had something to overcome, it makes that all the more special if you're managing to squeeze out those big results. Venezuela now are down in pit lane, and there we go, the disqualification that we expected. So that's good. It's always a worry when cars that you know that are going to be penalised or disqualified stay on track, because they could cause incidents further down the line.
Yeah, 100%.
It also means we have to do mental maths, which is never a fun thing.
Oh no, no good at it either.
So unfortunately, Turkey and Venezuela, then we say goodbye to those 2 nations in the 2024 FIA Motorsport Games. A fundamental mistake, it has to be said, and it's got a big consequence. Both cars, they're out. There's only 18 cars in the field. It is Brazil from Germany, and Japan have a look to the inside of Spain. Spain give them the racing room. Side by side they go. We're riding with the Spanish car now. Beautiful camera work there by Steve Brownlee behind the back of the scenes, and Japan can't quite make their way past on this moment in time. Great bit of defensive driving, but I reckon Spain are looking vulnerable.
Yeah, they are indeed, not looking as feisty as they were before, and all of a sudden Japan are. They've absolutely switched it on now, so with just over 17 minutes of this race left to go, it's coming alive in the battle for 3rd position. No medals given out at this stage, let's not forget. This is just the semi-final. I say just. It is the semi-final with the final to come later on this evening. But wow, this has been mighty spicy stuff, hasn't it, Paul? It's been some really interesting sort of developing stories for a lot of these teams, where they've had a bit of a dull first stint, and then the second one, it's thrown them right into the action. It's really been a tale of 2 halves, as France now still continues to try and climb up the order. I cannot believe, based on how this race started, we have Singapore and France together on the grid, because France started down in 16th position. Singapore actually were in 6th, but for a lot of the race they hung on to 3rd position.
It's very impressive, isn't it, from the French entry? What's more, well, it's not
driver
more
of the race
impressive.
for me if we have one. We don't really do
agree.
driver of the race, but definitely the French have been the highlight of this one.
We can do our own personal driver of the race, and I think for the French, what really impresses me, Chaz, as well as the way they've launched the field, they're still charging forward. They're not, yes, we're in the top 10, let's knock it on the head now. They're still charging forward, they're still taking the chances, they're still being aggressive, and naturally well aggressive rather than dangerously aggressive. And Singapore, I think, they'll not be daft. They'll know that that France car's come from a long way back, and perhaps they'll be a little bit reluctant to be too aggressive, because the French machine has the pace, certainly, at this juncture of the race, and they're using a lot of the racetrack. That car looks very lively underneath the France machine, and I do think Mohamed Hasbi in the Singapore entry maybe a little bit like, you know what, I reckon this is inevitable. It's just a case of finding the right spot to do it.
Maybe a little bit weary of the French car behind as well, and a bit worried about the fact that, you know, the French entry right now, we've just said that they're not dialing it back at all, even though they've made fantastic progress. They will go through to the final if they stay where they are. Right now, though, if you've got the momentum, you may as well carry on using it, you know, to improve your position. You never know how it could help you in a competition like this. You have to just take every position as it comes. And at the end of the day, it's another mental game. We've spoken all weekend about the mental game and how when you come across another driver, you have to then say, look, if I overtake you, they're going to remember that for later on in the competition. So if they carry on all the way through the order and then get to what one of our very favourite commentators, Murray Walker, would have said, one of the tougher nuts to crack further up the order, if they can then crack that, get through and get into a top 5 spot, that would be even more impressive. It's more of an accolade to add to this already great drive.
It really is. Tsunoda, by the way, seems to have had a little dig around and found some lap time in the Japanese car. 4th position now on the running order, but really harrying the back of the Spanish car, really making that Mercedes AMG as big as possible in the mirrors, giving Spain a little something to think about. And Japan now very much on their tiptoes, very much dancing the car around this Circuit Riccardo Tormo virtual in Assetto Corsa Competizione with their designs on third position. It's going to be 14 minutes 21 seconds left on the clock, so it is a ticking, is that clock. We are running out of opportunities, but Japan, having been reserved, it has to be said, up to this point, seem to be a little bit more willing to unleash the pace.
Yeah, definitely. I think later on in the race they think, right, I've spent long enough knowing where I am in this race, who's around me, let's just go for it. Let's make the moves, let's make the impressions. That's the thing, it's not just making an impression on your fellow drivers, it's everybody else watching as well. You send the message, because then these other teams will have to recuperate after this semi-final, ahead of the final, and they'll go, you know what we need to watch out for is this driver. You have to get in their heads, not just on track, but off it as well when you're preparing for an event like this.
100%.
You know, while a lot of these guys have competed against each other for so long here on Assetto Corsa Competizione in many esports competitions and for their own respective teams, a lot of these guys are teammates as well, actually, in other esports competitions. They all still compete at the highest possible capability when they're against each other, no holds barred, and we have to respect that. It's brilliant to see.
Really fabulous stuff. Right, let's have a look then. Let's check in on the France progress, which we seem to be doing on a regular basis. Really, really strong drive. Still stuck behind the Singapore entry. Having a little look pretty much corner by corner now. The nose of that French car is looking to the inside, and there is the said inside that they were after. France have the line, but again, we've seen so many people too wide at this part of the racetrack. The inside becomes the outside. We go for the switchback. Do we have an opportunity now? That's a beautiful, beautiful launch to the corner, and France very strategic in that overtaking manoeuvre, very committed, get it done in the finest way possible. Bravo.
You know what, we had an absolute highlight yesterday in the Formula 4s with that Hungarian cutback at the final corner. That was a lot more dramatic. That was just beautifully calculated by France. That was millimetre perfect. That he set it up a couple of corners in advance, and I can't help but just smile at that manoeuvre. That was so well done. But that really does highlight and sum up the race they've had. So well calculated, just patience when needed, and then aggressiveness when needed, in perfect measure. Absolutely. I could go on and on about how well they've done, but that is absolutely excellent. Seems like they've all of a sudden, though, just jumped up into 4th position as opposed to 5th. Were they not in 5th before? I thought they were in 6th. The Spanish driver has disappeared, apparently.
Oh, that's
Spain have disappeared from in front of us. I saw the timing tower move up very suddenly. Yeah, something's happened to the Spanish entry. Yeah, that's not good news, but good news for France, though. So their progress. I mean, when the cards fall your way, the cards fall your way, don't they? And France have been so strong, and that's going to be a great reward. And almost, if you're Brazil, you're Igor Rodriguez, you dominated the last race. You've come into this one, you've got pole position, you pulled away. 4.5 seconds is good. It's not spectacular, but it's good. Taking that one, somebody who can't find a 10th. It's 4.5 seconds is spectacular. But actually, if anything, if I was the rivals, I would be looking at France and thinking, hello, you're a worryingly fast driver. And there we go. That's a very, very disappointed looking Spanish team. Unfortunately, it looks like that car is into a DNF. That's a massive shame. Home nation as well, which is what we were discussing earlier on. Again, we look back at the French machine, though, on our screens, and they've instantly disappeared up the road from Singapore. Brilliant. Absolutely disappeared. It's not like they've had the pace because they've been following a car, and then when they get in front of them, they think, what do I do now? They've just gone, see in a bit, look in the rearview mirror, sort of tilt the mirror down, don't even look at that, go. Absolutely gone. From 16th on the grid, let us reiterate that, 16th on the grid, they have gained 12 positions in this race. That is more than half the field that they have overtaken. It sounds bonkers to say. I mean, I know there's 10.5 minutes left to go, so let's not get too excitable. But it sounds bonkers to say that if things stay as they are and Brazil win, that'll be 2 wins in a row. I'm still putting an asterisk next to France's name as they're going to be my favourites at this point in time, because genuinely, that's a properly impressive performance so far. He'll be more and more fired up by the fact that he's taken an approach to this race and it has worked, and he's continued to move forward through a field as impressive as this. He's actually overtaken the car that's got the fastest lap of the race as well. Good. So literally the fastest car on circuit, by definition, has been overtaken by them. Brazil, sure, they lead the way by 4.5 seconds. They've been chipping away at that lead more and more and more, and extending it more and more, I should say, over Germany and then Japan. But they've not actually set the fastest lap of the race. It's the consistency of those laps. And that highlights something we spoke about yesterday, Paul, which was that this competition isn't just a case of set the fastest lap you can, you win. It's more about the consistency. How often can you repeat those laps? And what level can you maintain in a race? That's what Brazil is showing us right now.
I always say this one, winning a motor race is not about being the fastest driver, it's about making the least mistakes.
Yes.
Everybody makes a mistake in a race, everybody, I don't care who you are. If you're the one that can make the least of those mistakes, you're going to be in the best position possible to take it forward and take the result. And that's exactly what Brazil are doing. They're marrying strong pace with minimising errors. Just delivering. In fact, I'm saying that one. What's happening here? What is happening here? That's a very slow moving.
Yeah, what on earth has happened there?
We have a red flag.
Whoa, we have a red flag. What on earth has happened here? So yeah, they bring it instantly to a stop. And all of a sudden, everything jumps into life around us
including
again,
the entire audience that seem to jump up, and we've got some kind of drama. So stay with us, folks. We'll keep you updated as to what exactly is happening there as we take a brief look at the real life Valencia Ricardo Tormo circuit, a beautiful venue, of course, and one that we all know very well indeed. I was there a couple of weeks ago with a day job, and it's a wonderful place to go motor racing, isn't it?
And obviously, the real world racing has actually kicked off today. It's only Saturday. We've been having this sort of dilemma all weekend, haven't we? That it's been a case of, oh, it's actually Thursday today. We arrived here in Spain on Wednesday, and what it did, it felt like a Friday, because when Paul and I have worked in real world motorsport before, you often arrive either the Thursday or the Friday. You do a bit of preparation for the event, and then you start on the Saturday. You have your first day's racing, then you have the Sunday, and then you fly home Monday. That's how it works, trust me. But this time round, we've arrived on the Wednesday. We've had a bit of prep on the Thursday. First day was Friday. Then we've had Saturday, which is today, finals day, and then we're flying home Sunday morning. It's
very confusing.
It's shifted everything forward, but it really you wouldn't imagine. You'd think it wouldn't be that much of a change to a weekend, but it's absolutely thrown everything off for us, hasn't it?
The good thing is, though, by the time we get home, we'll be able to settle down in front of YouTube in the living room and watch the closing ceremony for the FIA Motorsport games.
And you should too.
You should too, absolutely. That's when the medals get given.
Yeah, exactly. And the opening ceremony that they had outside the museum here was absolutely phenomenal. So many people were packed all the way around it, even like in the apartments opposite. You could see everybody trying to watch and see what was going on. It's just awesome. It really is, and gives you an idea of the scale of the event.
We were not expecting the fireworks at the end, so let me tell you, that was a big surprise. I nipped outside for some fresh air, and it just went bang, and I thought the floor was falling in, because we're quite high up in this building. Like, what was that? And then, of course, that's spectacular.
With the acoustics of this place as well, the roof is massively high here. It just echoed for ages. It's all concrete and glass as well, so the echo and the reverb was just epic. It was amazing. But yeah, the ceremony that they had there was absolutely lovely. We're just going to wait and see, obviously, what the situation is behind us, and obviously what the outcome will be, whether we restart any of the race as maybe a limited time. We can only speculate, but we're commentators. That's what we get paid to do. We get to come up with scenarios. But I mean, let's talk about some of the competitors that were in that one. Brazil drove away at the front of the field, just like they did in the quarterfinals, and it seems like forever ago, because they were the first car that we saw on track at the start of the weekend, which funnily enough was on a Friday, and then since then we haven't seen them. It was 13 hours yesterday we were live for, and it was the first car that won a race.
They've been really good. Igor Rodriguez, we know all about Igor Rodriguez. He's been very competitive in loads of different eSport competitions, but again, we mentioned this yesterday, but it's worth mentioning it today. It's one thing racing for your team, even if you race for a prestigious team or a manufacturer, or there's lots of brands that have representation. That's one thing. Or racing for yourself, that's another. Racing for your nation. So it's not just your boss and your sponsors that you've got to please, because they're also involved in this. It's the entire country. It is every single sim racer that comes from the place that you come from that would ideally like to be sat in your seat.
Oh, I didn't think of it like that.
That's mega, isn't it?
I haven't actually thought of it like that so far.
And they'll all, because of the inclusivity of sim racing, of course, they could quite easily do a really good job in the next 2 years' time, take your seat. So not only do you want to be successful for them, to represent them, you also want to make sure you do a damn good job. Otherwise, you're out of a job. And they're going to get the gig next time around. So
definitely,
pressure is just
It's obscene, actually. How much
That
pressure,
is
isn't
the
it?
word for it. It is obscene, yeah, absolutely obscene. But that's one of the best things about sim racing, is that it's so accessible to so many people. Everybody has a shot at doing something within sim racing, you know. We all want to simulate real-world motorsport as best we can. The best way to do that is with so many realistic sims that we have these days. The Assetto Corsa Competizione and iRacing have made an absolute wonder of this event so far. It's been brilliant to see it. And yeah, just to have that pressure as representing your nation, because you have to go to your sporting body, you have to have their approval, they have to put you forward for that as well and have you as part of the FIA Motorsport Games. And to go to them and say, look, I want to do this racing, but it's virtual. Some of them still look at it in a way that it's like, well, no, it's not real. And that's a massive shame. But you know what, to see so many nations here, I think we had over 100 nations come through to this event, and so many of them in this competition. We've got 57 in the GT alone. And then when we move to the Formula 4s later this afternoon, we've got 60 nations there too. So over 100 nations just effectively, anyway, in these esports games as part of this. It's just epic, absolutely epic.
It genuinely is. It really just shows how far our sport has grown as well. I mean, I've been around longer than I care to mention. Before even esports was a word, when it just used to be sim racing. And back then, we were a niche. Well, we still are, to be fair, but we were a very small niche.
We're a niche.
Well, we're more than a niche.
We're a niche.
We're select taste for sure. But the sim racing world was a niche, and you would talk to real world teams and drivers, and some would maybe have heard of it. Some would think it was something a little bit like on a couch with a console, which is also fine, by the way.
Couch.
But settee, sorry, on a console, sofa.
I wasn't expecting to hear settee either.
I know, yeah, I'm from Yorkshire.
Oh, goodness
but
me.
over time, more and more teams and manufacturers, there's been a certain health crisis as well that really helped us on that one, but more and more teams and manufacturers and personalities have become aware of it, involved in it, they've sampled it, they've grown to love it, and they now see it as a genuinely bona fide strand of motor racing. It's not just a gimmick, it's not a fly-by-night type activation or something for the kids, so to speak.
Yeah.
It is pucker, and now you're getting professionals in there that, I mean, I was saying this to somebody yesterday away from camera. They suggested like, oh, esports is a great way to get in and then progress through to real world. No, it's a destination.
Yeah.
It's not a stepping
it's not a
stone
stepping
now.
stone.
It
Yeah.
can be, of course. Chaz and I are the perfect exponents of that. We came from this world into real. It's not a stepping stone. It is now a destination, and that's powerful.
Yeah, absolutely is, and these drivers know that as well, and they want to make something of it. You know, we had a good chat yesterday with Kieran Prendergast, the United Kingdom driver, and he was saying, you know, he's changed his career now, and he's changed his path to make sure that it is involvement in esports and build something around that, you know, because it's not just the driving aspect either. There's so much more to it as well. There's a lot more media attachment to it as well, which is where we often work in. And then obviously, you know, you have more of a corporate side too. Sponsors and big brands are involved in this now. So there's so many great relationships being built within sim racing. It's not just around it, it's within it, isn't it?
Take this, for example.
look
You've obviously got the drivers, you've obviously got the teams. The rigs need to come from somewhere. The broadcasting needs to come from somewhere. The venue, the staffing,
The
cameras, the FIA, the commentators, the stewards, the security, the lighting rigs, the venue hire, the printing, the wonderful literature that we have available to us. All the audio equipment. There's so many different careers.
This clipboard from Carrefour around the corner.
Yeah, there's so many careers and industries that you can become involved in. It's not just behind the wheel, but you don't really care about any of this. You're more interested in what that kerfuffle's about. So we're going to go and find out ourselves. Now's a great time to take a short break. The stream stays live. We will be back in a few moments. Do not go anywhere. But for now, bear with us. We will be back. Hello everybody and welcome back to the FIA Motorsport Games 2024 and our esports arena. It's wonderful to have you back. We left rather abruptly following a bit of an issue in our first race of the day, and we can confirm now that due to a technical issue the race was red flagged by the race director, and then together with the stewards the decision was made as per the regulations to call time on the race one lap previously before the disconnection of our car from Spain. So the race has been called and we do now have a final result, and unfortunately sometimes, Chaz, these things do happen in motor racing, real or virtual.
Yeah, absolutely. At the end of the day, you know, there are certain elements of racing where you have to make a decision. It's not an easy decision to make, but at the end of the day the decision is final, and hats off to the stewards and the race director for calling that as quickly as they did as well. You know,
absolutely,
quick thinking
good
from them, really solid stuff. So it does mean that Brazil, as we saw, I mean, there was no doubt about Brazil there, to be honest with you. I think that's probably the only bit that wasn't in doubt, to be honest with you. But the likes of France went through as well. I mean, they had a fantastic race. They were the highlight for me, the real highlight of the race. Speaking of highlights of the race, we have some of these shots on our screen now. There were some great battles in the midfield. One of the main things we spoke about was the fact that even though this is the semi-final, a much more high-pressure, high-stakes environment, they did not back off whatsoever, any of them.
No, that was one.
And the fact that it's a double-length race compared to what they've been doing before now. We've been having half-hour races up to this point. Now we've had an hour-long one. They just didn't back off at all. They didn't change their approach.
Yeah, it really was impressive. It was great driving from a lot of the drivers out on track, and France, as you say, for me as well. And I feel weird saying this one, as Brazil was the walk-away winners.
Yeah.
But France were absolutely the stars of the show. Great pace, great tenacity, overtaking, committed, really strong. And it's almost a shame we didn't quite get all the way through to the full 60 to see how that charge continued.
To see how far they went. And there were a few teams outside of the top 10 that were maybe going to make it in there that might not have done it. United Kingdom are out, reigning champions as well.
So.
And you know, it's big moments like this that can change that, but that's just how this competition goes. As we've called it, it's a cutthroat environment.
It is, and that's why we have regulations at the end of the day. So just like real racing, the folks at home, you'll not see any of this one because frankly it's not interesting for the audience. But we have a big book of regulations, and every eventuality is covered for there, the technical specs, the way the drivers conduct themselves in and out of the race environment, the way that the race will be run, what happens if scenario A, B, C, D happens.
It's like a scenario X, isn't it?
This is just
really far down the list.
Just like real racing, we hit that 75% mark.
Yes.
Race director, as is their want, just makes the decision on whether the race continues or does not. Then they consult with the stewards, check the regulations. This is the way that we go forward. So everybody knows coming into this one, it's a shame, but everybody knows this is possible and this is what the outcome will be. So it's the fairest sporting outcome for all concerned.
Yeah, because, you know, as commentators, as I said just earlier before we had our quick break there, we'd love to speculate, we'd love to say this could happen. But at the end of the day, regardless of if we'd have started the race again in any form, no matter how they went about that, no matter how hard you tried to create an even playing field again with that, it would never have been the same as what it was.
Of course.
It would never have been in the state it was in. So it's the right decision, the safest decision to call it a lap before that accident, well, obviously the technical issues, and then now we're all good.
Well, the upshot is then, that is the first of our semi-final for the GT Esport races done and dusted.
Yes.
Now, if you watched yesterday, you know the score, but I'll say it again for anybody who's new. Our stream is live all day. We're going on a short break, but we're coming back again with our second GT3 race. So, from that man there, Mr. Chaz Draycott, and this man here, Mr. Paul Jeffrey, don't go anywhere particularly far away, and around 12:30 local time, we will be back. See you soon. Hello everybody, good morning and welcome back to the FIA Motorsport Games 2024 here in the esports discipline of what has been a fabulous competition so far. We're getting ready then for our second race of the day. It's the GT Esports and it is our second quarter final race. 1 hour of racing activity is about to commence. But before the green flag is waved, I'm going to hand over to my colleague and very good friend, Mr. Chaz Draycott, to tell you who is going to be taking part today.
Thank you very much, Paul. Yeah, really excited for this second semi-final of the day. Before we know it, we're going to get into these finals and have our grids determined. So let's have a look at the grid, shall we, for this second semi-final. We saw earlier on that this was a really exciting race, despite it being twice as long as the qualifier races. So I'm looking forward to seeing how some of these teams get on, because on pole position in car 19, we have the Czech Republic. Give them a bit of encouragement, and they will do. Number 23 is Belgium in second place. That's it, we love to hear it. Car number 29 in third position is Australia. Alongside them on the second row of the grid, we have the Republic of Korea in car 48. They love it, they love it. Lithuania next up in car number 9. Joining them on the third row of the grid, we have Morocco. Car 34 is next up in 7th position, which is Chile. And joining them on the 4th row of the grid, car number 40, Malaysia. Then we have the second seed in the competition, car number 2, the Netherlands in 9th place. And completing the top 10 in the first half of the field, we have Hong Kong, China, car number 41. Next up in 11th place, car number 20, the United States of America. Joining them on the 6th row of the grid, we have Latvia in car number 27. Some great support for the Latvians back there. Love it. Israel are next up in car number 42. And with them on the 7th row of the grid, car number 7, Georgia. 8th row of the grid is held by car number 54, Portugal. And with them, car number 52, Albania. It's great to see the support for some of these nations, you've got to love it. And the penultimate row of the grid then, we have car number 11, Azerbaijan. Car number 38 is next up in 18th position, which is Bangladesh. And then just 2 more cars to go, Chinese Taipei in 19th place, car number 46. And last but very much not least, we have car number 30, Ukraine. A really interesting grid for this one, Paul. We've seen a lot of standout performers up to this point from this group. I'm really excited for this. I think this is going to be a belter of a semi-final, especially considering how we saw the race go earlier on. These guys are going to be armed with the knowledge, these guys are going to be armed with the knowledge of how to approach this race now and see what they can get out of it. Let's go.
Perfect stuff. Thank you very much, Chaz. And I absolutely agree. It's going to be a very exciting race indeed. As I say, 60 minutes, mandatory pit stop. We saw some strategy deployed in the previous race. It's going to be fascinating to see if any of the people watching on have taken any learnings from this one. Do you come in at the start of the pit stop window? Do you leave it all the way to the end? That's going to be really, really interesting to see for all of these drivers. And you're almost... if you're in Group 2, you've almost got a bit of an advantage because you can see how those strategies play out. You can assess what the other drivers have done in the previous race and sort of take that away, Chaz, for what you're going to be doing in your own race, can't you? If somebody came in early, did it work out well for them? If somebody came in late, was that the optimal choice to take?
Yeah, absolutely. We spoke about it earlier, didn't we, that sometimes these drivers, they stay out really late into a pit window and we don't know why. We don't see what the advantage is because everybody always goes on about the undercut in these sorts of races. When you have different tyre compounds, maybe the overcut can work sometimes if you can get the most out of your tyres. But here, we're not really going to see any tyre changes at all. It's all going to be down to just being in there because it's mandatory to get that 1 litre of fuel in. Even then, though, we saw a big variation in pit stop times, didn't we? A lot of drivers lost a big amount of time in there. That could just be down to a bad pit entry, a bad pit exit, and also not lining the car up perfectly in your box when you get there.
And I think we have, before each of these races, we don't show it on air, they have a 10-minute practice session, the drivers, to get in, realign, retune their rigs, get all their settings right, make sure everything works, yada, 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 and put a few comfort laps in, I like to call it, where you just reacquaint yourself with everything.
Yes.
Anybody who's got an ounce of racing intelligence about them will have used those to practice those pit-ins, practice those stopping at your marks, practice the pit exit. Because I said this in the race previously, and I really do strongly live by this. It's very difficult. If I was racing you, it would be difficult for me to find a couple of tenths of a second a lap on you. But if I pit stop, I can be faster. I can find 2 seconds with a click of my fingers.
Yeah.
Why would you not take a piece of that?
Yeah, it's a much more surefire way of finding time, rather than work on it on a lap where you're in a lot more of a sort of a high-strain environment. When you're into the pits, that's just one visit down the pit lane rather than every single lap of the race. So it's a one-off occasion where you can gain time if you practice it, and it does make a humongous difference. And it adds to your confidence as a driver as well at the end of the day, because if you know that element of the race as well as the actual driving of the car part, which is significant, then you know you can feel like you've got the whole thing wrapped up, and there's nothing that's going to jump out at you and suddenly catch you off guard.
It's free advantage at the end of the day, and that's the name of the game. If you can get something for free, some benefit for free versus your rivals, you would absolutely be remiss of you not to try to take that opportunity and take it forward into the race. So I'm very keen to find out how our drivers use the knowledge they've garnered from the first race to their advantage.
Fancy words.
Big
today,
word, isn't it?
Wow.
On the big stage, let's have some big words.
More than one syllable, that's fancy for me. Even so, though, I think, yeah, you're absolutely right. There's a lot of information gained from watching the first semi-final. I think pretty much everybody that's in this race was in here watching as well. This may look a little bit strange to some of you right now, but the cars on these formation laps, just to ensure there's no dramas, they do sort of ghost through each other so they can drive alongside one another and obviously utilise the lap as they want. A lot of cars do this, as we see the Czech Republic doing it now. They will get up to speed and then slam on the brakes, get as much temperature into those brake discs as they can and come to a stop, and the teams and drivers behind are all doing the same. It looks a little bit messy, but then they will all form up as they come into the final couple of corners and be 2 by 2 get this race underway. It's the Belgium car actually that's second on the grid here, sort of in front of the Czech Republic machine, sort of on the same line as them. Seems to be a bit of an odd mental tactic maybe. We'll have to wait and see whether that comes into play a little bit later on.
And I think you've hit the nail on the head there. It's all about the mental game, isn't it? Get into the head of the driver that you're racing against and try and put a little bit of a question mark over their mind as to if they're doing the right thing. Anyway, as you can see, 2 by 2 Noah's Ark formation. Our 20 GT3 Mercedes cars go. They're all looking to the lights at the top of the tower, and in a few moments' time, FIA Motorsport Games 2024. Race number 2 of Saturday here in Valencia is go, and they steam down to the first corner. The green flags, they are waving. The Czech Republic, very leery in their lane change into T1. That's going to put the car behind into a little bit of strife. Now there's a big guy going with contact. Australia are round at the back of the shot. There you can see them going backwards into the barrier. They managed to avoid contact with any of the Armco, so that's a little bit of good news, but a messy start mid-pack, exactly what you want to avoid in these semi-endurance races, and that is the worst possible outcome for Philippa Makeda.
Absolutely is. Looked like she got a little bit sideways on the exit of the corner, and then I'm not sure whether that came as a result of contact with another car. Definitely bounced off another one of them to head over to the left-hand side, but I don't know how that started. We'll have to wait and see. But a massive shame indeed. Already a drive-through penalty for Azerbaijan down in 14th place. So they are going to obviously lose a massive amount of time as well. The Moroccan driver tries to turn in there, but unfortunately there was a Mercedes in the way. And they have another car alongside them. Now is that Malaysia coming through? It is indeed. They cut across the front of them, sideways into the hairpin. Look at them all trying to cover off the line from the car behind them though, Paul. It's so nip and tuck in these early stages, but not for Czech Republic. They've had a great start.
There's a lot of liberties being taken there, isn't there? From some of those drivers really cutting off the noses of the cars behind, putting all of the risk into that, all of the opportunity into the hands of their rivals. It could very easily go very wrong indeed. Czech Republic though, Wojtek Fiala behind the wheel of car number 19. They started in pole position. They've converted that into an early race lead as the cars cross the line for the very first time in this 60-minute race. 58 minutes, 20 seconds left on the clock. It is the Czech Republic from Belgium and the Republic of Korea are in third position. Lithuania in fourth, then from Malaysia, Morocco, Chile, Hong Kong, China, Netherlands, and the United States of America. Sorry, my eyesight's not that good. I can't see that one quite clearly.
It's gotten to that point of the day here at the museum where the lighting is actually sort of lighting up outside the window to us. So it's very bright out there, but the screen goes a little bit darker when it detects that much light. So we're sort of squinting away here at the desk. There's a lot of white paper and white shirts around, so it's not easy to do. But still, there's not that many white Mercedes around in this race, actually.
Right.
A lot of these are in a very, very colourful position. There's a lot of the more sort of easy to identify liveries are together, which makes our lives much more easy. We look here at the Chilean entry. Inestrosa was fantastic yesterday. Finds himself in 7th position right now, but won't be too upset with that at the moment because it's still a final qualifying position at the end of the day. He's got a lot of cars to fight around him as well, and let's face it, Paul, this is the very early stages of the race right now. We saw earlier how much it can change just over the course of one stint, let alone 2 stints after the pit stops.
Yeah, it's all about positioning yourself in these early stages. You have the go crazy stuff on the opening lap where the opportunities open up and the gaps present themselves, and then you do a bit of a settling down, trying to find your way in the race, understand where you are and what the opportunities are. Azerbaijan, by the way, they've served their drive-through penalty. They've dropped to the back of the field, of course. They still need to do the mandatory stop, but they got in there quickly. Clever move, that, Chaz. While everybody's compacted and squabbling, get that penalty out of the way, and then you know where you stand, don't you, for the rest of the race.
Yeah, exactly. You make the race a lot more literal from that perspective. You know, you just get the penalty done, like you say, and then there's nothing hanging over you. Then it's dealt with, and it's out of the way. So, yeah, good stuff from them to do that as soon as possible. They do get 3 laps to do it, but there's no point really sort of spoiling anyone else's race up to that point, knowing that's hanging over you and having a go. We look here at Wojtek Fiala, doing a fantastic job in the opening laps here. He's opened up a lead of over a second as well, so even down that long start-finish straight here, Belgium will not get any slipstream from that angle. Republic of Korea in 3rd position, still holding station at the moment, 0.8 of a second or so ahead of Lithuania. That just comes down to about 7 now. There is a bit of an accordion effect, as we say, Paul, in the middle of this racetrack, isn't there, where the gaps do change quite drastically, but when you compare them lap after lap, they don't move around that much because of what a high level we're at here.
Absolutely. All of these drivers, each and every single one of these drivers are performing at an incredibly high level, pushing the absolute envelope of what these GT3 Mercedes AMG 2020 Evo cars are capable of doing. So when you get to this, it's diminishing returns at this level, isn't it? You can't go find a second over your rival. It just doesn't happen. You're talking tenths, thousandths, hundredths of a second. Portugal down in 13th position, first time we checked in on this car during the course of this race. They're a little bit outside of where they need to be at this moment in time. Portugal started down in 15th, so they've made a couple of spots in the early running. It's been a solid start to their day, and they're very much firmly planted towards the rear end of the Israel machine ahead. So good start for Portugal, and there we see the driver camera. Look at that face of concentration again. Full focus. You can't leave anything, Chaz, on the table in these competitions.
Ricardo Leda has been around a long time doing this. He knows exactly what the score is. He knows his chickens, you could say, Paul. And right now he's trying to count them all, as we would say in the UK, and try and pick his way forward in the field. Lithuania, 4th place, full of the Republic of Korea in their face right now. And the Malaysian car behind is hardly a subtle machine to have behind you either. I think that's actually a really clever tactic by the Malaysians to have a bright yellow car, because it's even more distracting, isn't it?
It's the Ayrton Senna tactic, wasn't it? He had the bright yellow helmet, so his rivals would know who he was, and you'd already mentally phase them before you even make the move. But I dare say that the Lithuania machine is the one that is most on in the charge at this moment in time. We're right on board with the car. Just ahead of us is the Republic of Korea. Look how aggressive you have to be over those curves. Get it right, it's smooth as butter. Get it wrong and the car is bouncing all over, and you are very much in the risk zone for making a mistake with the Lithuania machine. Doing a good job as things stand. The Republic of Korea, though, holding station in front. Not close enough yet to need to defend. It's all about hitting your marks, keeping your line, and minimising any potential opportunities for the car behind.
Yeah, Grantas Caracas doing a great job at the minute, but he's got to keep his eyes on the mirrors as well, because the Malaysian driver will not disappear in a hurry. And then even behind them as well, Morocco, Chile, Hong Kong, China, all in the mix, waiting to pick up a position. It seems like, with no disrespect meant, the Republic of Korea is suddenly the cork in the bottle at the moment. It's like we had with Japan earlier on, actually, in the first of the semi-finals. they seemed like they just couldn't advance away from the other cars behind them, did they? It just seemed like they weren't pushing hard enough in the opening stages.
Yeah, they're very similar, it seems, in this first and second race. And Republic of Korea, as you say, bottom step of the virtual podium at this moment in time, but very much under pressure from Lithuania. We saw in race 1, perhaps, or the earlier race, should I say, because race 1 suggests it's 2 races, it's 2 separate races. We saw in the previous race that perhaps some of the drivers were maybe holding on for the pit window or the proximity to the pit window to make their move. Body language of the Lithuania car suggests that is absolutely not what they want to do, just like Portugal, who almost have painted themselves to the rear of the Israel car, but Israel just about holding on, 12th position for now.
Yeah, it looks like the back of that Israel car is going to be red before too long, because it's just going to have the Portuguese flag plastered all over the back of it. But then again, Portugal still needs to be careful, because right behind them, Chinese Taipei waiting in the wings, hoping to pick up on some sort of potential incident. Obviously, we don't want incidents, but it's an easy way to get a position or two. Republic of Korea still holding on in third place. Oh, out of shape through turn 1 though, and that's how easily done it is. Lithuania give them lots of room to come back on the circuit. Nice and respectful stuff down the inside into the hairpin, and Lithuania will make it up into a podium spot. Now, can Malaysia take advantage of this as well? Are they going to cut to the right hand side into this hairpin? No, they play the long game here, because they know if they went for a move just there, Paul, Lithuania would start to break away.
Yeah, that's a great driving from Young Chan Kim. Good car control, and then good awareness about what's around him on the circuit in terms of rejoining onto the racing tarmac. Good stuff. There's a mistake from Malaysia as well. They get a little bit close to the rear of the Republic of Korea. They have to get out of it. That's opened a Morocco-sized gap in which the Moroccan car can go down the inside. I think they're going to get that one done on the brakes. Will Malaysia go around the outside? They tried desperately to hang on, but there you go. Have a look at the outside of the racetrack, says Morocco, and Malaysia have no option but to slot back down into 6th position. 2 cars we've seen, 2 separate mistakes, and it's got a domino effect a little bit further on as well. Republic of Korea are now back on it again. Lithuania under a massive amount of pressure. There we go. That is the Republic of Korea car. Lithuania monster in the curves. I thought that was going to be disaster, but they just about got away with it, Chaz, and this has been a really energetic first 10 minutes.
It really has, yeah. They're all trying to establish a very strong position in this opening stint and sort of getting each other's heads a little bit, just to say, look, we're not hanging around here. We know this is a 60-minute race compared to the 30 minutes we've had before. We're not changing our approach, and it's following the same narrative that we had in the earlier semi-final today. And the Republic of Korea right now, they may have lost that place. It may have been a mistake of their own, but they haven't dropped away. They haven't started to struggle and really flounder in the middle of this gap, in this group, I should say. Morocco, Malaysia and Chile right up behind them though, and they are not disappearing anytime soon. Morocco actually under pressure from Malaysia right now as well, so they need to keep their wits about them. Malaysia want that position back ASAP, don't they?
They really do. I love the Malaysian livery, the yellow livery. As a commentator, it's great because you look for that one, then look who's around them, and that gives you a reference point.
Yeah, it's a reference point, that's the thing.
Really, really is a lovely livery. I love yellow myself, I must admit. Love those colour schemes. As we look at the Republic of Korea again, under big pressure. Having a look to the inside goes the Moroccan car. No opportunity on this occasion. Now they're all hugging the apex. Run out to the outside of the circuit. Republic of Korea trying not to leave a gap open, but that's compromising their line. The more their line is compromised, the slower they're going to go, the bigger the opportunity for Morocco becomes. On this occasion, though, no way past. No Mercedes AMG-sized gaps in which to insert their car. But this, Chaz, has got the air of inevitability written all over it.
Yeah, and Lithuania don't want anything to do with it. They've disappeared away from this pack. They're saying goodbye, see you later, thank you. We'll take this podium position and we will advance to the final. But still 49 minutes left of this race, so plenty of time for that to all change. And at the front, Czech Republic continue to lead over Belgium and Lithuania. But this is the exciting mid-pack that we need to keep our eyes on, because any of these drivers, you know, Paul, they're fighting over 4th place. They could all come together and they could all drop outside of qualifying positions. This is the thing. It's that balance between keeping it tidy, keeping it clean, and not risking anything and hanging back, but also by hanging back, putting yourself in a dangerous position.
Basically, it's danger everywhere you look at it. You can't do anything you do is going to be suboptimal.
Yeah,
you've just got to minimise a Ron Dennisism. You've got to, anything you do suboptimal. You've got to just be very, very aware of what's happening and then react to it. As we look at the Malaysian car again in 6th position, doing a grand job there in the middle of the pack. 10-second time penalty, by the way, has been applied to the Israel car in 12th place, so that's really hurt their prospects. I also want to do a bit of a shout out for Chinese Taipei. up in 15th position. They started down in 19th place, so that's been a very, very solid start for that car, although they've still got a lot of work to do if they want to be in that chitter-chatter for those top 10 places at the flag.
Directly behind them as well is Australia. Australia dropped right to the back of the pack at the start of the race as well. Great recovery so far by Philippa Bakida, so making her way back through the order. Can she get into that top 10 by the time this race is done? Because let's face it, just about over 10 minutes of the race done, not even at a quarter distance just yet. Oh, that's deep into the hairpin for Malaysia. You can see, though, they had to compromise that pole because of the battle ahead of them. It's one of those corners we've spoken about a lot this weekend, with the way that they have to be mighty tidy all of the time and then avoid each other if it gets messy. And you can see they're actually moving to the left potentially to defend from somebody there. Is there a car right with them? We'll have to see as they go through shot. Yes, indeed. The Chilean car there as well.
Big news there. Lithuania drive-through penalty in 3rd position. So that has really put the cat amongst the pigeons at the front of the pack. They've got 3 laps to serve that drive-through. All is not lost. We are a little bit into the race. So yes, they're going to drop way down the running order, but there's still opportunity. But Lithuania, that is an absolute disaster for car number 9. That's going to be furious as Drantas Caracas. Not sure why the drive-through has been applied, but the end result is that's going to bump everybody up, and that's going to put that car in a world of hurt for the next 47 minutes of this race.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure why that's come about. I mean, maybe contacts on the opening laps or so, or maybe an incident as they made their way through the order. I'm not quite sure, but yeah, drive-through penalty for Lithuania, maybe even track limits if it was applied manually. We know that sometimes the sim does give you track limits penalties, but it's a bit early in the race for that, surely, to have that many instances, or one instance that was strong enough for a drive-through penalty to be caused. So yeah, no clue there, I'm afraid. Hopefully they can get that served and get that sorted out. Obviously, as Paul rightly mentioned, it will drop them down a lot in the order and it will hurt them, but you can recover from it in a race like this. There's long enough to get back up through the pack, isn't there?
You don't want the drive-through like Azerbaijan had at the very beginning when everybody's bunched together, but now we've had a little bit of stretch through the field, so it does feel a bit more comfortable. Lithuania will, of course, take that drive-through at the very last minute they can to help with that stretching of the field, but I do think it's going to be a very, very tall order to get back into that top 10. We will keep half an eye on that one as the race progresses, and I'll keep a firm eye on this particular fight. Republic of Korea still fending off Morocco, a little bit far away from the apex on that occasion. Just gave Morocco a little bit of hope, but hope is not good enough. You need opportunity, and that was not available to them at this moment in time. Republic of Korea becoming a little bit more, I don't want to say wild, because that's completely the wrong word to use, but a little bit less restrained in their driving. They're leery a little bit away from the apex. They're running a little bit deep. They're a little bit squirrely on acceleration, and I think that pressure is starting just to drip in a little bit now, Chaz, isn't it?
Yeah, they're showing the body language of a car that's got a little bit more haste about it. You know, it's definitely pushing on a little bit more. The driver has suddenly switched it on a bit more to ensure that they can defend themselves if necessary. The Moroccan driver going well at the moment, Ahmed Akirzi, he's right behind that machine, but he's not actually got to worry too much about Malaysia right now, I think, because they are already worried enough about Chile just behind them as well.
Very interesting you should say that one. Only a couple of laps to go. Whoa, that was very hilarious for Morocco. That was eyes as big as dustbin lids for the Moroccan driver, I think, on that one. If you were a little bit tired, if you were needing some a little bit of some coffee or something to wake you up, don't need it now, because that would have woken him right up. But back to the point I was making, Malaysia was very much a part of that battle just 2 laps ago, and even though they're squabbling in front, that car's starting to drop into the clutches now of the likes of Chile, of Hong Kong, China behind as well. So Malaysia not having a great couple of laps. I say that one, we have a
now
squabble,
they're right with them,
and it's glued to the back of the car again. So be quiet, Paul. If you're going to say something, pause it for 30 seconds, and normally it will be redundant by then.
Oh yeah, the same with me, mate, don't you worry. That's why we're in this together. But to be honest with you, this is the sort of racing that we love, though. It's that reverse Newton's cradle effect that I mentioned. It's the ones in the middle that rattle around loads, not the ones on the outside. The ones that are bookending this battle are the ones in more control, if anything, because they just get to watch the guys in the middle sort of struggle about a bit and wonder which way are they going to go, which direction are they going to travel in. It's very, very exciting to watch either way for all of us here. We hope you're all enjoying it wherever you may be watching around the world, and of course here in the arena as well. We are over a quarter of the way through this race already, Paul. That has flown by, I must admit. And in only about 8 minutes' time, we're going to begin to open our pit window, because of course, to remind everybody, there is a mandatory pit stop in this race. That's what the little yellow marker next to their times and their numbers means. Well, it's got the little number 1 in there. It means that they have to still serve a pit stop in this race. It will go green when they have served their pit stop, so you get an idea of who might lose a big chunk of time out of nowhere very soon.
And of course, drive-through penalties do not count towards that pit mandatory allocation. So the Lithuania car that dies down pit lane there at the top of your shot to serve their drive-through penalty will still come and have to say hello to their virtual mechanics at some point later in the race. We see the Lithuania machine dropping down the timing tower. We'll keep our eye on where they filter back into the equation in a moment. And there is a pass for position. It's a little bit untidy. It's a whole load untidy. An exit to the barrier as we go. And now secondary contact as well. Malaysia have a real big shunt into the rear of their car. Nikita King on the straight and narrow is shaking the head as well on board from Morocco. But everybody, well, not everybody, but the majority of cars making it through Malaysia are the ones that are the most fortunate in that incident. They're up and clear into 3rd position. Hong Kong, China up in a 6th position as well. The Republic of Korea all the way down to 9th.
Even further than that, I think, Paul, as it updates. Yeah, I think they had a complete spin. That's a massive shame. It all started, actually. Morocco went down the inside. We said earlier that we don't often see a move down the inside work. They got a tiny bit out of shape, and then they were sort of elbowed wide with Republic of Korea. Nothing too untoward in that, just hard racing, but then they were both really far off the circuit. And I think as they recovered and lost the back end again, as Morocco has another slide, and through goes Hong Kong, China. But it was just as they bounced off one another, I think, as they just tried to get back onto the circuit. It was that contact that really put pay to Republic of Korea's race.
And that's that risk thing that we keep talking about all the time. Yes, make passes. Yes, be aggressive. Get the elbows out, absolutely. But be 100% confident you can succeed in your move. T1, real or virtual, irrelevant, is speculative at best.
Yeah.
Sometimes it might work, although I've never seen it. Sometimes it won't, which is every time. So, yeah, unfortunately, that one, big consequences. Republic of Korea, now the timing screens have updated themselves, dropped to 14th position. All is not lost, of course. I dare say there'll be a little bit of damage, but nothing too horrendous. So they're still in the conversation. Let's take a look then at the Netherlands. They're in 7th position as things stand. Just behind them is the United States of America. So the USA have benefited from the dramas ahead. Moving up into 8th at this moment in time, Portugal are the last car on track at least that is going to be on the bubble for making it through. They will progress though when the 10 seconds are served by Israel at the next stop.
And let's not forget, that Albania are going to move up into that top 10 as a result. It's the teams and drivers behind that need to really focus on moving further forward and getting as close to that top 10 as they can, just in case more fall by the wayside. You know, you have to be in and amongst it, and right now it seems like the Netherlands and the United States, they're in a bit of a battle, but not too aggressively. They're not really having a go at one another at this stage, just happy to follow, because they can see that gaggle of cars in front of them, can't they, Paul? And it's quite a physical incentive to go chasing them.
That's absolutely right. You almost wish that you could sort of signal somehow, a universal signal to the car ahead, let's fight later. Although the USA do look to the inside, don't do it through the final corner, for goodness sake, that is not the place to do it. But the USA get a good run, despite that little look, the tentative nose to the inside, still get a good run through the final turn. Will they be tempted to have a look into T1? Let's hope not, for the sake of their own progress, and in fact they don't. They stay firmly behind the Netherlands at this moment in time. Lights are ablaze though on the American machine, and take a look at this, folks. Give me a round of applause for this. In fact, Philippa Bakida from Australia, having got into all kinds of trouble at the start of the race, she's now up into 13th, and not only in 13th, Chaz, she's all over the back of the Chinese Taipei car, and very, very much within stone's throwing distance of that top 10 that she needs to get Australia through to the finals. Really, genuinely, and deeply, deeply impressive performance is this.
Yeah, absolutely mega stuff. You've really got to love it, and hopefully that continues for Philippa as well, because earlier on in the competition she got pole position in her quarter-final as well. So to progress with that sort of result, and if nothing came of this and she didn't go through, it would be a massive, massive shame. But this is the nature of this competition. It is absolutely savage. It is completely cutthroat. But right now, all she needs to do is get past these two cars in front, technically she's going to be in a slot to go through to a final.
Technically speaking, in fact, as we were talking, Morocco have now been awarded a time penalty as well. So realistically speaking, when those are served at the only mandatory stop, then Bakina will be up with Australia into those positions for the top 10, or near enough in those positions for the top 10. Let's take a look at Malaysia, though. They're in the provisional bottom step of the virtual podium here in this semi-final race. So all of the troubles that befell the cars ahead have opened the door for Malaysia, but I do think actually I expected that car to be a little bit quicker in fresh air, and now it does seem they're under a bit of pressure. There is Philippa Bakina resting her hand like she's driving a truck sim, just resting her hand on the top of there, nice and relaxed, not too concerned about all the kerfuffle that's happening around her, and that is a real impressive performance. I do think that it ain't going to be long until that car finds another victim and gets past.
It's interesting actually seeing the hand positioning there from Philippa, because we've seen it before where drivers are very fixed to what we call 9 and 3 o'clock on the wheel, where it's literally just left and right and that's it, no matter what you're doing. Obviously when we drive on the road back at home, you do move your hands around on the wheel a bit where you're gripping it, you know, in terms of how you turn in and where you hold the wheel, just dependent on the type of corner you're going through. It seemed like Philippa was still doing that there. You could see a sort of preemptive repositioning of the hands at like what would be 10 and 4 on the wheel, just to make sure that she's got that extra bit of leeway to really throw the car in. That was really intriguing to see that, actually. I don't think I've seen other drivers do that before, and again, it can help to the driving style, and that's one of the beautiful things about this, is that we get to see the drivers' quirks and how they go about their own driving.
Yep, another one of the many reasons why racing on site is an absolutely fantastic way to do these kind of things. Now we're keeping our eye on Bakina and Australia, because look what's happening here. Chinese Taipei and Albania are starting to fall over each other. This is on board with the Australian entry. This is a risky manoeuvre to the inside, but I think she telegraphed it early enough. Will Chinese Taipei recognise the threat?
Lovely.
Yes, they do. Beautiful bit of driving. Gave them the space that they required. Australia now up in a 12th position. A small ripple of applause from the audience in recognition of what was a very nice pass indeed. She rearranged her hair, and a wry smile on her face as well. Knows that this has been a very good drive up to this point, Jazz. But we're not even at the halfway marker yet.
No, absolutely not. And the pit window isn't even open yet. Give it another 90 seconds or so and it will be, as there's a change.
There is indeed. Chile have found their way past Malaysia. So last time we checked in on the bright yellow machine, we suggested that perhaps they're not going as quick as we would have expected. Looks like Chile agree with us wholeheartedly on that one, and they've found a way past. That's a good recovery drive. 7th on the grid, now into 3rd place. Really strong drive from Chile.
Yeah, they've said, hold my beer, watch this, let's have a go. And through they go into a podium position. At the moment, they really don't have to worry too much about the cars ahead either, because Belgium and Czech Republic, they have checked out, you could say, at the minute. That actually just fell out, that one. I didn't even plan that. Thank you very much. I remember I'm going to go deep here for a second, just while it chills for a sec. There was an old Skoda advert many years ago, and the tagline for it when they made the new Fabia VRS was "Checkmate," and it always sticks in the memory. I think it's absolutely brilliant. Love it. Beautiful stuff. So Chile will be delighted then with their current position on the racetrack. Big question is, do they have enough pace to gap the pack behind? They'll want to, because we're still relatively condensed together, as that is a big defensive move for Hong Kong, China, Morocco. Actually, that's not a great idea. No. That gives the optimal line to the car behind, but Morocco not close enough on this occasion to take advantage, although much quicker at the apex. Has to get out of it a little bit squirrely on the wheel, runs to the outside line. Lucky for them, there's not a retaining barrier there, otherwise that would have been some tears. Yeah, absolutely. There's an absolute car park on the exit of Turn 1 at Valencia, isn't there? It's an absolutely massive amount of runoff. A lot of gravel around the place, though, but on some of the faster corners, it is all tarmac runoff. Pit window is open now. You can see that at the top of your screen. It's 10 minutes long. Don't forget the pit stops are mandatory for these drivers, and they have to calculate when they're going to come into the pits and do it as well, just within that window, because we saw earlier there were teams that tried to stretch it out, eventually missed it, decided to just carry on through it, and then ended up with a disqualification. And this then poses a fascinating question for us. Who is going to jump first? Georgia, Azerbaijan, both down pit lane almost immediately. Their first opportunity from when the pit window opened. We saw last time it was Estonia, I think it was. Yes. Came in very early, 14th. That got them up into 10th position and into a qualifying space. So it's going to be interesting. Has anybody watched that one, taken notes, learnt, gone over the data, had a thought about it, and then are going to execute it in their own race?
that's the intelligent tactic, and that's the kind of thing that these drivers, it's their bread and butter, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, they need to realise that you're going to gain so much by going in early and not sitting in traffic. We saw a few cars earlier on fall by the wayside because they got held up in traffic.
Yeah.
But then as well, the other element of that is, do you come out into traffic as well? We saw Switzerland do it earlier on, and going into the pits there, who was that
I
dived
think that
in?
was Albania.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, straight into the pits as soon as they can.
That's clever, because that's the inversion of what I was saying about if you're stuck behind someone, get in. Albania saw Bakita, saw Australia behind, and thought, well, where have you come from? Yowzers, you're quick. I'm not having a piece of that. Get out of the way, because even if you're being passed, even if it's not a big fight, it's time loss. Can't afford to lose time. Get gone. Do something different. We're early enough, they're high enough in the order to probably not come out in front of the race leaders. It's well worth your time.
Yeah, that was my concern for a lot of these as well, is that we saw Switzerland have a massive issue earlier with the fact that they came out behind two cars that were battling near the very front of the order, and blue flags signified they had to get out of the way. There was no other option for them. We look here at Portugal now behind Israel, having a good old scrap. Israel in front has a 10-second penalty, so effectively for Portugal that car's not really there, but it's very much a physical barrier at the moment, Paul, and they still have the right to fight them on track for that position before they come into the pits and serve that 10-second penalty.
Oh, 100%. And the likes of Israel, they'll know it's not impossible to qualify at this stage, even with a 10-second, but it is less likely than if they didn't have it. So this is their, here we go, I'm going to use it for the first time today, their shop window to the world for that driver to show, hey, I can race, I can fight, I can hold the position off, I can fight against fast cars behind. So it's an opportunity while they're in vision to get some kind of exposure and show just exactly what they can do. A little look to the inside on the defensive line. Nice though, they got back on the racing line, did Israel, so they're not compromising themselves, and Portugal at this moment in time just can't get close enough to find a way past.
Yeah, it's almost like you get a free chance down the start-finish straight to sort of show your body language of the car. Just give them a signal, say, look, I'm going to defend if you come near me, let me just get back into the racing line and we'll go from there. You know, it's just a quick way of sending a message.
Racing sign language.
Yeah, I like that. Yeah, very much so. You've just got to be able to show other drivers with the body language of the car what you're doing. There are certain sims out there where you can use the indicators, and I believe Assetto Corsa Competizione is one of them. Actually, you can use the indicators on these cars, which is great for lap traffic and so on, but it's the fact that on most supercars that then get turned into GT3 cars, indicators are very, very small LEDs that are hard to see. When you're at race pace, that's not easy either, is it?
And as a sim racer, I've got a bazillion buttons available to me, and every single one of them is mapped with something. So I haven't got anything for the indicator. I never use them, but they're mapped just in case. So let's ride on board with Portugal then in our pursuit of the Israel car in front. Those are the curves that we so often reference on this racetrack. Really, really easy to lose control over the car. Then into this really frustrating final corner. Carrying that speed there is so easy to pile drive into the back of the car in front. Hong Kong, China, by the way, have bailed off to pit lane from a little bit further up the field. So they're the first of our quote-unquote front runners to make their mandatory stop. In Portugal, they thought about it for a moment, but they had the overlap, but it's just the wrong corner profile, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, they really closed up down that start-finish straight, and you could see them just reining them in, getting closer and closer, and again, just scaring them a little bit, just trying to play the mind games. It's interesting, actually. It's just triggered me to remember when I was up on stage at the start of the broadcast, some of the camera angles and the perspectives that the drivers race in here are very different. We saw a driver yesterday very high up in the cockpit overlooking the bonnet. I think it was the Azerbaijan car that was that had a very wide field of view, and it was really high up as well, but the bonnet almost looked like a Formula car nose.
Yeah.
It was that wide, and it makes you wonder how you can see that far ahead to sort of figure out where a car's going to be, because all of a sudden at the side of your monitor when you turn, it's going to very quickly exaggerate how quickly that goes past. A lot of drivers, you'll see them run a narrow field of view, so it looks like everything's slowed down quite a bit. It's not more about the peripheral vision, it's just being able to see your apexes clearer and see further ahead on the circuit. Slows things down a bit more, it gives you more to focus on. Some drivers run the opposite because the sense of speed helps you sort of naturally focus more. It's an interesting science behind it.
And it's the interesting thing, it's all about the driver preference, isn't it? There's no correct answer, there's no right way to go about it. It's what you're comfortable with, what you're accustomed with, and how you can sort of process the information that it presents to you. Malaysia then in 4th position. They decide now's the time to pit. Portugal likes that one. They're going to have a piece of the action as well and get down pit lane. United States of America, another one of our teams to come in almost at the halfway mark of the pit window, which again, just for neatness, frustrates me. I wouldn't want to do the halfway marks. It's neither here nor there, is it?
Yeah.
Do one or the other.
Yeah, it's the no man's land in the middle. The no man's land in the middle, indeed. Portugal, though, that's a good call for them because they were getting caught up behind the car in front of them. They were definitely losing time in the long run. So they've decided now to come in, make the most of it. And here we have Israel on our screen behind them. That's the Azerbaijan car, I believe, actually on circuit behind them. Car number 11. A little bit further down the order, of course, in 19th place, but they have served their pit stop. The current top 8 cars have not served their pit stops. They are joined by the likes of, well, I was going to say Bangladesh. Yeah, they've just gone through, actually. Bangladesh, Lithuania, Ukraine in the pits at the moment. But here's our race leader, Paul, and like I said earlier, they've checked out.
Yeah, fabulous stuff from Wojtek Fiala, doing a grand job at the front of the field. 10 seconds almost, well, 9 seconds to be fair, is the advantage over the Belgian entry behind. So Fiala decides to come down pit lane now. Hopefully he can hit his markers on cue. You don't want to get a cheap penalty for the drive. To look at that, almost perfect. That has really good deceleration to the line. Only a couple of millimetres between the pit apron itself and when the car comes to an absolute stop. Has a little rest of the hands. He's looking up front, trying to find his box. You'll not see it on the screen, but he'll see it on his screen. The little red square that signifies where your virtual crew are stood awaited to receive you. And again, critical for a driver. Seems so simple at such low speeds. Bang, stop it on its marks. The car doesn't need to reconfigure itself. 1 litre minimum of fuel by regulation. Tyres if you want it. Fiala says no thank you, and then out we go again. Hit the loud pedal, take off the stop, and that is a great stop.
That was really interesting. I was just about to pick up on the sort of the POV, the perspective that he had there, really high up on the bonnet. Another one that was a very wide field of view. He actually changed view when he came into the pit lane to see where the front of the car was in relation to his pit box. And then on the way out, then went back to the dashboard view where you would be sat as a driver. We could just quickly see it flick from the chase cam, went through the cameras. That is really, really clever stuff, actually. And at the end of the day, part of what esports is. Again, obviously in the real world you can't do that. You can't just climb up and sit on the roof so you know where the bonnet is.
But you'll be slow.
Yeah, it will take a bit longer in terms of your pit stop for sure. But at the same time, you have to make the most of it, don't you? The fact that it's a sim and you can do those things.
You do indeed. A stop and go 30, by the way, for Bangladesh has been awarded. That can only be for one thing, speeding in pit lane. So that's a real shame for the Bangladesh entry. They were running in and around the conversation for being in the top 14, top 15 placings. They're going to drop all the way down. Stop go 30 is one of the harshest non-disqualification penalties you could possibly receive, isn't it, in ACC? Real disappointing go, yeah.
Yeah, and that one hurts as well because not only do you have to drive down the pit lane, you have to stop and wait there for so much longer than what a pit stop would take in this race. This is the highest placed car in the field that has so far pitted. The Czech Republic is stuck. Sorry, this is the Republic of Korea, apologies. I saw the purple number 6 on the timing screen and thought that's the car we're looking at. I apologise so massively. Republic of Korea right in the thick of it though. They've got Australia and Portugal ahead of them who have both progressed very well here. And then, actually, you know what, Paul? Look at that. Portugal are only a second ahead of Australia. That shows you how much Filippo Bakita has flown back up this order because Portugal were way further ahead earlier on.
Yeah, that's a genuinely sensational drive so far for Australia. Don't want to say too much just yet. Still 25 minutes to go.
Yeah, sure.
Absolutely anything can go wrong, and it usually does. But for Australia, they're definitely trending towards a potential running in the top 10. There we go. Israel coming out of pit lane. That's going to be soul-destroying. Look at that. You see a car go past, you think, damn. You see 2 cars go past, 3 cars, 4 cars, 5 cars, you stop counting.
Yeah.
Come on. Yeah. How unlucky is that? Israel, though, do get back out on the track, and they've got plenty to keep them entertained as the tyres get back up to temperature again. Of course, they'll have kept the tyres on, but they would have lost temperature because you're stationary, you're not going quickly around corners. It'll take a few corners to get the car back in the optimum window, and then you can get the pedal to the metal and start charging forwards.
Yeah, the tyre model's very good in a set, of course, the Competizione as well, with how you can manage the temperature in the tyre, and you can push for a few laps and you can sort of burn it out, but you can definitely bring it back into that window. There's a real performance curve, as we say, with the tyres, and you have to keep them in that right area of where they're at their very best. And if you do overdo it for a lap or so, you're going to know it. And you can see a few of the drivers actually now pushing slightly as they come out of the hairpin, swinging the back end of that Mercedes around. It's a good-looking car, isn't it, as well? That shot when it comes into the pit lane, it really squats down onto the pit lane speed limiter. It's a mighty pretty bit of kit. They may be the sponsor of the event or a partner of the event. We're not biased by any means. Paul and I both absolutely love this car, aren't we?
It's a sensational car. It's the grunt and go, isn't it? The big front end, the lovely engine. It's a real beautiful engine. Notice it just looks like what I would say a GT car should look like. Often they get a little bit more compact, don't they, in shape nowadays and stuff, but this is a real big, powerful, potent, purposeful car. I do love the Mercedes AMG, and I dare say all of these drivers are loving them because they're producing some absolutely cracking racing. Inspired decision, I must say, by the FIA Motorsport games to mono-brand this race, because it really does take away all of the, yes, but my car's not as good at Valencia, yada, yada, yada. It's the same for everyone. The best all progress. Yeah,
and in fairness, while GT3 racing is one of the finest, if not the finest category of racing in the world, because of the car variation and how exciting the cars are in general. I mean, there's so many different manufacturers that make GT3 cars now. It's a beautiful thing to see. And you see different manufacturers in different parts of the world as well, a bit more dominant than others, which is great. But at this level, the drivers all know what they want from a car, and if they know that one specific manufacturer was better at this circuit and they had the choice of it, we would see a race like this where it would be all Mercedes and then maybe one or two different manufacturers further down the order, because everyone knows theoretically the Mercedes is the faster car, so that's the one you should use. That is one of the only downsides, I'd say, to the car choices in sim racing, is that in GT3 championships, you sign for a team, that team has already got a certain manufacturer on board. If it's a factory team or whatever, you drive what you're given.
Correct.
You don't go test all of them and then choose one.
And that is one of my big bugbears for sim racing competitions, that people have too much choice almost. They should be just mandated what you've got. This is good though. Look at this. Everybody's made their pit stop now, and now we're seeing a true running order. There's no time penalties to take into account. There's no shenanigans that we need to account for. It's just go, go, go. And Australia, from facing the wrong direction, let's remember this, from facing the wrong direction at the start of the race, and now squabbling with Portugal for 9th.
That is epic.
Wow. That is genuinely impressive.
Yeah, it really is. That's amazing. Absolutely amazing. Lithuania had a penalty earlier on in the race, didn't they? They had a drive-through penalty. They were 3rd at the time. They're now down in 16th position as well. But let's not also forget Republic of Korea. They had their own spin, their own incident as well. They dropped down quite a bit further outside of the top 10, and now they find themselves in 11th position, just on the brink of finding a qualifying spot. All they need is for one of the cars ahead of them, Paul, to have a drama in the last 20 minutes of this race, and that will be them through as well. But, of course, on top of that, they have to also keep it on the black stuff themselves and stay out of trouble as well. It's easier said than done.
Absolutely. 1.4 seconds is the gap between Australia and the Republic of Korea. So 1.4 seconds in 21 minutes 22 seconds. That is not insurmountable at all, especially if Portugal continue their stout defence of this 9th position while they're squabbling. It's going to bring them closer and closer. There we go, Bakita, very leery over the curbs. Good bit of car control from Australia though. Keeps it pointing broadly in the right direction, and then very powerful into the braking zone for the final corner. Really carries that speed through the corner. That is a very strong final turn from Australia. She'll know that now. That'll be in the mental data banks, won't it? I am quicker than the Portuguese in the last turn, and I'm going to use that to my advantage, hopefully for them, as the race progresses.
Yeah, this is what we were talking about earlier, wasn't it? That you have to sort of, if you make a position or you catch up to a car in front and suddenly the situation changes, give it a lap or so in a race like this. Give it half a lap as some lap traffic there moving out of the way. I think that was that the Bangladeshian car just moving over? It was indeed. As even more traffic actually getting out of the way. I think that might be Georgia, yes, in 19th place. Now they're going to lose a place to Bangladesh by the look of it. They're going to sneak their way around the outside. So they've got their own little fight going on, which is nice to see. Even though they're in 19th and 20th places, they can still have a good scrap and have a bit of a competition amongst themselves now at the tail end of the order. But coming back to the earlier point, if you're chasing a car and you've got a lot of time left in a race like this, give it a lap or two, figure out where you have a definite advantage over them, where you could maybe set a move up on the exit, and just get some information before you go sending it down the inside at the very first opportunity. We've seen so many drivers before catch up to a car, not take the time to sort of learn the differences between the two of them, and just lob it up the inside with no good end result.
Yeah, absolutely. I often reference this one in many broadcasts. It's a driver's toolbox. It's your mental toolbox, of your armoury of, I've seen this person before, I know they do this, so I can do that, I know I'm stronger here and they're stronger there, and you've got to use all those things as a drive-through penalty for Israel down in 14th now, so their day continues to go further and further down the toilet. Unfortunately, Israel 14th position. They're going to be really struggling now to get any kind of representative result for a car that has had good pace, it has to be said. I expected more from that vehicle and that team and that nation, but it just sometimes, Chaz, it's just not to be, is it?
No, it's absolutely not, and that's their second penalty of the race as well. They had a 10-second penalty earlier on in the competition, so I'm afraid for them it's been a very, very poor semi-final too. Maybe not completely down to their own moments, but at the end of the day, you've got to be in it to win it, and these guys have tried everything they can, and this race just hasn't gone their way. That's motorsport though, Paul, isn't it?
Yes.
It happens like that sometimes. Sometimes it just doesn't work, and here is a car that we've not actually seen, as you can tell by the sudden high-pitchedness of my voice, we've not really seen much of, and Latvia has sort of appeared out of nowhere here. They've had a bit of a no news is good news race, not in a qualifying position, but they've stayed out of trouble at least by the look of it.
Yeah, they stayed out of trouble. They've been very good in terms of consistency. They're holding on nicely from the Lithuania car behind, so a very respectable Motorsport Games performance. It's great to see nations the likes of Latvia and drivers representing their country, and they've done a very solid job. They can be very proud of their efforts. Yes, it's not quite enough to get through into the final, but to get to this stage, I mean, anybody that gets even to the Motorsport Games, never mind what they do once they're here, have done a lot of work to get to that point. And Latvia, a really strong performance thus far. Lithuania, though, fancies that strong performance for themselves. 15th, not really the consolation they were looking for, but a position is a position, and they're trying desperately to find a way past the predominantly white machine ahead.
Yeah, indeed, and Lithuania now locked on to the back of it, starting to use the slipstream. They've got a good run already. Moving to the right-hand side, sorry, the right-hand side of our shot anyway, is Latvia. Get your left to right, rights together, Chaz, come on. Lithuania now going to try and cut back on the exit. Look at that, they took a bit of a later apex through the first corner. That's going to put them down the inside for the hairpin. A little bit more confidence on the brakes, headlights ablaze, and through they go.
That's the way to do it.
That's really tidy, really tidy. And this is, I know exactly what you're alluding to. You can't get the move done at turn one, you can set it up at turn one, can't you, instead? It's more of a setup corner.
Yeah, turn one for staging area, for sure, for the turn two manoeuvre.
I like that.
But the problem is for turn two, it's very easy for the other guy to counter-attack. So you've got to be absolutely on the beans. You've got to make sure that you've got the job done, you've got the car stopped, and you've presented precisely no opportunity to get back. This is interesting. Even after the pit stops, these two were locked in battle prior to stopping. They've stopped, and it's as you were, third and fourth position. Chile made the move, a good 20, 30 minutes ago now, and they still can't gap Malaysia behind. If anything, the two of them are slowly but surely creeping up to Belgium in front. So the Belgian entry is not, it's comfortable, yes. Safe, no, I would say in that second. Yeah,
Matthias Kuhn will be watching his rearview mirror, I'm sure, because these bright red and yellow machines are certainly bearing down on him. They may resemble two of the colours that are on the Belgian flag, but that's no comfort to him at this moment in time. Chile doing a great job, though. Like you said, they moved up quite a few positions in the early stages after starting 7th on the grid. We look here at the Malaysian driver on the right-hand side of shot, and you can see just little twitches of correctiveness there, just to make sure the car doesn't break away. But that's the thing, these cars, they look so smooth from the outside, but behind the wheel, they're actually putting so many micro inputs in, aren't they, to carry the momentum of the machine and correct it each and every way around.
And that's what's wonderful about the tyre model on Assetto Corsa Competizione and simulations just in general in 2024. The driver's got so much feel about the car and what it's doing underneath you. I always say this one, and this is what I try and articulate to the racing drivers that are maybe not familiar with it. I can manipulate what the car's doing, or more realistically, decent drivers can, before it starts doing it. Yeah, I was more the crowd behind you, but you can manipulate what the car's doing before it turns into a slide. You can correct the slide before it's a slide. You can position the car through the micro movements of the wheel, through the throttle, through the brakes, to get it to sing the song that you want it to sing. And that's so much more than what it was pixels on a screen even 15, 20 years ago, where it's just press left for left, right for right. Now you've got the whole rainbow of things in the middle as well, and it really is fabulous. If you're watching us at home and you've not done any sim racing before, go do it. Be careful, it gets very addictive, but go do it because it's a lot of fun.
Yeah, absolutely does, and that comes from a man who's got how many rims, steering wheel rims have you got?
14. 14.
Wow.
Yeah, too many. That's 12 more than I should.
I know that a lot of people say it. Now, how many can you use at once, Paul?
Yes, but I can look at the others and it pleases me.
Yeah, to be honest, to Paul, actually, to just break away for a second, he came out with a fantastic phrase the other day saying, I can't use all of them at once, but it pleases me to own it.
Yeah, exactly.
Absolutely spot on. That's how I'm going to protect my model aircraft collection. Right, anyway, Portugal still with pressure from behind now from Australia, but both of them in qualifying positions as things stand. Ahead of them is actually the battle between Bangladesh and Georgia, which is 19th and 20th places. They won't want to give up a single inch of racetrack for them right now, but I'm afraid they're going to have to. They're going to have to start looking at each other and look at the rearview mirrors. That is not what you want to be caught up in, and that is why traffic is oh so important. And Australia go down the inside of Portugal in the background, and this is exactly what I was just alluding to. I hate to say I told you so. Australia go through. Beautiful move, actually, by Philippa Bakida. Hats off to Ricardo Lado, because that car could have very easily gone around there, but Georgia and Bangladesh end up in the gravel, and that's just insult to injury.
I think Australia's almost embarrassed to have taken that position, aren't they? Because it's awful. That was a lot of strife that we saw from the two back markers getting into each other, and they've had a great battle, Georgia and Bangladesh, it has to be said. Last time we checked in on them when we were lapping them previously, they were fighting tooth and nail, but that was a little bit messy, a little bit unfortunate, and as you quite rightly say, Portugal did a very good job to not turn that into more than it needed to be. Malaysia, by the way, in 4th position. Let's have a quick look at where they are. The bright yellow car, do love that livery. They're getting very enthusiastic indeed on the rear of the Chilean car in front. So now it feels like the final 13 minutes of the race, we're getting towards the last few laps, the drag ends of this event. And Malaysia, they kind of want that podium, don't they? It's going to help them when we get to the final, of course, but more is the here and now. It's a position in front. You don't want to leave this race and then be pondering the fact that I didn't quite have enough to beat that car. All the way between now and the green flag in the final. You want to go up on a high. You want to leave it on a high and bask in the glory, so to speak, of a successful final endeavour, don't you?
Yeah, it's that constant debate of, do you want to be the first one on show or the last one on show? And it's at the end of a race. You want to remember the end of the race, not the start of it. So if you end a race on a high, that remains for later on in the afternoon. So yeah, the Malaysian driver now, Nakib Aslan, will want to definitely move ahead of Inestrosa in the Chilean Mercedes, but both of them have put in exemplary performances here. It's been really, really impressive. And actually, you know what, Paul, what makes it even sweeter is the fact that they both came up through the field together from the 4th row of the grid, 7th and 8th. So they've gone through the pack in this order together and made it into the top 5 places. That's actually quite a nice story, and they've battled their way throughout that as well.
And what's really surprising to me is they've taken a second out of Belgium ahead. So the Belgian car is, as I mentioned it earlier, I think I said something along the lines of comfortable but not safe. Well, that comfort is becoming less and less and less as the laps wind down. These two are squabbling, they're still fighting each other, they're running in close proximity, but they are closing the gap to second position. Bangladesh, by the way, they got a drive-through penalty for their part in the shenanigans we saw earlier, and they're serving it almost immediately. They're at the back of the grid. It isn't going to change the result, but it does give Georgia a little bit of breathing room as well. Riding on board now with Nakib Aslan for the Malaysian car number 40. Just ahead of us is Chile, the bright red Mercedes that you see there. And look at Belgium. Belgium now are absolutely, I'm going to say they're in striking distance, but they're clearly not. They're absolutely almost in striking distance. There you go, that's a real
absolutely almost.
That's a real clear sentence for you, isn't it? They're absolutely almost there.
Absolutely, definitely, maybe in striking distance at the moment. But still, this is maybe a bit of added spice towards the end of the race now, as Belgium maybe just taking it a little bit easier, or maybe they've overdone it on the tyres in the early stages, because it seems that nobody has taken tyres. No one's been brave enough to think, how much time can we gain back on fresh rubber compared to tyres that are only maybe half an hour old? That's not old at all in GT3 terms. Like we've said before, they can triple stint these in endurance races. But right now, Chile, maybe a little bit incentivised by having that Belgian car in front of them, starting to open up a few car lengths over Malaysia and reel the Belgian car in. So rather than defend, they're now thinking about going on the attack.
Yeah, it's getting a little bit spicy for Chile at this moment in time in third position. They've got something from behind to worry about and something in front to worry about as well. And we really do love this one. 50 minutes of racing at the highest level, nation versus nation. 10 minutes to go, and we have got quite the fight for second, third and fourth position. Not so much for the race lead. That's 15 seconds to the good. That's Wojtek Fiala for the Czech Republic. He is absolutely walking away with this one, Chaz. Really strong performance from our race leader. 32 laps in the books, and have a near 15-second lead at this level. You don't hear that very often, do you?
No, I mean, even in the earlier races, the half-hour races that we've had early in the stages of this competition, we had maybe a 9-second lead here and there, and maybe a 5-second lead. But yeah, to have that stretched out is just amazing, because that shows even more consistency to do it over this long. 14.5 seconds to the Czech Republic. Epic stuff, and really puts them in a position to be one of the favourites going into this, because Brazil did similar in their semi-final as well. And in the final, I'm hyper excited to see that we get both of them against one another, because they've both had performances where they've just driven off at the front. You can't do that when both of you are there. Are they going to do it side by side for the whole race? What are we going to see?
That's it. We've seen race pace, but we've not seen race craft yet. We have seen many a time in other competitions, but not at the FIA Motorsport Games 2024. Malaysia, though, still look at this, but closer again. It was 1.4 seconds, I think it was, to the Belgian car last time around. Now it is, well, you can see it's about a car length and a half. This is absolutely, that car's in trouble. The number 23, the Belgium entry, is in trouble with their tyres. They've not got the grip nor the pace. You can see how squirrely it was on the curb under acceleration. There's a decision point now, isn't there, for the Belgian entry? Do you fight or do you concede?
Sorry, it caught me off guard how northern that was. The decision point, isn't they? It's absolutely northern. But yeah, you're right. Jokes aside, Paul, that is absolutely spot on. They have to really assess these last 8 minutes of this race now and think big picture. Don't defend too hard. And also, Chile and Malaysia don't attack too hard. They don't need to sort of express any desperation in this stage of the race. You really just keep it tidy and just think about that bigger picture. You're going through to a final at the moment. Why ruin that? It could just be one different position or two different positions on the grid. When it comes to said final, is that worth risking a spot in it altogether?
But then flip side, back what we were talking about a few moments ago, you also want to end this race in the most positive way possible to carry that forward to the next time you're in the cockpit, because the next time you drive is the final.
Yeah.
So I don't want to be the car that's just given up 2 places, and the last thing I did. I want to be a car that's made 2 places. So this is going to be really, really tense now, but I do think Belgium don't have much in the way of answers. The way that they've dropped back, they've really got no defence here. And of course, if they are struggling for grip, which I surmise is the case, it's going to be even harder to defend, isn't it? Because you've got so little grip, you're so much more vulnerable to the chasing Chile and Malaysian car behind. So you really are in a very bad place, I think, this number 23, and I don't think it's going to stay there much longer.
No, it seems like the car is squirrely on the curbs, especially, like you said. It seems like they just can't quite get the power down on the exit of the corners that they wanted to. Malaysia catch up to Chile quite a lot in that opening sector, especially considering that they were very sideways round turn 1. They had a massive old slide, somehow kept it together. Still 6.5 minutes left to go in this race, though, Paul. That's a good number of laps. I think these drivers know that. They're not making an immediate effort to upset one another. This is the information gaining stage here. They are just doing a bit of reconnaissance, just picking up on the moments that the cars are having in front of them where they seem to lack confidence, and try and give it a go when they've finally got a bit of a jigsaw piece together of how the race should pan out.
To be honest, how difficult the Belgian car's finding things at this moment. I dare say that Inestrosa for Chile, he's not really going to need to worry too much about making the pass. He's just put the car, just rest the nose at the inside and watch that car sail away from the apex, because they just can't get it stopped or rotated in time. Beautiful camera shot we saw there from the wing mirrors of the Belgian entry. Keeping his watching brief on the Chilean car. Look at that one, there we go again. That's what the driver's going to be seeing in his mirrors. And this is why we say, when you say fill the mirrors, that's the perfect shot, isn't it? Filling the mirrors, occupying all of the visual space of the car in front. So they've got no option but to study what's happening behind rather than the forward progression. And look at that again. no grip whatsoever. It's almost like that car's in the rain.
Yeah, it's like they put the wrong tyres on it or something. It's just absolutely misbehaving itself every single time it goes near a curb. But again, this is what the longer races bring to us in terms of entertainment. You do get drivers that in the opening stages might have overdone it on the tyres, might have taken a lot of the life out of them just to try and break away, hope for a bit of safety, hope for a bit of clear air. And then all of a sudden the drivers that looked after the tyres in the opening laps and the middle stint have brought it back towards the cars that are struggling. And you can see mid-corner there, it is not working out for Matthias Kuhn at the minute. And right now, Inestrosa, well, filling the mirrors. I mean, he's nearly crashing into the mirrors. He's that close to the back of him, isn't he? He's just nearly smashing them from distance.
But that was fascinating to see that onboard shot, and you can see the virtual steering wheel, which is a one-to-one lifelike mirror of the movements of the real one, of course. You had understeer on corner exit in the mid, then oversteer where you've got to correct the rear end on corner exit. That is really, really misbehaving, is the Belgian entry at this moment in time. He's only got 4 minutes and 19 seconds to hang on to that second position, but I do fear that this is taking far, far too many chances in a grip-limited situation for that car, and he's going to have a few questions asked of him in the not-too-distant future. While he's doing that one, though, Malaysia are not really positioning themselves to have an attack on Chile. They're in the watching position, they're in the watching phase at this moment in time. They sense opportunity, but I feel the Malaysian entries not particularly enthusiastic in turning this into a fight.
No, I think they know that at some point there will be a scrap between these two, or a potential mistake from Belgium. They're having to double tap the brakes actually just to get that rotation mid-corner. Something isn't quite right there for them at the minute. But yeah, Malaysia hanging back because they know this will erupt at some stage, and we've all been in a scenario like this where two cars in front of you can come together. Depending on which way they spin or have an incident, you could hit one of them, and then obviously it's become your incident as well. Malaysia doesn't want that, but yeah, that Belgian car is visually struggling.
And what Malaysia have to be doubly careful of, course, the Belgian car struggling. He's not got the pace that you would expect in certain corners and certain scenarios, so you can't even use your memory and say, well, I know this is flat chart. Might not be in that car.
100%.
And all of a sudden things could be 20, 30 kilometres an hour slower than what you've become used to, and before you know it, we've seen it in previous races, you're all heading straight in the gravel and for an early bath. So this is launch time now for Chile. 2 minutes and 50 seconds left on the clock. I've got a sneaking suspicion that they're going to hang the nose on the inside of the corner just to try and scare the Belgian car offline. There we
just
go.
Like that.
But Belgium decides that's not for me today. They weren't quite close enough to really leave it in the rear quarter. But Belgium now using all the racetrack, trying to minimise the angle as much as possible, maximise the corner exit as well to reduce the threat from behind. Oh, fireworks, I think. We've had fireworks already at the opening ceremony. I think we're going to have virtual fireworks in sim at this moment in time.
Well, hopefully these ones don't scare us out of our skin.
They really did scare me.
Did. And it won't be as loud, I imagine. But yeah, I think Malaysia actually had to have a look down the inside there, almost like the compromise of being where they were wasn't enough. They had to move the car out of the way just in case they were that late on the brakes that it became an issue. All of a sudden, Chile has got their mirrors full of a bright yellow Mercedes, which is Malaysian. And again, look, now they're starting to look down the inside. So maybe we've got the mind games all wrong here, Paul. And this is another element we've spoken about. And trust me, I know we're repeating ourselves a lot this weekend, but when we've got repeat races like this, you do see a few of the same aspects, and we love to discuss them in depth. The Malaysian car has sort of faked everybody out a bit. They've hung back and they've said, no, I'm not going for an attack, I'm not going to go for a move. And as soon as the opportunity, they've just dived down the inside and they've said, no, guess what? I've caught you off guard, and here I am.
And there's also another element of that one, very similar, is maybe the Belgian car's not struggling as much as they could be.
Yeah,
and they're just backing in the Chilean car so they can fight, and it gives them the free run on the final lap to sort of go about their own business. But here we go again. This is another opportunity for Chile. He's not going to look to the inside. He's not going to pass here because we know that does not work. But he will show the nose, try and scare Belgium off the line, try and make it so that car, they're struggling to get the car turned into the apex, struggling to keep the car hanging at the apex. And if you can pressure him to be a couple of kilometres an hour faster, then he's going to sail straight off the racing line.
Can you believe, everybody, that this is I think this might be the final lap, actually, as Malaysia looks down the inside. This is the semi-final of the FIA Motorsport Games Esports segment, and this is the battle for second position after nearly an hour of racing. 3 cars separated by less than a second. This is mighty close stuff, and this is exactly why we love this form of racing, especially one-make racing as well, Paul. It keeps it so intense.
Yeah, it really does. It's brilliant stuff. The level of driver talent that's been on show all the way through this race has been sensational. not least of which is these three that we're looking at on screen now. Belgium are holding on. They're pretty much down to the wire on those slick tyres. And there's an opportunity. Malaysia finds the inside line. They've absolutely sneak attack on this one. Look to the inside. They don't have the launch off the corner, though. Malaysia can't make it happen. Chile hold on. But at the front of the field, Wojtek Fiala and the Czech Republic take the checkered flag. A commanding victory. Applause in the arena for Fiala and the Czech Republic. That was a dominant performance. He even slowed down at the line, Chaz, to save doing an extra lap.
I was going to say it just flicked at the top of the screen to go white flag, checkered flag. Hopefully we can look back. Belgium have come home in second place, Chile third and Malaysia fourth. A shame we didn't get to see that cross the line. I would have loved to see how close they were together actually. It looked like Malaysia were 6/10 back, so the move didn't work completely in the end. They didn't give it another go, but that is an amazing, amazing performance by the Czech Republic there. And I'm telling you now, Wojtek Fiala will be over the moon to take that result. And another performance where he's effectively just driven away at the front of the field. And that was so impressive. He now has what I would say would be a cool-down lap, but a lot of these drivers have been doing these almost at full pace. I'm not sure if they've actually been briefed to sort of full pace the cool-down lap rather than just chilling out for a moment. But this has been an amazing, amazing pair of semi-finals. Not quite the same finish that we had earlier, of course, with the technical issues, but we have now our finalists in the FIA Motorsport Games Esports Discipline GT category. We still have the Formula 4s to come later on this afternoon after the lunch break. That is going to be amazing because we still have 15-minute races there. We're not doubling the distance. There's no pit stops or anything to think about. It is just going to be pure sprint racing action. Here's a look at some highlights then over on this side of the screen anyway for you to look at, and you can see that in the opening segments of the race it was mighty close. Malaysia there round the outside of Chile. There is the check up in front. That might be down to where Lithuania got their drive-through penalty. It was contact with Australia that put them off the side of the circuit. Great shots there though out of the opening corners. A little bit of a moment there through the chicane for one of the drivers further down the order, just going into the barriers at the end as well. It's very easy to actually lose it into the gravel here at Valencia, but to hit a barrier you've got to be a while off the circuit. This was after the issues that we saw between Morocco and the Republic of Korea in the first couple of corners. Chile and Malaysia came together there. More and more battles at the front of the order though as we got later into the race. That is the same incident actually. That's just how it started with the side-by-side action into turn one. And look here, down the inside, Republic of Korea went deep into the corner. Then there was a bit of a tap as Morocco went through, and then that final piece of contact as they tried to rejoin is what put pay to that part of the race for them. Portugal were having a good run in the mid-pack as well. I believe Portugal ended up qualifying inside the top 10. Lithuania unfortunately getting a drive-through penalty in the midpoint of the race as well. As a result of their contact, they had to then try and recover into the later stages. But Czech Republic the whole time led the way from the very front and were very, very difficult to go and catch up with. Nobody managed to do it in the end. But what a great scrap for second, third and fourth as well. It was fantastic action from the very beginning. And at the end of the day, it just shows you there's definite phases to these races. We saw the Belgian car break away and have a big gap in second place. And then in the last parts of the race, they had cars queuing up behind them. Chile and Malaysia came through from 7th and 8th on the grid. An amazing recovery from Australia as well. Filippo Bukida will be very happy with that drive regardless, despite having to face the wrong way at the very start of the race. An amazing comeback as well. We've seen a couple of those. Obviously, France in the earlier semi-final did a great job of making it up the order from 16th on the grid. And then Australia have shown as well that it's not just a one-off and that you can recover through this field to gain places. I'm told now that my wonderful colleague Paul is on the stage ready with our race-winning driver. God, it's been a long day already. And he's going to have a chat with him now and get a reaction.
Wojtek Fiala, congratulations. A really dominant drive. How did that go for you?
I guess easy as it looked. The start of the race, pushed a bit, got a gap, and that's about it. Only time where I was a bit worried were probably the pit stops, because I forgot my button mapping for pit limiter, but that's about it. And after that, it was just pretty much, yeah, straight. Nothing crazy.
So it was a dominant performance, a lot of seconds between you and second position. Is that also sending a message to your rivals for the final that you are someone to look out for as a quick driver?
I think everybody probably knows my pace, and my main rival is Igor Rodriguez from Brazil, and well, I know his pace, he knows my pace, so that's the main rival, and that's about it.
Well, congratulations, job done. Beautiful result, Vojtěch Fiala. Very well done. Czech Republic, our race winners. And of course, don't go anywhere. Stay tuned. We're going to be back very shortly. We've got a whole load more racing to do before we even crown our champions at the end. See you in a minute. Bye-bye.
Hello everybody, welcome back to the 2024 FIA Motorsport Games here in Valencia. It is time once again for some semi-finals here in the esports categories. We have the Formula 4s coming up for you in just a second from the virtual circuit Spa-Francorchamps, and it's going to be an absolutely brilliant race once again in the first of our two semi-finals here this afternoon. We're back in Valencia. It's an absolutely wonderful place to be in, this incredible museum. It's one of the best venues I've ever had the pleasure to work in, and as always I'm working alongside my very good friend Paul Jeffrey, who's up there on our magnificent stage, and he's going to go through the entry list and grid for this first semi-final here on iRacing.
Chaz Draycott, thank you very much indeed. Hello everybody on the broadcast, hello everybody in the arena. As Chaz mentions, this is our first FIA F4 race of the day, and we've got 20 drivers that are looking to make it through to the next stage. So without further ado, let's find out who we've got on the grid and where they're going to start. In first place, it'll be car number 45, and they're representing the nation of Singapore. Big cheer for Singapore! Position number 2, car number 54, is the nation of Hungary. Car number 42, starting in third place, the second row of the grid, will be Italy. That's nice, I'm liking that one. Car number 16, position number 4, will represent Brazil. They were great last time we saw Brazil. The Czech Republic are car number 18 in 5th place for the next one. And then in 6th position, car number 28, represented by Denmark. Some flags and everything we've got down there in the audience, lovely. In 7th place on the grid for this race will be car number 48, Chinese Taipei. In 8th position, it will be car 26, and that is the nation of Croatia. 9th place goes to car number 25, and that is Chile. Rounding out our top 10 starters, car number 9 is Georgia. And in 11th place, number 37, Hong Kong, China. The United Kingdom are in 12th with car number 1. Just behind them, 13th position, car number 31, it is Bangladesh. Nice. Car number 59, position number 14, this is going to be a big cheer I can feel, Barbados. Loving it. Car number 23, position number 15, is that of Nigeria. And then car number 51, in 16th place on this grid, Venezuela. Canada will be next up, number 53, 17th position. Argentina will be 18th in car number 8. In 19th is car number 58, the nation of Portugal. And starting in 20th position, car number 21, and that's Israel. That's our grid of 20 cars, and Chaz, it's going to be Formula 4, of course it's going to be absolutely spectacular.
Yeah, it really will be, Paul. Thank you very much indeed for running through those, mate. And I just can't put it into words how excited I am for this. We've got both elements of motorsport, though, here on show at the FIA Motorsport Games, even just in the esports category as well. Because we've got the GT side of things and longer races there, more endurance format sort of races in those Mercedes, and then we have the very quick-fire, hyper-exciting Formula 4 cars that, as we're going to keep saying, are not the most powerful cars in the world, but we do not let that define them. The slipstreaming, the just pure nimble assets that these cars have, and the agility really keep them close together in terms of a racing format, but at the same time, you have to be very cautious of contact. Wheel-to-wheel contact will immediately end your race in these Formula 4 cars. They are very fragile, Paul. They are very, very cool bits of kit, though. They're lovely to look at, these Formula 4s, because they're the sort of simplified Formula cars that you and I grew up watching in Formula 1, where they didn't have millions of fins and things all over them. They are just straight-talking Formula open-wheel race cars.
Yeah, pure Formula cars, of course. Yeah. It's a junior car in real life, so it's what they call it. You learn your craft in them. But in iRacing and in the FIA Motorsport Games, basically the bonkers. It's just all action, action, action. And in fact, without further ado, we're straight into the opening race of the day.
We absolutely are. The revs will rise, as indeed will ours here in the commentary box. And we will get the first semi-final underway then from Spa-Francorchamps, and it's Singapore and Hungary on the front row. Hungary move over to the right-hand side slightly to try and cover it off, but Singapore keep that inside line nice and tidy. Italy trying to make a move down the inside as well. Brazil up there in 4th position too. And now we are going to start the slipstreaming already, Paul. Everybody through La Source for the first time, nice and clean. That is an important element of this race.
Absolutely, you mentioned it there. They're very fragile in relation to what we've seen in the GTs. You've got to stay out of trouble, you've got to avoid the contact, but that's the fight for the lead. We're getting a bit excited, even though we don't need to, because this lead is going to change 100 million times. But look at Brazil on the outside for the run down into Le Combe for the very first time. That's the Brazilian car, I think it is. A little bit on the grass almost. The outside line is where you are vulnerable, but that will become the inside line. And look at that for a move.
That was so tidy, but very gutsy at the same time, though. You have to have the confidence in your fellow competitors to cut all the way across like that. Back down the inside at Le Combe. We look here at Attila Bucci, the Hungarian driver, pulled off possibly the highlight move of the competition so far. Oh, there's cars off in the background of Brichet. That's the United Kingdom falling down the order, unfortunately, having a nightmare day. The United Kingdom, well, it's the Unitmare Kingdom at the moment, isn't it, to be honest? They've really dropped down. Israel involved in there as well. I think they seem to have dropped to the bottom of the timing tower with them. But Hungary hold on to 3rd position at the moment. Brazil and Singapore breaking away as a bit of a duo, actually, Paul. If these guys continue fighting for 3rd, that could certainly sort it out in terms of 1st and 2nd.
Yeah, if the lead 2 drivers were breaking away in a GT car, I would say that's the start of their push forward. But I reckon they're going to be absolutely wound back into the pack before too long. The Czech Republic are riding on board with now at this moment in time. They're on the charge, currently in 5th position. Italy is the car just ahead. Trying to break the slipstream is the Italian machine, because the slipstream is so potent in these cars at the circuit of Spa-Francorchamps as well. You really don't want to be the lead car until the very end. Position change up front, Singapore takes place, and Italy just about holding on to run to the bus stop chicane.
They were all so close to each other there through Blanchimont. I was amazed there was not contact, but look, immediately they break together, and all of a sudden the pack is just back together now as they head through the bus stop. Having to be very careful though is Brazil, and just making sure that nobody closes in too much behind. They are absolutely nose to tail in there though. That is 5th and 6th positions. Czech Republic and Denmark, Chinese Taipei in there as well, and Chile. Oh, they're all just trying to avoid each other on the brakes more than anything. They weren't trying to make moves on one another. They were all just trying to get out of the way to make sure that the huge checkup that happened ahead of them didn't suddenly back up like some traffic back on our beloved M6 in the UK.
And that's the thing, isn't it? It's a very different dynamic from what we've seen in the GT race previously.
Yeah.
Normally in that scenario, get your elbows out, fight for what you can. These guys are scattering, trying to avoid
that's exactly the word.
Just get it out of the way, don't want a problem this early on. Argentina, 8th position, car number 8. We're looking at now on the run down to Le Combe. This is the outside line. Normally you don't want to be there, but that will become the inside line, fanning out as they go too wide in places, several rows of this particular battle pack. And that is position not gained, surprisingly enough. Come off the throttle, stay out of trouble. It's not worth a fight at this moment in time.
No, sometimes you will see people go for it around the outside of Le Combe to then get the inside for the exit. That's the best place to be, because then you can also sweep around the outside of Malmedy, the following corner, if you really need to. But we've seen drivers make it work first time round there. Interestingly, on that occasion, Argentina decided to back out of that one and say, nope, you know what? Give it a bit more time, learn the craft of what this driver in front of me is doing, and see to go from there. Here's Tommaso Zappola in the Italian number 42 machine, side by side through Pouan, gradually just slotting back into place behind Hungary there. But look, it's a bit of a painful moment, Paul, because through this Fania chicane they can see the 2 cars in the lead of the race, who have swapped round again, by the way, just getting further and further away.
Yep, that's the thing, as you squabble, the pack becomes slightly more spread apart, but again, the slipstream effect in these FIA F4 cars is so potent, and the track is so quick and so wide at Spa that it's difficult to break away. Trust me, if these 2 cars at the head of the pack stay there by the checkered flag, I'll be very surprised indeed. Mohamed Alif off Singapore in 2nd position, Brazil on the defensive, but we're going to get the run to Blanchimont. Look further back, 1, 2, nearly 3 wide. Everybody's jockeying for position. This is, I love these cars, Chaz. This is great stuff, isn't it?
This has been one hell of an addition to the FIA Motorsport Games here in 2024. It's safe to say. Italy round the outside into the bus stop. That is gutsy as you like, but he's going to get it done. What about the cutback down the inside? Well, Hungary has seen that plenty of times before. They're actually blocked off here. It's the Czech Republic that are trying to come through now as well. Chinese Taipei in the mix. Denmark, actually, that is, sorry, just making this a quartet. They're nearly 3 wide into La Source. Everybody breaks. Everybody manages to avoid each other. That was close to contact there. Now they run side by side down towards Eau Rouge. On the left-hand side of our shot, it is Italy. On the right-hand side of the shot, it's the Czech Republic. Seems like the Czech Republic car, the latter, has got the run down towards Eau Rouge, and that is a very wise thing there, Paul, just to sit back in behind, then use the slipstream up the Kemmel Straight.
I'm very reluctant to offer praise at this stage because that seems like I'm tempting fate, but there's been some very sensible car placement. Let's pretend we don't see bump drafting, so I really don't like that one on a personal note, but the Italian team trying to bump draft, just trying to help along the car ahead, the Czech Republic, give them a little bit of lump as we go round into Le Combe once again. Mind your P's and Q's, make sure you give enough racing room to your rivals. Well done from all concerned. Italy, though, didn't work out at all for them. They've lost a couple of spots. Hungary and Denmark slide up into 4th and 5th respectively.
Yeah, it looked like Denmark were the ones that actually made the move on the inside of Le Combe there. Just about stayed away from Italy. Italy trying to get the cut back down towards Bruchet on the exit of Malmedy. Didn't work for them that time round. Chile have gained a place. Chinese Taipei have now dropped down into 8th position. Croatia and Canada also going through at this moment in time. Already 8 minutes and 45 seconds left on the clock, Paul. Honestly, you blink and you miss these races, don't you? That's a huge shame because they are easily the most exciting thing going on here.
These should be 1 hour races in the 2026 FIA Motorsport Games. That would be, well, there'd be nobody finishing, let's put it that way. Everybody would lose a wheel. We're riding on board with Brazil at this moment in time now. Just ahead of us is the Singapore car, Mohamed Ali. We're following through. We're not enthusiastic at any stage because we know that the slipstream will pull us to the back of the car in front. And let's have a look now in the most visual of terms possible. Just look at the extra speed boost. That slipstream gives so much so that the Brazilian car can even afford just to pop the nose out a little bit, not really worried because he knows he's going to get the draft. Now, the Singapore machine puts the car into the middle of the road, semi-defensive, then takes the racing line. He knows that Brazil are not going to fight at this stage because, you guessed it, there's another long acceleration phase coming right after this La Source hairpin.
There, once again, we just saw a little example of what they do out of the final corner there. There's a humongous red and yellow curb that they can sort of ride the spine of the car along, and it can actually damage the floor of these cars. So you will see drivers running outside of track limits a little bit and then cutting back in at the final moment just to make sure they don't bang the floor of the car against that curb and make a bit of a mess of it, because the straight line speed here is very important as they get into the slipstream. So you want to make sure that you've got all the capability that you can have from these Formula 4 cars. As we've said, they're not the most powerful things in the world. I believe they're actually under 200 horsepower in a Formula 4 car. I don't think they're that powerful at all. 160 horsepower indeed. Thank you very much, Paul. Paul's actually done some research, and I haven't. Brazil and Singapore side by side. Brazil back into the lead, although actually that's them sort of retaining the lead, isn't it? Because they've just sort of gone one way then the other with Singapore.
And I must say, I'm very surprised, but they're actually doing a really stellar job of maintaining that gap to the this little battle pack that we're looking at now. They're squabbling amongst themselves. Brazil and Singapore, 2 seconds to the good at the front of the field, which is borderline unheard of in a car of this nature. So real big credit to the number 16 and number 45 in first and second positions, respectively. Rasmus Christiansen for Denmark that we're looking at in this moment in time. Denmark currently in 5th position. Don't get too attached to that number. It won't stay the same by the checkered flag, I am sure. And Denmark have got Italy climbing over the back of them at the moment, with Chile keeping a watching brief behind, and Chinese Taipei just becoming a little bit detached, Chaz, from the battle pack up ahead.
Yeah, they're in there somewhere. I know that much. There's just so many wheels and wings and things on show in that pack. There's just a bunch of cars all becoming one. This is one 20-wheeled Formula 4 car at this moment in time. But in the background as well, as you rightly say, Chinese Taipei, Canada and Croatia, they're not completely out of this. They're in the top 10 still, so they will be going through. They've then got a good 4 seconds back to Venezuela, so they don't need to force anything now to get through into the final. They've just got to actually pray that there isn't a mistake, which is interesting because in the GTs earlier, they would have prayed for a mistake to bring them closer together.
Hello, we've got an audience. This feels like a cheer cam time.
Oh, here
Folks,
we go.
give us a cheer, everybody. Yes, loving this FIA Formula 4 action, and so they should, because we're too wide, not once but twice into the bus stop chicane. We like too wide, let's do it a couple of times at the same time, it's grand.
Yeah, absolutely. We had 4 wide yesterday, the Formula 4s, and that didn't quite work, but as long as they keep it 2, sometimes 3 wide can work here at Spa, we'll remain entertained and everyone will carry on running in the race. Look at that for some defensive driving there down the inside. That was Italy and Chile side by side. I think Italy making sure they went all the way over to the pit wall to tighten up that first corner. Czech Republic now holding on to 3rd position ahead of Hungary. We ride on board with Nico Rubelar, number 25 for Chile. It's funny actually, I think I've commentated on Nico on 3 different sims by now, actually starting many years ago back in the Gran Turismo days, and now he's here on iRacing, loves the Formula 4 cars, and they're very karting-esque as we've discussed here, Paul. You know, you can throw them into a corner, then deal with the consequences on the exit. It's very often the car is actually pointing the same way as the steering wheel.
Yeah, really fabulous stuff. Picture in picture for Rubelar. Look at the concentration. He's got the outside line. A little bit leery if you're braking on the curb into the Lecombe chicane, but he gets away with it on this occasion. As a master of the vehicle and the surroundings around him, Nico really knows how to pedal one of these machines. And for Chile, it's a difficult position to find yourself in, because we've talked about this in previous FIA F4 races. There's that many cars in front of you. You've got like a quadruple slipstream effect. It's almost impossible not to overtake, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. And the thing is, every time you go around a corner as well, there's all manner of potential outcomes going on ahead of you. If one of them just goes down the inside, any of these cars could suddenly just spring off in one direction with a tiny bit of contact and a spin. You've got to have your wits about you. It's hard to see through the car ahead. They may only have these skinny little rear wings on them and be quite narrow little race cars, but it is still difficult to sort of gauge a picture of what's going on beyond that car immediately in front of you. Here we are on board now with Tommaso Zappola again, the Italian driver, currently running in 6th place. And I can't believe I'm saying this, Paul, 3.5 minutes left to go. Where has that gone?
Absolutely crazy sauce here at the circuit of Spa-Francorchamps in the FIA Motorsport Games. Let's have a look then from the Italian entry. We're on the TV camera just at the top of the airbox, having a look at the halo that protects the driver's heads in real life, not in virtual. That's no problem unless people get too excited on the rigs here in the arena. And it's almost looking like Brazil might be interested in a pass, as further back there's certainly an interest in a pass from Italy.
Yeah, definitely. We're going to have 2 more laps to go now, then 3 minutes. There's the little example I meant earlier about running wide of that curb, not scraping the car along it and damaging the floor. Brazil look quite confident in 2nd place here. You know, Singapore going really, really well at the moment and making this look relatively easy, actually. It's interesting that it's the sort of easiest lead that we've seen in these Formula 4s,
yes,
I'd say, because usually it's a massive battle pack like this. This time, the battle pack is a little bit further behind. Czech Republic have gotten lucky here, actually, Paul, because they're able to move away a little bit from all of this. Italy and Hungary remain side by side, but they filter in good sportsmanship down towards Eau Rouge, because they know if they went side by side through there, that's more than just enough of a compromise.
Yeah, absolutely. These Formula 4 cars are wonderful. You can put them everywhere, but side by side through Eau Rouge is the definition of an unintelligent style. So here we go then, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 wide almost for the run down into Lecombe. That filters back down to 3 once again. You don't want to be on the outside of that particular challenge. A little bit of a snatch break as well, a little bit of telltale puff of tyre smoke, and really need to give each other racing room. Just about managed to pull that off, and even running a little bit late on the outside of the corner. A small ripple of applause from the audience signifies their pleasure at that particular move, and that was that hopefully will wake a few people up in the rigs to say, calm it down, lads, this is a bit close.
Yeah, I went from holding my breath to a sudden exhale there, because that was very scary moments. I tell you what, Attila Bucci knows exactly how long the nose of that car is. The wing almost filtered right underneath that rear wheel of the car ahead through Malmedy. That was mighty, mighty impressive. You could see a little tap of the brakes as well mid-corner, because he knew he was going to understeer wide into the car next to him if he didn't do that. It's great sportsmanship, because sometimes when you're battling this closely, you have to make that little compromise here and there. Slow yourself down for the sake of a tenth of a second for you both to stay in the race, and that's really, really good quick thinking. Here's Portugal, David Sombrero in the middle of the pack. He's got Venezuela ahead, Barbados behind, and now we go back to the front of the field once again, because Brazil slipstreaming up to Singapore.
Yep, so while they're still squabbling over who, basically this is a game of follow my leader. who's going to be the leader into the last lap. If you're at this stage of the race on the final lap, you absolutely categorically don't want to be the point man going into the bus stop chicane, because you will be more vulnerable than a vulnerable thing in Vulnerableville. You really do need to avoid that situation. By the way, let's just cast my attention a minute to 10th position, the last of the cars that will make it through, and that is currently held by Croatia. They've got a big advantage over Portugal, who've managed to find a way past Venezuela a little earlier on in the race.
Yeah, definitely. They've started to make a bit more progress, and now they're onto the back of that slipstream pack as well, and they've got a good gap behind them, so not too much to worry about at this stage. Really clever driving from these two at the front, though. They're not battling too hard. They're just cracking on with the task at hand. You could say, Paul, that they know their chickens, and they are doing a brilliant job of it. And this is the thing, you know, you could easily have a fight here, and Brazil will probably try and overtake Singapore at this point in the lap, but you won't see Singapore fight this one, I don't think, because they know they can slipstream them later to Blanchimont. Here we go.
This is the move then to the inside. I'm surprised by this one, actually. I was sort of shaking my head as you said that. I thought Brazil would hold back all the way through this lap, but no, they've had their turn in the lead. It's not going to stay that way. Slipstream, as we keep saying, is powerful. These cars are relatively small, even though they're mighty. Small in stature, mighty in nature. And Spa-Francorchamps is the kind of track where pretty much every corner you can overtake in an F4 car.
I was going to say, yeah, in some cars maybe not, it's not quite the case, but yeah, definitely in these things, like we've said, they're like go-karts with wings, these Formula 4 cars. They are highly entertaining and just great fun to drive actually here on iRacing. I've spent a few laps in these machines around many a circuit. My local circuit back in the UK, Alton Park, matched with a Formula 4 car with all the undulation there, is a joy. So I imagine these guys with this circuit as well, with Spa-Francorchamps being such a large, vast, open Grand Prix circuit, these cars will feel even smaller, but there's just more places for them to put them.
Yeah, absolutely. Tailor-made is this combination. It's almost like we picked this especially, and that's the curb strike that Chaz was talking about, where the bottom, the flat block plane of the car hits the curb and it kind of shimmies all the way along it. Your wheels don't touch the ground so much, and then you really are a bit of a passenger at this stage. For our Mohamed Ali, though, that one's given him almost a bit of unexpected advantage, because he's got now that real estate to slipstream onto the back of Brazil for the passing to the bus stop.
Yeah, absolutely. This could be the move for the victory right at the end here. Is he going to go for this? Is Mohamed Ali? If he moves to the left-hand side now, that's going to be the outside for the bus stop chicane. He's going to go as late as he dares on the brakes. Hold your breath, everyone, because here we go. Round the outside, he does it. Oh, there's contact, though. Brazil runs wide as well. Nothing malicious in that, but Luis is going to take the victory. Mohamed Ali will still be very happy with second position. Czech Republic in third, Italy fourth, Denmark fifth, and it's Chile, Hungary, Canada, Chinese Taipei, and Croatia. What a fantastic race, Paul.
Yeah, that was absolutely brilliant from all of those drivers. Really, really strong. It wasn't quite as frantic as some of the racers that we've seen in the past in the FIA F4 series, but very sensible. It was controlled aggression, Chaz, which is rarer than rare things, but really well executed by everybody.
Yeah, better than a trip to Vulnerableville, eh?
Indeed it is.
It's absolutely brilliant racing, that, and you can tell, you know, they had a driver's briefing earlier on. There's no denying that yesterday we saw a number of incidents in each of these Formula 4 races, just because of the nature of these cars. Open wheel racing in such close proximity like this at such a high level is very much risk versus reward, and there was a lot of risk and not much reward for some of them yesterday. But they had a driver's briefing before this, and they said, look, just dial it back 1%, just that extra 1% is all you need, and you can have a great race. And they showed us just there. That was possibly, this is a big word, a big, I can't think of even the word for the word.
Drum roll, please.
Yeah, I know, innit? Just this was possibly the race of the event so far, I'd say.
Yep, it's a great event. It's
If I can
amazing.
say it.
It's
So
amazing
sorry.
what an FIA official giving you a telling off about your driving standards can focus the mind of drivers, can't
Yeah,
it?
it just-
Behave, gents, please.
Yeah.
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
Yes. Jump how high?
Very much so.
Yeah,
So-
definitely. Yeah, that was mega, though. Absolutely mega. Great respect from all the competitors, though, at the same time. You can tell when they knew to play the game, to stay in the slipstream with one another, when to have an attack and have a go. It was really, really good, actually, that we didn't have an incident between our two leaders at the end there. Just a simple oversight from the Brazilian driver, I think, just running that little bit wide. But great of Singapore to get out of that. And it's a bit of self-preservation goes a long way in Formula 4s, it seems.
Yeah, it really does. That's some great driving, great display of sportsmanship, as you mentioned as well, Chaz. And a very deserving winner as well. Both teams, both nations, should I say. I need to remember to say it's nations, not teams, isn't it? But both nations, Brazil and Singapore, raced hard. They got a 2+ second gap over the chasing pack, and that's rare as hen's teeth.
Yeah,
those
yeah.
sort of things in these cars,
Absolutely
especially
is, yeah.
at Spa. So I have to give my credit where credit is due, and 10 more drivers make it through to the final.
They absolutely do, yeah. I'm going to go up and have a word with our winner on the stage in just a moment, but you can see some highlights now of the race, and, well, it was really tidy, actually, through La Source, wasn't it, Paul? Really, really clean and tidy.
Yep, let's have a look at some of the highlights while Chaz heads up on stage to go and talk to our race winner. And as you can say, we're kind of used to chaos in the FIA F4 cars, but this time everybody was relatively clean in the opening stages of the race. First time up through the Eau Rouge Radion complex of corners, 1x1 formation. Overtaking was very much your friend, if you like, the FIA Formula 4 cars, but we did see a couple of drivers in strife. There we see somebody exiting stage left to the barrier. Slipstream, massively potent in these cars on this circuit, and that presented plenty of opportunities. Due to the squabble in the opening laps, that did detach our top 10 a little bit from the chasing pack, which made the fight for the qualification spots a little bit more sedate. But again, Chaz and I have spoken about this ad nauseum over the course of the weekend. It's all about the mental game. Beat your rivals so you've got them half beat when it comes to the next time you join each other on track. Story of the day in terms of success, though, was the Brazil and Singapore nations at the head of the pack. They raced side by side. They shared racing room on many occasions. They know how to play this game. Use a slipstream, try and force the issue and take yourself away from the cars that are chasing behind. The crowd absolutely loved that one in the arena. We saw plenty of heard, should I say, plenty of cheers in the drama that happened out on circuit, and so it should be. It was some really fabulous racing. We can just see Brazil going up into Le Combe again. Look at the racing room they give each other. No cutting off of the noses, no being overly aggressive. If you command the space is given to you by your rivals. A real uplift in driver quality, it has to be said, from what we've seen in the semi-final competitions so far. Spa-Francorchamps, beautiful circuit for these kind of cars, and we've seen that in the racing. Again, here we go, too wide in a bus stop, and again, here we go, too wide into the La Source hairpin. Lots of drama on the racetrack, lots of excitement for us to get our teeth into, and it's only a 15-minute race, so it comes quickly, it comes dramatic, and then it is all over and done with again. We have another winner. We have 10 drivers that make it through. Sadly, we have to say goodbye to 10 nations, but let's keep it with the winners so far, and I think Chaz has got the first place finisher to talk to now.
I absolutely do, Paul. Thank you very much indeed, Luis Tavares. You must be so pleased with that. Again, not an easy race in these Formula 4 cars because you really have to get everything out of them, don't you? You have to, as we say, wring their necks, don't you?
Exactly. We do have a lot of a slipstream, so it's got quite a challenge, actually. Luckily, we were able to get away. The guys behind were fighting, so I had a talk with the other driver, and then we were just to try and change positions and not lose any time. Yeah. So that worked out perfectly, and I'm very happy to move to the finals.
I was going to say, it was definite working together right until the end there in that final bus stop chicane. You all had us on the edge of our seats. Did you know that he was going to go for a move?
Not quite. I was, yeah, but I mean, it's racing. We did everything perfect until the last lap. And the last lap, whoever gets the car in front wins. So, yeah, worked out perfectly for me. I'm very happy. I'm looking to drive a little later.
I was going to say, it's fantastic respect between all the competitors here. You've got such a great relationship as drivers together, haven't you, to be able to race that closely on a circuit like Spa-Francorchamps?
Absolutely. Just meeting all of these drivers, it's been an amazing experience. We always know them only for like driving online, and then suddenly like you realize you're just like fighting with a guy in person, and so it makes quite an experience. I'm very happy with it.
Fantastic stuff. Well, very well done, and we look forward to seeing you in the final.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Nice one. Lovely stuff then. Luis Tavares takes the race victory, and we have another Formula 4 semi-final coming up for you very soon. Don't go away. We will be back very, very soon to get this second one out of the way, and then we will have, of course, our finals, and the weekend will be done. It's going to come around very quickly, though, so don't go anywhere.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the FIA Motorsport Games 2024, where we're here for the final time in the semi-finals for the FIA F4 cars. A 15-minute race is about to commence and we're going to find out the last 10 drivers that will make it through to the grand final, which will be a little bit later on today. Before we do so though, it's probably a good idea to head over to the stage and my good friend Mr. Charles Draycott to find out exactly who's taking part in this race. Chaz, who have you got for us for the race ahead?
Yeah, thank you very much, Paul. Another 20 fantastic drivers will make their way around this circuit in just a few moments' time. You had to get the full name in there and say Charles, didn't you? Netherlands will be the first nation to take to the grid. Can we have a big cheer for the Netherlands? Beautiful stuff. That gentleman at the back, loving it. Brilliant. Car number 34 on the front row of the grid with them will be Malaysia. Next up, the second row of the grid will be the Republic of Korea in car number 50. They've got fantastic support out here. And we have Australia alongside them on the second row of the grid. Next up, we have Switzerland in 5th position, car number 14. And alongside them, the number 15 car of Turkey. What he said. Next up, Serbia in car number 4. The Serbian support all weekend has been absolutely phenomenal. Andorra, next up, car number 7. Andorra here in number as well. Colombia, car number 38. The Serbians have started a theme now. Everybody's standing up when they cheer for their country. Next up, we've got Norway. Nobody's standing up for Norway, unfortunately. Next up, car number 46, Mexico. And joining them on the 6th row of the grid, we have Namibia. A big cheer for Namibia. And then we have car number 3, the home nation, Spain. Of course. Alongside them on the 7th row of the grid, the United States of America. Next up, we have Luxembourg in car number 49. And joining them on the 8th row of the grid, the Dominican Republic in car 17. Some big hitters on the next row of the grid, cars 55 and 20, France and Belgium. And the last but very much not least row of the grid, we have Iceland in car 57. And then we have Slovakia, car 27. Interesting one in this, Paul. We have Belgium in this race as well, obviously on a virtual home circuit here at Circuit Spa-Francorchamps. Maybe a bit more pressure for them to bring home a result, but also home nation Spain involved as well.
Thanks very much, Chaz. This is going to be an absolutely enthralling race. I am certain, as you mentioned, there's several big hitting nations racing in this particular competition. And as always, it's only 15 minutes and it's only the top 10 that make it through to the final. So the pressure really is ramping up. We're not going to see the F4 cars again today until we get to the final where we give away the medals. So there really is a lot of pressure on these drivers. The driving standards in the last race were exceptional. The racing was absolutely first class. I hope we see more of the same again. These are difficult cars to race. These are difficult cars, Chaz, to go side by side because you can lose a few wings and such like. But that was really a masterclass on how to do it last time around.
Yeah, it really was. Yeah, it was a massive change in the behaviour, wasn't it?
Yes.
Actually, it was really good to see that. But not only can you lose wings and wheels, you can lose your entire participation in the FIA Motorsport Games this year. Your whole journey will come to an end if you do it too much or overdo it, let's say. We're gridding for the race now. Beautiful formation, it must be said, on the start-finish grid here at Spa-Francorchamps. Let's get this underway, Paul.
Yep, so the Netherlands from Malaysia, the Republic of Korea and Austria are our top 4 drivers, and the lights are out and away we go at Spa-Francorchamps to the inside almost immediately. We're having a look for a change of race leader. Not quite possible though on this occasion. Everybody's trying to avoid the gravel on the outside of the racetrack because that is where you do not want to find yourself on lap 1, and that's another very, very clean start to run to a rouge.
Absolutely brilliant start for all of them there. Netherlands leading the way, then Republic of Korea have moved up into 2nd position ahead of Malaysia. It was the Malaysian car that moved over to the right-hand side straight away. We look here at Jake Burton from Australia. Apparently heard earlier that he drinks fast and he drives slow. Not sure if it's ever the other way around, but still, fantastic thing to hear. Here's Jimmy Antunes from Switzerland in the thick of things as well. Look at them, 2x2 as they head into Le Comp for the first time. And it's the Republic of Korea that go to the front of the order. Jimmy Antunes there in the Swiss car. It's actually an Apex Racing Team livery, I believe, on that car with the Swiss flags on the wing end plates. He moves up into 3rd position, and now he's got Malaysia behind him. Australia in there in 5th position, and then 6th is Turkey. There's about 0.6 of a second back after that though, Paul, and that's a mammoth gap at this early stage of a Formula 4 race, but very tidy once again.
Yeah, really good driving from everybody in the field. Big congratulations to all of our competitors so far in this one. We've only just started though. We haven't even completed the opening lap of the race, so there's certainly time for drivers to get stuck in and involved in the heat of battle. Momentarily, we rode on board with our 3rd place runner, Switzerland, currently looking at the Netherlands and the Republic of Korea, respectively, in 2nd and 3rd positions. Do we get a breakaway pack at the front of the field like we got in the last race? We'll find that one out in a few minutes. Serbia, big support we heard in the arena. They're running all the way down in 9th place. Good enough to get through, but I think they'll be keen to move forward should the opportunity present itself.
Yeah, look at the massive train of cars they have behind them though. They're all completely nose to tail after that point, so they have to be so careful that none of them trip over one another, none of them get too compromised. It's side by side for the race lead at the moment though. Netherlands down the inside next to Republic of Korea. Car 2 overtakes car 50. This could very quickly switch back the other way though as they head down towards the bus stop. Look at Jimmy Antunes there in 3rd position. Look at Malaysia around the outside, nice and late on the brakes, maybe a little bit too late though. It looked very hot indeed. Oh, apparently there's an incident behind, judged on the reaction from everybody else. There's a bit of smoke and a bit of contact in the background. There is some smoke as well as we see over the horizon. And going down the order, it's Norway by the look of it, and I'm afraid that is going to be the end of their results here in the FIA Motorsports Games Esports category.
So easy to get collected when it comes to the bus stop chicane. There's several people looking on despondently in the crowd, so really unhappy with what's happened there. We're riding on board though with Jake Burton from Australia as we run up Eau Rouge. Be careful not to collect the back of the car in front. It's so easy to lift up the car ahead, and then you've got an absolutely monster shunt. But so far Jake picking his battles wisely, following the car on the inside track, and that's absolutely the way to do it. And look at this squabble, 3 wide as we come down into Le Comp now. Look at the back of the shot as well on the grass. 3 wide behind as well. Almost disaster. And now we've been turned around. That is not what we want to see. An absolute nightmare at Le Comp. Jumping up and down in the crowd. It's really got everybody going, this, Jazz.
Australia and Malaysia lose out there. That was big contact in the end. It was just that tiny little bit though. The 2 wheels locked together, and that's it. You cannot turn in like that. That was the thing. He had the overlap on the inside, and he just misjudged it as he went to the apex and just clipped that left rear wheel of the car next to him. And that is that, I'm afraid. Big contact. The car sort of glanced off the halo on top, didn't it? Flung itself into the air. Did a very pretty kick flip, but that doesn't help anybody in terms of competition. Republic of Korea leading the way. Netherlands in 2nd place. Switzerland in 3rd at the moment. And then there's a big old gap back to Andorra. But what started all that off, Paul, Andorra went straight down the middle of everybody. It was a fantastic move, really opportunistic. And the ones that survived to fight another day are Turkey and Serbia from that group.
When particular squabbles end with somebody having 2 wheels on the grass running through a long, fast straight into a hard braking zone, it usually ends in tears at some point. And unfortunately, that was absolutely the case. But look at the Turkey car now at this moment in time. 5th position will soon become 4th position, I dare say. And yes, it does. Even before Blanchimont, that move was made, and that was a great little pass that we saw there. Coming into the bus stop though, they're very vulnerable. They're looking to the inside line, trying desperately to get to the race line. Serbia though elects not to fight on this occasion. Good driving from the Serbian team. Looking at Slovakia a little bit further down as well. They're leading a small battle pack of their own through the bus stop chicane. Slovakia in 11th position, the first of the cars that won't make it through should things stay as they are at this moment in time.
Yeah, Australia and Malaysia dropping down like that has promoted the USA and Luxembourg into qualifying positions, but none of them are safe at the moment, like Paul's rightly pointed out there. Slovakia, Spain and Dominican Republic all close together. They've not got a huge gap either over Australia, who will want to recover, and to recover in a 15-minute race is not easy at all. We look now though at Belgium. Vince Peters on virtual home soil up over the top of the hill. I spoke to Anton Dupin earlier on, and he was saying that from 18th on the grid to make it through into a qualifying spot was not going to be easy without some sort of drama, and they've made it up into 8th position at the moment. You can see now the French car slotting back into position. France have come out from as well, from way outside the top 10. 17th on the grid for them as well. So France, they seem to have a knack for just coming up from further down the order and making it in. It's brilliant.
I'm going to say, I'm sure we've heard that one before somewhere in the GTs. That's a really great performance from France. They're 8th position at this moment in time. Republic of Korea, though, in 2nd place. They're still not able to quite get on terms with the Netherlands, who are our race leaders. 3rd position, Switzerland, keeping a watching brief as well. 3 cars for the race lead. They've got a bit of a gap for the next of the chasing pack. A couple of seconds further down the road, that is Turkey. Serbia in 5th. Andorra, 6th position at this moment in time from Belgium. France, USA and Luxembourg are the last nation that are going to make it through to the finals, currently with the Dominican Republic as the next up, charging along in 11th position.
Just having a look at the moment, actually, USA, Luxembourg, France and Belgium are all through, as things stand, from outside of the top 10 so far. So almost half of the top 10 has been replaced based on their grid order compared to now. 8 minutes and 20 seconds left on the clock, and the Netherlands still lead us here with just a few tenths of a second over this car that we ride on board with now, Republic of Korea. There's their supporters in the crowd. They've been incredibly passionate over the course of this weekend. It's lovely to see it. And the enthusiasm from the crowd has been wonderful, hasn't it, Paul, for each of their respective nations?
Yep, it really has. We absolutely love the atmosphere here in Valencia for the FIA Motorsport Games, made up by our crowd. Of course, Republic of Korea almost getting collected by Switzerland, the United States of America as well, getting involved in their fair share of dramas. They're the meat in the proverbial sandwich at this moment in time, but no problems whatsoever. Make it through the bus. Oh, there's someone backwards, and there's caught an extra car as well. Who is that? Is Slovakia. Who else was involved? Was that Iceland that got bored into that one as well? Yes, it was. They're down in 14th and 15th. Thankfully, they've rejoined, but they've got a lot of work to do to get that top 10.
You can see a little bit of a bent front wing there on the Luxembourg car as well. Only a tiny bit on that front right, maybe, from a bit of close quarters racing earlier on, but they are currently in a qualifying position and will not want to give it up. But this is the thing, they need to be really careful not to overdo it now in chasing the United States. Skylar Loverink doing everything he can do to stay in front. Here's Pekovic, the Serbian driver, and their brilliant support sat in the front row here. They all stood up in unison earlier on when I called out their name, and hats off to them. They have been brilliant all weekend, haven't they? One of the standout nations when it comes to support here in the arena.
Oh yes, I would thoroughly agree with that one. Absolutely very, very passionate are the Serbians about their motorsport, real or virtual, and they're representing their nation very, very well indeed. We're back to the United States of America as well. They're down in 10th position as things stand, so they're on the proverbial bubble for the places that will or will not make it through to the final a little bit later on today. Still chasing down Luxembourg, but Luxembourg are doing a very, very good job keeping it neat and tidy, offering no opportunities, not getting too leery on the track, just following the racing line and making the United States do the work. And that's the key, Chaz, to avoid being overtaken. Let the chaser do the work. If you're defending, you're literally opening doors for people to go through.
Yeah, it's ironic really, by defending you open the door, but you genuinely do. You show off the body language of the car that says, look, I know I feel vulnerable in this moment in time. I've noticed that you're there behind me. If you act as if you're not phased and just run your racing lines as always, like you say, make the car behind do the work, and that's going to put you in an instant advantage. Let's have a look here right now though at the Netherlands, who are in 3rd position, and we've got Switzerland right in front of them. Very, very close. Jimmy Antunes now in 2nd place, with Republic of Korea leading the way. The 3 of them separated by less than half a second into the bus stop once more. 5.5 minutes left to go on the clock. And this is a little bit of a chill moment in the race here, Paul, where the drivers just sort of scope each other out a little bit for this final push to the flag.
Yep, absolutely. It's all about making sure that you get through to that top 10. It's making sure you don't get involved in any incidents. And of course, when you're racing in a LAN event such as this one, you're on site, you're racing with your fellow competitors, you've got that level of competition. It's a great place that we race as well. We're here in the City of Arts and the Museum of Arts and Science, and it's a beautiful venue to go racing in, Chaz. It's a beautiful place to have the FIA Motorsport Games in 2024, the esports discipline, and these drivers are really, really responding to that, aren't they?
Yeah, and I mean, look at this building on the right-hand side of the shot there. Just amazing venue that we're in. But right now, look at the left-hand side of your screen. Look at the main screen, everybody. So there's a little bit of bump drafting going on there between Netherlands and Switzerland. Jimmy finds himself at the front, and in second position now, we have Isaac slotting in there nicely. And Gillison's going to be really pleased with that, because he's just managed to not only help Switzerland get to the front, but it's aided him as well and given him enough slipstream to get into that position. Now the responsibility falls into the hands of Republic of Korea to follow safely, follow from a safe distance, not get too overly exuberant here and go into the back of the cars in front. So it's, you know, it's always a difficult thing, isn't it? It's similar to the 1v1 style of racing they have in Japan, where the car behind is always, regardless, the car that is responsible for contact or not. And you've got to think like that when you're following this closely to one another.
Yep, you really do. The benefit that these three drivers have, of course, is they've got a substantial gap to Turkey, which is the next car down the road in 4th position. So they do have a little bit of space to work their magic against each other, either attacking or defending, depending on the respective position. I do think from that shot we saw Switzerland getting a little bit out of shape. So everybody's absolutely pushing to the limits. Big question is, it's picking your moment, Chaz, isn't it? Deciding when the place is to launch the attack, and then how you're going to do so.
Yeah, look at that, backing off just as they get to the back of the car in front of them there. And the Netherlands just about holding station. Through Blanchimont they go. Nice and tidy that time round. Republic of Korea holding back from this as well. They're braking very early to make sure they don't go into the back of the car in front. This is just really good. Not even camaraderie, but this is just great working together here. We heard it earlier, didn't we, from Luis Tavares. He was saying that he knew with the Singaporean driver, Mohammed Alif, that he was going to work with him throughout that entire race and just break away from the pack. Turkey are in a good place as well, though, you know. They're in 4th position. They're not in this fight, but they're also not in a fight behind that either. Well, they weren't. Anyway, there's about 0.4 of a second, is there not? No, I do apologise. I was looking at the Serbian gap there for a second. Turkey have about 2 seconds to the cars behind them, so they're safe as well.
While we're watching this fight at the front of the pack, it does look like on the timing screen the USA are under big pressure from the Dominican Republic for 10th position as well, so we'll keep our eyes on that one. Your 10th position being the spot that gets you through to the final. And look at this, they're almost as one as they come down the long back Kemmel straight, trying to find a little bit of real estate, bit of bump drafting as well there from Korea and Republic of Korea and Switzerland as we make it through once again. Dropping back to 3rd position goes the Swiss car. They're keeping an eye on things, not too keen to get involved with the two ahead of them. Netherlands, though, are our race leaders.
Yeah, this is brilliant, absolutely brilliant racing by these guys. And while Paul and I personally don't enjoy bump drafting, it's certainly working for them at the end of the day, isn't it?
Yep, and off screen, the Dominican Republic have moved up into that 10th place, and the United States down into 11th position. They'll be the first of the cars that do not make it through if things stay as they are. Dominican Republic absolutely on a charge. We're having a look now at the Netherlands. They're leading the race. Isaac Gillison, that you can see picture in picture. He's got a clear track in front of him. This is exactly what you don't want to see, which is ironic, because we normally say the other way around.
Yeah, absolutely. But look how smooth he's being on the wheel as well. Obviously trying not to wash off any speed in this car, because they don't have that much power. 160 horsepower, as Paul's very own research sheet tells me. These cars are all about carrying momentum and not scrubbing off speed unnecessarily. You try and get as much handling capability out of them as you can in exchange for as little steering input as possible. So in the past, we've seen in certain corners they try to throw the car into a chicane and then deal with it on the exit in terms of how the car is sliding around. Now, we've heard that apparently there's been an incident a little bit further back, Paul, as according to our director.
Yep, absolutely. That's the fight for 10th and 11th that we're talking about for the USA and Dominican Republic. Hopefully we'll catch up with that one in a minute, but this is a launch around the outside. We've seen this one before. Outside becomes inside, becomes a deal on the Netherlands almost tries to get around the outside and causes a bit of a shunt themselves, but they get away with it. Now Republic even of Korea, my apologies, have the inside line. They're vulnerable and they think, don't want to get involved in this one too greatly. It's too early in the race, even though it's the final lap. It's more the final sector that they're interested in.
Yeah, definitely. You know, we're still a long way from the end of this race, even though we're on the final lap. We can tell you that for free. But that was really good opportunism there by Jimmy Antunes, the Swiss driver. He saw an opportunity, he hung back just like the Hungarian driver did yesterday and made the move. Instantly though, Republic of Korea moving to the left-hand side. Now watch the Netherlands behind both of these cars, because they're starting from further back here, Paul. They're going to get an almighty slingshot up the Kemmel Straight and into Le Combe. They tried to go to the right, the Swiss car is there, so they decide against it. Now they're side by side into Le Combe once again. Republic of Korea get the move done, take the lead once more. It's almost become a formality here, so that's why Paul and I may not sound excited about lead changes yet, but as we told you, we're far from the end of this race.
We really are. It's definitely the final sector, even the final quarter, some might say, where the action is going to take place. The Netherlands keeping a watching brief in third position, not too concerned about what they're doing. Let them hold each other up. And the Netherlands tries so hard to buy into this one, waiting for the opportunity. Now comes the launch to the inside. The Republic of Korea, they're going to take the position, but will the Netherlands find a way in? Look at that one, sideways on the wheel, almost loses the car, does Korea.
And here's Turkey. Turkey is suddenly in this as well, Paul, sorry, but Turkey now move up into third position. Great opportunism by them. It was an amazing move around the outside of Boucher by Jimmy Antunes to take the lead. Republic of Korea held on so hard there. Fabulous. But that was a brilliant save. Hats off, because that could have been a three-car incident. But Turkey's persistence has put them in third position here with just a few corners to go.
Really brilliant stuff. The Netherlands a little bit detached, it has to be said, in second position now, courtesy of that bit of excitement. And that's going to bring everybody into this equation. Basically, this can go anyway.
It absolutely could. Running now up the slipstream section towards Blanchimont. The Turkish driver moves to the right-hand side, just fills the mirrors of that Netherlands number 2 car. But look, all of a sudden they're all in this for the fight then. Hold your breath one more time as we go into the bus stop. Netherlands tries it round the outside. Going to go late on the brakes, way too late on the brakes. That's too hot, surely. He's not got it stopped for the first part of it. Jimmy Antunes can confidently turn back into Switzerland. Republic and Korea make contact with Turkey in the background, but it's Jimmy Antunes for Switzerland who takes the victory. What a fantastic, fantastic result that is for them. Netherlands second, Turkey third ahead of Republic of Korea. Serbia, Andorra, they're side by side to the line as well. We then have Luxembourg and Dominican Republic have dropped down in the end. Have they? No, they've suddenly popped back up into 8th place. France and USA, and is it Belgium that miss out, Paul, at the end?
Yeah, that is massively high drama all the way through. As we said, it doesn't matter about the last lap, it's the last corner that counts, and that was proof positive of that exact statement. Fantastic stuff again from our FIA Formula 4 drivers, and it is Jimmy Antunes for Switzerland that takes the victory in this, the final of the semi-final races here today.
Yeah, that was absolutely classic racing. That was really solid stuff. And the thing is, Jimmy and the guys, they all took the positions when they needed to, but they also hung back when they needed to as well. That move around the outside of Boucher down towards No Name Corner was just absolutely phenomenal, was it not? Jimmy will be up on stage with Paul in just a minute's time, and he'll have a chat with him about how that race went and how he feels about it now. But there was a bit of a mix at the end there, so we'll have to obviously confirm the qualifying teams and drivers in a little bit when we've got the final result in. I think the timing screen with the chicane and everything just went crazy at the end there. There was clearly some last-minute moves because all of those drivers in the latter stage of the top 10 and just outside of the top 10 were really, really close together. So they will not want to obviously give anything up at the end of a race like that. But as you've seen, the Formula 4 cars are so exciting here on iRacing. It's not always about having the most power and the most downforce in the world. Sometimes the lower powered forms of motorsport can be some of the most exciting because they are more about momentum. They're more about the driver really getting everything they can out of the car. As I said to Luis Tavares earlier on, it's all about wringing the neck of the car. You've got to absolutely squeeze that machine for everything you can get out of it. And these guys have done that so well. Great opportunism on show in so many places there. And I'm sure that we are all looking forward to the final a little bit later on this evening. It will be our final race of the day here in Valencia. And I tell you what, it's going to be super exciting because that too is also a 15-minute race. In the GTs, we've gone from half-hour races to 1-hour races, but in the Formula 4s, we stay at 15 minutes throughout. So it retains that sprint racing action. And this is also the first time this year, first time ever in the FIA Motorsport games, that the Esports Formula 4s have been with us. Here's a quick look back at some highlights then on your screens now, so you can see some of the great action that unfolded here at Spa-Francorchamps. But to conclude my point, these are going to be the first ever medal winners in this category. category of the FIA Motorsport games. In the esports, we have obviously GTs and now Formula 4s. This is the first year that we've had this segment. We are welcoming it so much. We are embracing these Formula 4s. Long may it continue, because iRacing have given these guys an amazing platform to race with by the look of it, and they are having a hell of a lot of fun. A mistake there from Malaysia early on in the race cost them quite a bunch of positions, and here is some of the contact that happened further down. That was the Norwegian car getting turned over, and that's the thing in these machines. It's so easy to misjudge it when there's a car on your inside, turn in a little bit too far, whether you're in front of them or behind them, and make contact. There's the Malaysian car going up and over, and oh, there was more contact after that, which is why the crowd reaction continued on. We did wonder, because we have a fantastic crowd next to us here, but the reaction continued on after the incident that we saw on screen anyway. So unfortunately it goes that way, but we've seen this a lot in Formula 4s, and we saw it in the GTs earlier on as well. If you're turning into a corner and trying to judge a cutback, it's so easy to just clip the back of the car in front, and in Formula 4s it is much less forgiving. I'm told now we're going to go back up to the stage though and speak to Paul, who's got our race winning driver.
Thank you very much, Jazz. Jimmy Antunes, winner for Switzerland. How does that feel?
It felt great, mate. Starting from P5, I mean, it was just a draft game and being smart, and the last lap was free for all, to be honest, and I win it, so I'm happy. I will start on the front row for the final, so that's good.
And you are into that final. Just how much does it mean to you to be racing at a level like the Motorsport Games, and you're in the final?
Yeah, it's great, honestly. The atmosphere here is really great. The people here is great as well. The drivers are really good, so yeah, I'm really happy to be in the finals, starting in front row, so yeah, I'm really looking forward, sorry.
And just finally, of course, we had some great racing. It's a very difficult car to race in. A little word about your competitors, if you can. You've had some really good rivals up to this stage, haven't you?
Yeah, of course. I mean, Netherlands are there, Korea as well, Brazil, of course. So yeah, I'm looking forward for the final. It will be a great show for sure.
Jimmy, congratulations. That was a wonderful result. Well done. There we go then. That is our race winner for Switzerland. And now we have all of the teams, all of the nations, and all of the drivers confirmed and ready for our finals, which are coming up right after this. So don't go anywhere. It's about time to start crowning some winners.
again, everybody. Welcome back once more to the FIA Motorsport Games here in 2024 and the final of the Esports GT category. Paul, it's been a very long weekend so far. Not in a bad way. It's been an action-filled weekend, a long one at that. But we finally come, funnily enough, to the final here in the Esports GT category. The longer races out of the two Esports categories we have here this weekend. This is going to be a bit of a barnstormer because there's so many elements to these races that we've seen in the quarterfinals, the last chances and the semi-finals now. It all culminates down to this for just 3 medal winners out of this entire field. It's going to be so close.
Yeah, we've spoken about pressure so many times over the course of this weekend, but this is where we get the pressure, we put it in a little can, we apply some more pressure to it, we shake it up, and then we throw it off the edge of a cliff.
Yeah.
This is where it goes. Absolutely. This will be the hardest race that any of these drivers have ever done. This is a race for a gold medal.
Yeah.
Come on, think about that for a moment. You can't exaggerate that any further, can you?
Absolutely. Paul and I have spoken a lot about the fact that these drivers often represent big-name esports teams behind the scenes as well, in their own leagues and series on their own sims. It's amazing that they do that, but then to do this, come here abroad to Spain, and then obviously represent their nation as well. They've not just got their team, but their entire nation's pressure resting on their shoulders. It's incredible.
Yeah, it really is massively, massively impressive. But before we get the action underway, let's take a quick look at a very short video at some of the things that we have seen.
Yeah, incredible, isn't it, that we're here in Valencia, these amazing scenes. And this is the best bit about it, really, for us, is unfortunately part of the esports side of things here in this venue. We are away from the circuit itself, but we are in an incredible museum of science and arts here in the centre of Valencia, and we've been spoilt rotten with the scenery around here. It's an absolutely beautiful place. There's a lot going on at the circuit as well. There's even a third venue as well, Paul, with all the karting and all the autocross, I think they called it, going on in another 5 or 6 categories of their own at a separate third location. So it's spread all across Valencia, and still it feels like there's this great sense of togetherness.
There is. Togetherness is a great word. There's so many activations, the FIA Motorsport Games, throughout the 3 iterations that have taken part. This is, of course, the third of 3 here in the City of Art and Culture, and then for the esports aspect here in the Museum of Arts and Sciences. It is so impressive. So many disciplines, young drivers, experienced drivers, esport drivers as well. We can see some of the highlights on our screen. Drifting so spectacular. The karting, the slalom. We've got the touring cars, the Formula cars, the rally, the esports. It's a bit of something for everyone, and it's a festival. It's a festival of real and virtual racing, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. And it showcases every element of what could be a journey through motorsport as well, because you and I have both seen people that we know come up through karting and then through the later forms of sim racing to make a career either in real motorsport or sim racing itself, and have that as, like we've said, a destination, not a stepping stone. But it covers the whole spectrum of it as well. It's just epic to see it, and we hope to add even more disciplines to that in the future as well. You and I are both big fans of truck racing. It's what I commentate on as my bread and butter. We were potentially going to have truck racing as part of this year, but unfortunately it didn't come to light. But you never know, in the future, fingers crossed.
Well, it just keeps growing and growing, doesn't it? I mean, Marseille 2022, which is the other event that we attended, we didn't unfortunately go to the first one. That was spectacular, and I think we spoke so many times afterwards, how does it get better than that? And then we've come here to Valencia, and it's just uplifted everything. Again, in every aspect, bigger, more disciplines, more drivers. For the esports aspect, this is pretty much the largest esports event in history.
Yeah, it's crazy.
What is it? 70 nations, 117 drivers represented.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Mind-blowing.
That's absolutely mind-blowing. And it's the fact that amongst those 70 nations as well, there's not one repeat driver in either category. There's only one of each nation allowed in each event. And we've got humongous lists on our entry list here that go entire A4 pages down when it's in tiny font. It's just crazy. And we have to try and reference this while the race is going on. And let's not forget as well, with the GT racing that we've had as well this weekend, that was the format, that was the bread and butter that we had a couple of years ago in Marseille, but now we've got the addition of the Formula 4s. They're different cars, it's on a different circuit in the virtual world, and it's a very different format, much shorter races. It's very quick fire compared to the very well fine-tuned endurance racing in the GT cars, which we will showcase again very shortly. But it's covering even not just a broader spectrum of motorsport, but a broader spectrum of esports as well.
Yeah, it's a real celebration, as we say, a very togetherness and a very family atmosphere, celebrating all that's racing. And of course, in traditional time-honoured style, when you do something like this, we often refer to it as the Olympics of motor racing. You've got to have a very lavish opening ceremony as well.
You absolutely
And I think
do.
we've got some highlights from that one too to take a look at.
We certainly do, yeah. The opening ceremony, one of the things we were spoiled rotten with actually, was that the opening ceremony was held here just on Wednesday, and it was literally on the day we arrived actually, Paul. We turned up on Wednesday morning, sun shining, not, and it was fantastic, fantastic atmosphere still in this amazing venue, and just outside actually on one of the other buildings that they have, I think it was the hemispheric Science Museum or something. There's a long name for it. Anyway, the opening ceremony was there, and we do have a highlights video of some of the things you could have experienced if you were here to see it. Oh, hello again. I expected that video to be a lot longer. Sorry, everybody. But yes, absolutely amazing opening ceremony just down there in the Hemispheric Science Centre here at this incredible venue in Valencia. And I'm really looking forward to seeing now if we can have our own little closing ceremony with our own races and see if we can give the fireworks of our own. My wonderful colleague Paul has made his way up to the stage, and he has some fantastic interviews for us from people within the industry that help bring all of this together.
Thank you very much, Chaz. I am delighted to be joined on stage by two very important people in the world of sim racing. Eric Strana, who is the Esports Project Manager for the FIA, and then we've got Valerio Piasanti, Vice President Marketing and Licensing at Kunos Simulazione. Eric, I'm going to start with you, if I may. Third FIA Motorsport Games. It's been incredible how it's grown so much over the years. From an FIA point of view, are you satisfied and excited with the way that esports and sim racing continues to grow and thrive in this platform?
There we go. Absolutely. I mean, the fact that, like I said, we're on the third one now, and we have gone from having, last year we doubled the number of disciplines, and we've doubled the number of drivers, and we've doubled the number of seats we have in the venue. And we can see it's full in the room. There's people coming in. We have lots of drivers from all around the world here. So I think there's no other way to call it other than a success, for sure.
It really has been a success. It's been massively entertaining for us audiences at home and the fans here on site. But how important is it to the FIA to be associated and involved in sim racing as a governing body and an organising party as well?
I think it's key because, I mean, right now we're definitely all about trying to make motorsport accessible. That's what we want to do. So anything that we can do to give people access to motorsport in that sense, regardless whether it's through a go-kart, through a touring car, or through esports, it's super important. And obviously we can see that because esports is the biggest field that we have, so we have a lot of people here from all around the world, like I said, at a relatively affordable price point, and I think that goes to show that it's a recipe for success.
I can absolutely say, having been in this industry for a long time, to have the FIA so heavily involved is a real sign for us that the legitimacy of esports and sim racing. And Valerio, to talk to yourself from a different point of view, obviously Kunos Simulazione are the simulation development team behind ACC. How impressed and important is it for you as a company to see your product used on such a global scale?
So we are very proud to be among the main actors in this rise of esports, and we see a lot of talent in display during the whole event. Also, I mean, we are very proud to be part of this breaking of the barriers of motorsport, which is what sim racing stands for. And so we really think that the competition behind this is something that we are really eager to feed, not only now but in the future, because we really see that it's not virtual, it's real sport. It's something that it's with a big human factor behind.
It's real sport. I absolutely love that one. And talking of the human factor for a moment as well, these drivers get the opportunity via the FIA, via SRO, to put this event together and represent their nation. Would you ever believe that Assetto Corsa Competizione would be the platform that facilitates this incredible opportunity?
Well, yes, that's amazing to see what's going on. And in the game, we always had all of these flags, and it felt, like a real worldwide endeavor. And since the beginning, we had to deal with a lot of different cultures with the same spirit, with the same passion, and with the same love for competition, cars, and clearly all that is behind this, which is a whole universe, and we are proud to be part of this and to have a digital twin of this in the game, Competizione first, and clearly all the Assetto Corsa development platform.
Gentlemen, it's been an absolute pleasure. We've got the small matter of a lot of drivers to bring on stage, so I'm going to let you find your seats in the audience. Thank you very much for your time. It's wonderful to have you with us. And now it's that time of the day where we're going to call up our drivers and our nations onto the stage. So, ladies and gents, watching here in the audience, I'd like a big cheer for every driver. Can I please welcome to the stage car number 17, the nation of Brazil. Car number 19, the Czech Republic. Car number 6, it's Germany. Car number 23 is Belgium. Car number 3, it is the host nation of Spain. Next up is number 34, it is Chile. Car number 26 is the nation of Japan. Next up we have Malaysia in car number 40. And then Singapore in car number 45 is our next driver. And now we welcome Hong Kong, China in car number 41. Next driver up on stage is car number 57 for France. Please give a warm welcome to our next driver. It's the Netherlands in car number 2. Slovakia are next up on stage, car number 33. Now it's time for the United States of America, car number 20. Estonia as the next driving team that we'd like to welcome up with car number 22. And then we go for Morocco next, car number 49. And now it's time for Sweden in car number 10. The nation of Australia is next in car number 29. And then it is number 31, of course, it is Greece. And last but by no means least, number 54 for the nation of Portugal.
Thank you very much, Paul. Much appreciated indeed. And we now have all of our drivers ready and getting located in their respective rigs for that final of this Esports GT category. I cannot believe we're already here at the end of this. Like I've said, it's been a long weekend, but it's one of those things where it's actually flown by in realistic terms. Now, we've got Brazil and Czech Republic on the front row of the grid here. They have both sprinted away in all of their races so far and been absolutely untouchable in terms of pace. So we have them now head-to-head, and it's going to be mighty exciting to see who comes out on top. We'll have to wait and see, though, because they've got the likes of Germany, Belgium, Spain and Chile started on the next couple of rows behind them, Paul, and they are not going to be able to get away easily from the likes of those drivers and teams because they have been absolutely hot on it all weekend.
Oh, absolutely. We've got to that stage of the competition, the final stage of the competition, where we've whittled down the drivers through the heat of competition to get the very best of the best of the best. There's no easy cars, no easy nations, no easy overtakes. This is the top of the top of the top that we're talking about now, isn't it?
Yeah, they talk about having the cherry on top of the cake, but this is the slight dusting that the cherry gets on top of the cake as well. It's just unbelievable, isn't it? You cannot really emphasize anymore how high a level this is at now. And this is for a medal for your country. We must reiterate that time and time again. This is no joke. Like we've said, the racing is very real. The cars may not be, but this is very real now, and it is a real gold, silver, and bronze medal for their respective nations. So this is the highest pressure they will receive in this competition now. 20 cars. Anybody, Paul, that you've got your eye on as a bit of a sort of outsider in this one?
For me, I'm very excited to see what France can do.
Yes.
The reason why I say that, they're starting down in 11th position. We know they're quick coming into this competition. And then we saw in the last race, the way they charged through from 16th on the grid, got all the way well into the top placings. We know that car's fast and driver. We know they can do pressure, and we know they can overtake. 11th place will not, categorically will not be the place in which they finish this race. And I love that. I love an underdog.
Yeah, absolutely. For me, I think Philippa Bukida for Australia as well. We saw amazing pace, qualified on pole position for her quarter-final qualifier, had an incident earlier on in the day as well, and was knocked back down the order, starting this one 18th on the grid, but has that determination and pace to make it through the order. Maybe get a medal, you never know, because it's a long old race this. It's 1 hour, which is a usual sort of length for a GT race in the real world, but of course, here, compared to the half-hour races we were doing earlier on in the competition, this is going to feel like a lifetime for some of these drivers. And we still have that mandatory pit stop to think about as well.
Exactly, that's the important thing to think about. There's a little bit of strategy. There's a little bit of drivers having to work out how they best approach this race and how they're going to do it against their rivals. We see the cars are on the grid. There's just over 1 minute to go. We'll do a full formation lap, and then it'll be a rolling start, Chaz. And unbelievably, feels a bit surreal to say this one, we'll be drawing this, the Esports GT section at least, of Motorsport Games to a close in 24.
It's incredible, isn't it? It's come around so suddenly as well, because we had so many races yesterday. We had 10 races in the end, with all the quarterfinals and the last chance races, 5 of them in each category. Then we've had 2 semi-finals in each of the categories today as well. It's mad to think that there is actually an end to this, because it just seems like a series that will go on forever, and hopefully the FIA Motorsport Games goes on for forever as well, because in between these races, some of the things you won't have seen obviously in the live stream when you've been following us, the people that we get to speak to here, Paul, whether it be drivers, personnel, even just on site here at the museum as well, the people behind the simulators as well, and everybody that's here to represent their nation in this competition. There's just so many wonderful people here. I wish we could showcase each and every one of them on the stage, because they're all great.
Yeah, could not agree anymore with that one. It really is so satisfying to see such an eclectic collection of personalities as well. Very different people from very different backgrounds, very different parts of the world, coming together, family unit as one, to hopefully showcase the world of esports sim racing to a much wider audience than is often possible. And just little things, you and I have both been in this game for a while. I've had a conversation on the stage a few minutes ago with the FIA telling me how important sim racing is to them.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's incredible, isn't it? Because, you know, it's the world governing body of motorsport as we know it in almost all competitions. It's just amazing to have them on board here and see that they recognise this as level with everything else that's going on here at the Motorsport Games. It's not just a subcategory of something. It is a category of the FIA Motorsport Games, and they respect it just as much as we respect them as well. It's lovely to work hand in hand with the FIA. Obviously for us as commentators, we get fancy shirts with FIA logos on as well. It's a beautiful memento to have, but still, it is just amazing that it's all come together like this, and definitely the word is togetherness in all of this, and even all of these nations as well. There's a lot of nations here that aren't even racing in this, that were racing in this Esports GT competition, and they're here to watch and here to enjoy what is going to be a fantastic spectacle.
Yeah, it really is a fabulous spectacle, is absolutely the word. I've used festival as a term as well to summarise how this all is, and it is. It's a festival of the real and the virtual racing, and it's putting us on the absolute map when it comes to us virtual fans, isn't it? It's really given us that opportunity to shout as loud as we can to the world this is what we are, this is what we do. Come and have a piece of it for yourself because it's wonderful.
Yeah, it's a great way to showcase it and just give everybody an idea of what the top level of this looks like. And the wonderful thing about it is there's so many levels below this as well, you know, from the grassroots racing leagues that you get on either a set of Corsa Competizione, where it's just a couple of friends running for a laugh, whether it's national championships, whether it's high-end organised league racing as well that you have to go for. There are so many steps up to this point, and there's so much more. This is just the tip of the iceberg, but it's a very well-polished tip of the iceberg, isn't it, Paul? Because these are the finest drivers in the world.
Yep, they really are. They're representing their nation, not themselves, not a team, not a consortium, not a conglomerate, not a group, not anything, but the place in which they were born and they live. All the sim racers that are of their nationality look up to these drivers. They want to be these drivers, and that kind of representation is something rather spectacular indeed. So now, folks, watching in the arena and watching at home, the time for talking is over. Not for Chaz and I, of course. It's now the time for the action. So, we are ready. It is finals day. Somebody is going to be a champion in the next 1 hour's time. Can I have a big cheer from the audience to get us going here? It's the FIA Motorsport Games GT Cup. We are go on the final race of the day. Champions will be made today as we head down into the first corner. The Brazil have the inside line. Czech Republic trying to buy into this one as well. Germany, a bit of contact further back. That may have been the Malaysian entry. 4 cars facing the wrong direction, but up front Germany slipped down into second. Brazil are our race leaders, and Belgium are in there as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Belgium right on the back of them here, trying to go through the left-hand kink into the hairpin. A few drivers just faking a move to the inside. That's France side by side with Japan. Little bit of a kiss there, door to door, really trying to put pressure on one another. Hopefully no contact on the exit. That was tidy stuff from France. We saw some very well calculated manoeuvres earlier on by Matis from France. And right now Sota Muto is having to focus, get back in a rhythm here with Slovakia, and then the Netherlands right behind. The drivers and the cars that seem to have dropped away were Malaysia, the United States of America and Singapore. I was going to say there were a couple of red cars in there as well, and I was hoping for their sake Singapore was not one of them. They started 9th on the grid, Malaysia started in 8th. And the United States as well started in 14th position. So a few cars from the mid-pack dropping down, Paul, but it's a long old race. There's plenty of time left to go. But at the minute, it's Brazil leading the way. And well, we've seen them do this before, haven't we?
We have indeed. Brazil are an incredibly competitive outfit in any realm of sport. It has to be said, although motor racing's more my bag than anything else. And it's absolutely being represented again. Igor Rodriguez behind the wheel of the number 17 machine. He's converted that pole position courtesy of his success throughout the course of the competition in the quarterfinals and the semi-finals, and now he's leading in the grand finale. Second position, Czech Republic, Wojciech Fihala behind the wheel of that car. Niklas Huben for Germany in 3rd position is the current medal placement holders, but we're only 2 minutes in, Jazz. There's 58 left to go. I've got a funny feeling that things may just change a little bit.
I think they absolutely will, Paul. You're absolutely right, but Brazil lead the way. That is a matter of fact at this moment in time. Just having a quick look at the top 5 positions there, you know, and nobody in the top 5 currently has ever won a medal here at the FIA Motorsport Games Esports before, and we've never had a repeat winner either. So we've had so far Australia, Costa Rica, Italy, United Kingdom, Netherlands and Spain have all won medals, whether they're gold, silver or bronze. Nobody in that top 5 has ever had one before. Spain are the highest placed car at the moment that have won one. Last year they came 3rd, or last time, sorry, 2 years ago they came 3rd.
And the reason for that is because esport sim racing is so accessible to the masses. You can really low barrier entry compared to, let's say, real world racing. So you can get in there in every 2 years. We run the FIA Motorsport Games, and that gives drivers the opportunity to put in the work, to qualify through their performance, to go to their local ASN and say, look, this is me, this is what I'm all about, and they can represent their nation. So you do get a high churn of drivers because the opportunities are so available in comparison to pretty much any other sport in the whole world, I'd say.
Yeah, definitely. It's a sport you can do from home while still competing with other people all around the world.
Amazing.
There's not many that you can do that with, to be honest with you. So the fact that these guys have that accessibility to be able to hone their craft and practice and get as good as they have been, to then come here and compete together. We've spoken to so many drivers already this weekend that have said it's so lovely to be in the same room as these guys, because they have a sort of added respect when you can see the other person there next to you. You know, it really brings the respect levels right to the brim, and it's great to see that that's what they want. Hong Kong China have been given an early drive-through penalty here with 56 minutes left on the clock, and that is a massive, massive shame for them. Maybe some involvement in the contact in the opening stages there, Paul, because it was around that part of the field, or just in front of that part of the field, where it all, I'm afraid, went to pot.
Yeah, that's a real shame for Hong Kong China. They've been good value for money, it has to be said, over the course of the competition thus far. 15th position they are in currently. They have 3 laps, of course, we all know the drill, to go and serve that drive-through penalty. Drive-through pit lane at the mandated pit lane speed limit. Then they can get back out again and carry on their merry way. We're having a quick look at Morocco at this moment in time. They're down in 12th position. Estonia are the car that they're chasing in number 20, 49 and 22 respectively. Remember, this would have been good for us last time around because we needed the top 10. It's only the top 3 on this occasion. Morocco then recognising that one. They know they need to get their skates on nice and early. Have a look to the inside, too wide through the final corner. Very, very nice. We don't see that one pulled off successfully very often at all. It continues for the run down into T1. This is a danger zone. Jazz and I have both highlighted this as a pinch point on this circuit. Estonia had the slight overlap, but they do seem to have a little bit more discretion than the Moroccan machine, so they do run wide, give them the racing space. Morocco take the position. Estonia almost hung out to dry. That's Greece buying in on the action. And look here, Philippa Bakina for Australia. She likes to look at what's going on and tries to get involved as well.
Started 18th on the grid, did Philippa as well, so another fantastic drive up the order already. Just a couple of laps in, 4 places gained. Portugal just behind as well there. Ricardo Lado will not take this one lying down. There's Philippa making the move down the inside, trying to fill that gap, but doesn't quite work at the moment. Ricardo just behind them, waiting in the wings for an opportunity to come his way. And yeah, it just dawned on me as well on that previous lap actually, Paul, that this is the first race in 2 days where we aren't just looking at either a top 10 or a top 5 for people to progress. This is the savage sort of nature of what we have in like a karting race. In karting, a lot of the time, if you're fighting for a certain plate or a certain championship, you either win the race or you may as well have not, well, not turned up, you know what I mean? That sounds harsh, but you either win or you don't. Whether you're second, whether you're 25th, you have the same result effectively, second or 25th. That's going to be the same here if you're outside the top 3. It's bronze, silver and gold for those top 3 positions, obviously in reverse order, sorry, and then nothing else.
And much like the complete polar opposite to what we've seen up to this point, there's no playing the percentages game.
No.
There's no ho, I'm safe, let's stay where we are.
Yeah.
Elbows need to be out. They don't need to be out, Jazz. They need to be sharpened to the finest point they've ever been fined. You really have to push. Belgium, 4th position. Fabulous result. 4th at a race of this level. Wow, well done you. Amazing. 4th in this competition will give you precisely 0 reward. So you've got to be 3rd. You may as well throw it to the wall and finish in 4th and just give it everything you've got. If you're Germany, so don't want to be hearing that news, because you're currently in the bottom step of the trophy medal awards.
Yeah, absolutely, and like you say, it doesn't really amount to anything if you finish in 4th position. Sure, you get some lovely airtime, you get 2 Northern English blokes saying that you've done a good job, but that's about it. And you have to then sort of swallow your pride and come back again in 2 years and try it all over again. But at the same time, while it is really, really harsh and very cutthroat, as we've been saying, that's part of the entertainment here in a format like this. You get a medal or you don't, and it's those top 3 cars at the moment that are on their way to medals. Brazil have been absolutely flawless so far in this competition. So too have the Czech Republic. All that comes down to, in terms of their grid positions, really, when you think about it, was how they qualified at the start of the event. Because 1st, 2nd and 3rd cars were 1st in each of their groups. So it was 1-1-1, 2-2-2, 3-3-3 and so on. So that means that the only reason Brazil start ahead of the Czech Republic in this race is just down to qualifying times, because they've both won their qualifying races and semi-finals up to this point.
Yep, absolutely. It really is all down to the finest of margins. We're riding on board with the Chile car momentarily there. Beautiful picture-in-picture shots we see from the driver's point of view in the cockpit of that big Mercedes AMG GT3 Evo. Fabulous car, GT3 regulations, some of the best racing anywhere in the world. And the Chilean vehicle is currently in 3rd position. Belgium are the team just ahead, but they don't seem to quite have the pace of our top 3, And if you're Chile, or even if you're Spain or France or Japan further behind, you're going to be well aware, painfully aware, it has to be said, that you need to clear the obstacle of the Belgian car, otherwise you're going to start getting detached, and life gets a little bit harder in that kind of scenario.
Yeah, it's a very physical barrier in front of them, isn't it, that Mercedes right now, because at the end of the day they can see the top three getting further and further away, and they've just sat behind them at the moment. It's not that they're hanging back necessarily, they're all pushing as hard as possible, which leads me to think maybe some people with nothing to lose a bit further back might try something tyre-wise.
Sure.
You never know. The strategies are going to be important here because we have a 10-minute pit stop window in the middle of this race. It will start when that timer at the top of the screen counts down to 35 minutes to go, and it will end when there are 25 minutes to go. The cars have to enter the pit lane inside those 10 minutes, unlike Venezuela and Turkey did. Otherwise, they will get a penalty at the end of the race. Here's Japan, Sotomuto now right up behind Matisse, the French driver, and the two of them have both had a bit of an up and down weekend actually. Sotomuto did really well, took a win obviously in his quarter-final, but just hasn't had it on tap today really in terms of the performance. The French driver earlier flew up, but obviously they had a tough time at the start of the competition, so they've both been at different sort of levels at different points.
Yeah, absolutely. They're just missing that little final lick of pace, I think, for Japan at this moment in time, or certainly up to this point. I dare say that things might be a little bit different now. It's really into game time, because often elite sports people, real or virtual, you just find that bit more when it really matters, don't you? And I think Sotomuto for the Japan team is doing a very good job at this moment in time. France, as you asked me, who am I looking out for? I said that nation. They started 11th. They're already up to 7th, but I don't think Japan are particularly enthusiastic about letting that car get away just yet.
No, he's going to absolutely stick with him, because as well, you know, these drivers, they watch each other's races. They know where everybody will be in terms of pace and what they've got in their back pocket. Right now, Estonia have Australia in their back pocket, but not in the way that they're looking after him. It's the fact that Filippo Pachina's very aggressive looking Mercedes is right up behind them and hoping to get another position gained. That's the BS competition livery, I believe, with the tweak for the Australian colours on it. Looks absolutely fantastic. Filippo racing for BS competition in league racing all around the world.
I've not clocked that. Actually, I've always been an admirer of the livery, but I've not noticed that one, and it does look absolutely sensational, the Australia livery. And I do love the way that these nations are representing themselves and their personalities and their cultures through the liveries on their car. It really is an all-encompassing sort of experience of, hey, this is who we are, this is what we're about, and we're going to express ourselves through the medium of virtual motorsports, which is it sounds like a marketing tagline, but it really is so true, isn't it? It's fabulous. It's another step up above again compared to even the great competitions that we've seen throughout the industry.
Yeah, it's another real sort of angle of sim racing, is the self-expression through the livery worn on your virtual car. You know, it's so easy to change liveries in sim racing like this that, you know, there's no logistics of sending the car away to get wrapped or anything, or worrying about the wrap getting damaged and, you know, spray painting the thing either. You can have really fancy designs on these cars at no added cost. You can just spend a bit of time on Photoshop or something and sort it out, and they look resplendent. And hats off to all the guys and girls that have sorted out the liveries for this competition as well, that obviously help us identify these machines and help identify what country they're all from, because they look amazing in every respect. Right now though, Belgium under pressure with Chile just behind, and then Spain waiting in the wings as well, and they're not at the moment on for a medal, any of these teams, but you never know what can happen in front. We've seen drive-throughs come at any point, Paul, and to be fair, no team has been completely immune from them.
But we're talking about the medals, and we've spoken about that a lot, because obviously that's the prize at the end of the road. But we've spoken to several nations over the course of this weekend where they're a more developing scene in the world of esports and sim racing. And yes, everybody wants the top 3 of the medal, of course they do. Yeah. But for some of these nations, actually being into this final and finishing as high as you can is a massive achievement for a small, growing nation that's building their infrastructure, building their support and their passion. And we all know this from, there's another stupid sport that's got a round thing and 11 people kicking about. I don't know what it is.
I don't know what about.
The passion that grows in there, that you can build in a group of people by success, and that's what they're trying to do here. They're trying to say, hey, fellow people that live where I live, look what we're doing, and get some support behind it, and that's massively powerful as well, isn't it?
Yeah, it completely is. You said it yesterday, actually, that there's legacies to be built here, and there's lists and lists of people that have achieved this, that, and the other, whether it comes to the Olympics or even the FIA Motorsport Games. What they're doing now is, rather than adding to a list, they are building the list from the start with these first couple of years in this competition. They will be some of the founding fathers of these sorts of events. It's going to be amazing to see in just a few years how many of these names are around, how many new names from other countries have come in and got on board with this as well. This is just the beginning, and it's only getting better.
These will be the Alberto Ascari, Juan Manuel Fangios, the future generations of these drivers, won't they? That's really quite exciting. Hopefully weather Murray Walkers, but I doubt it significantly. As France go on the defence from Japan, and again, Japan, Sotomuto, we've spoken about this already in this race. We were sort of saying they've struggled a little bit in the last couple of races. Well, they're absolutely on form at this moment in time. In fact, here we go to the inside of France. Will they both make it through the corner? The French team stay around the outside. Japan to the inside, just have to give that one up. Well played, not to fight it too far. Know the battle's lost. Live to fight another day.
Yeah, they didn't push too hard there and run wide. It's very easy to make contact there, whether it's France trying to make sure they don't go too wide with the track limits on the right, or whether Japan try not to run wide from the apex itself. You've both got to have the same sort of responsibility in that corner, whether you're the outside car or the inside car. Slovakia are now coming into the picture as well, just behind this lot. Now we look back at Belgium, still ahead of Chile and Spain. Chile looking a little bit more apparent than Spain at this moment in time, but the Spanish car not right with them at this stage. It's just sort of, again, waiting in the wings is definitely the phrase, isn't it, at the moment, as they just keep that slipstream down the start, finish straight, and then they use the twisties to stick with them, put a little bit of pressure on them, as we've seen Phil the Mirrors. As here's a battle, Paul.
Yeah, here we go. This is the Australian entry and the Estonian team side by side. Estonia does very, very well to get out of that one. Almost loses the car, does just Perec, but he holds on to it in nice style. That opens the door, though, for Australia and Filippo Bacchida. Bacchida gets it done, and a round of applause as well from the arena to say, well done. That was a lovely, lovely pass from Australia. They're now up another position. They started in 18th, Jazz. They're now up into 13th.
Really solid progress by Filippo Bacchida so far, and it's corners like that actually where you can hang it around the outside. As long as you keep the car nice and smooth, you can keep it all the way around the outside, pinch the other car to the apex, and they have to take a compromised slower line and then try and make it work from there. Here's a move from Japan down the inside of France now, still side by side through the hairpin. They're going to go through a left kink. That's going to give the advantage to Japan for just a moment, but France is going to be in the inside for the next part of the corner. They're still door to door on the exit. We saw this on the very first lap actually, Paul. France back down the inside once more. Japan's going to have the inside again. Are they going to have the run though? Is Sotomuto going to be able to keep his nose down the inside? Yes, he is, and I think he might get this moved on the exit. Can he now? A slide from France again. They're still side by side, Paul.
This is brilliant, really classy racing from these two drivers. France don't get the job done, but they go immediately on the attack. Will there be enough racing room? Contact between
Slovakia.
the two of them. That's opened the door for Slovakia to say hello. I'll have a piece of this action. Thank you very much, gentlemen, and I'll take that one away. Sotomuto, though, for Japan says no thank you. I'll take it back, and he does indeed. Survives the attack of not one, but two cars. Brilliant driving from Japan. They hold on to 7th position. The Netherlands are buying into this one as well. They must have had Stroopwafel for breakfast. So fast is what they're going in this race. Beautiful stuff.
That was fantastic, absolutely fantastic. I never once thought in my career that I'd ever just randomly shout the word Slovakia, to be honest with you. We've got France as well now trying to buy into this, because Japan has started to stretch away a little bit with all of this scrapping that's going on. There's a drive-through penalty for Morocco just come up on screen as well. They're serving that immediately. Morocco definitely have been one of the more entertaining teams actually in all of this. No disrespect to any of the others, of course, but they have been absolutely on it at all times, not scared to make a move down the inside. And now France just need to recover a little bit, just recuperate. They've got a little bit of attention there from the Netherlands as well, but now they need to just think, right, Slovakia's back in front of us. That's not the be-all and end-all. Give it a few laps, do that bit of reconnaissance that we've spoken about, where you've just got to pick out where you're quicker than the car ahead, and and then try and go forward once more.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we said it during the live, that was a classy bit of racing from those drivers. And again, you may not necessarily be in that top 3 position just yet, although we've got 42 minutes left to go. But it is all about putting on a show, representing your nation, and really showing just how good of a driver you are. And that was some really, really good driving. Netherlands, though, still trying to get involved in this one at the back of that shot. That's really opened the door for the Netherlands. It's been a very good result for them, hasn't it, to get into that fight in 10?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just looking on the grid sheet. They started 12th on the grid, the Netherlands, so they have improved on where they started the race. Let's not forget as well, Paul, we always say it, that if you can finish a race in the same position or above where you started, it's not always a bad day in the office, that is it?
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely, especially at this kind of level. It's qualifying, I think I said it earlier in the weekend, which feels like months ago now.
It does.
Qualifying is one thing, hot lap pace is one thing, executed for 60 minutes time after time with a changing balance of a car, with changing track conditions and other drivers around you is an entirely different prospect altogether, isn't it?
Yeah, it really is. And we've seen it in certain competitions in the past where they've had hot lap competitions. You know, you set one lap and that's your sort of mark on the competition, whereas in most other cases they try and get you to do something a bit more consistent, get you to do repeated laps and see how consistent you are over a stint, whether that be in a race format or whether that be on your own without the aid of any slipstream, which could obviously interfere with lap times and so on. This, though, is as raw as it gets. This is go out there, race each other, have fun, goodbye, enjoy it, and we'll go and talk about it. But yeah, this is the most raw form of a competition like this. Look at this train of cars here, though. We've got Greece, Australia, Portugal, Estonia, United States of America, Sweden, Malaysia and Singapore in there, all from 11th back to 18th place.
That's a nice recovery from Malaysia. That was one of the cars I saw at the back of the shot on the opening lap that was in some kind of drama. So Malaysia, first and foremost, it's my hobby horse thing. Well done for keeping going, loving that stuff, keeping in the race. More to the point, well done for getting really back into the fight as well. Okay, we're a bit further away from the top 3 than we would like. He's certainly still in a shout for a top 10. And Greece, under all the pressure in the world, Bakida for Australia, climbing over the curves, climbing over the car in front, trying desperately to find a way past. Can Australia do it now? On corner exits, much smoother than the Greek machine in front. So Bakida, she's going to be tempted. There's a temptation to look into T1. Often it looks like it's on until it isn't. Will the Australian car pop out? Thinks about it, thinks better of it.
Yeah, I like that. Lovely little quick move there. And often you see drivers do that quite slowly, don't you? They sit down the inside for ages, and there, Philippa now makes her move into the hairpin. It's going to be interesting to see if she makes this stick, if she can then, well, just disappear off in front. Usually we don't see that move completed that early after that corner there. A nice little round of applause from the crowd. Instantly Portugal are going to want to move on this, but watch that BS competition liveried car now get moving just in front, because I think Philippa's going to disappear over the horizon and go chasing that further battle. This battle, actually, which is, no, sorry, that's a bit too far. I do apologise. It was Japan, Slovakia, France and the Netherlands that I was referring to. I got a little bit excited there. I got ahead of myself. There it is.
It is very easy, though, to get excited, to get wrapped up in it all, isn't it? Such is the level that we're seeing on our screens here today. And again, France, this is a nation I'd like to speak about. I thought they'd been moving up a little bit harder, but they seem to have got into some kind of stride. Slovakia has got into the middle of that fight now. So France are down into 9th position. Japan all the way up there in 7th, all on their own. And Slovakia doing a really stealthy job in the background. We didn't see it on shot, but they snuck up there into 8th place. That's a really, really good bit of driving for that particular car. Netherlands going a little bit wide through the final corner as well. That's going to limit their potential down the following straight, but it is still very much game on in this middle pack. France have a look to the inside. No, not on this occasion. Wise bit of play there. Can Matej Leato do anything about the car in front? Bit of follow my leader through this bit though, Chaz. Difficult to find any kind of side-by-side opportunity unless there's a mistake from the car ahead.
Yeah, absolutely. I think unless they've started the lap very, very close together and right in the slipstreams, it's really hard to sort of find an opportunity around here unless there's a mistake from the car in front. That's often what sets this up. You've got to think about the corner exit rather than the corner entry when you're attacking on this part of the circuit. We've spoken about it so far quite a bit this weekend, that this is a track that is surprisingly a one-line circuit, as we say. There's not a lot of corners where you can take differing lines and get away with it. And it's also a very compromising circuit. If you make a move here, for example now, in the middle of this pack, the car we're looking at is Sweden. If they made a move on the United States now, Estonia would have maybe a 1 or 2 second gap behind them to the cars that have just had a battle. You can very easily upset the rhythm of you and your competitors if you send it down the inside here. So they've got to pick their moments, haven't they?
Do not readjust your television. It is exactly right what you're seeing. This is not a replay of the start. That's live pictures. All those cars nose to tail all the way through the field. It is so impressive to see this, how close we are together. Only 25 minutes or so into the race. Really sensational stuff. We cycle back to the Belgian entry in fourth position, coming under increasing pressure from Chile. Chile trying to find a way past. Spain keeping a watching brief. Host nation as well. Pressure is on for the Spanish outfit as Chile looks to the inside.
Yeah, Chile having a little go here and there, and that's the thing again, just filling the mirrors, trying to take a look down the inside to unsettle the car in front, because as soon as you aren't following conventionally, the car in front is going to look in the mirrors and go, oh, hang on a second, I don't like that. And then they're going to just think more and more, and you get in their head instantly. Whether they'll admit it or not is a different factor, but you will get in their heads, I can tell you that for free. Portugal have remained behind Greece here since Australia moved ahead of the latter, but Australia are now getting further and further away. Filippo Bukida continuing this incredible pace. Ricardo Leda there, a face of concentration as the United States makes a move down the inside of Estonia. They're very close to contact. Estonia uses the wider line to get a run. United States actually have took their nose very cleanly down the inside. No, actually, no overlap before this hairpin, but look at that, making their intentions known. And while Sweden are distracted by the battle ahead, Malaysia say, hello, bright yellow car coming down the inside. Thank you very much. Very subtle, Paul.
Yes, that was wonderful. The overtake was certainly subtle. The livery most definitely is not.
No.
And that is a beautiful move by Malaysia. Nakib Aslan behind the wheel of that car. Of course, a very, very decorated driver in real and virtual motorsports in Malaysia as well. And he's only been in sim racing, believe it or not, for 5 years, but he's showing massive tenacity and speed at this moment in time.
Yeah, great prowess from him as well. There was a mistake there, unfortunately, by Sweden, and Singapore now make their way through as well. They're in the lower reaches of the order. Just 25 more seconds and the pit window will open. I can't believe we're getting to nearly halfway through this race, to be honest with you, Paul. That's gone very, very quickly. Now here is the second place battle. Now don't forget, these are medal spots here. We can't really call them podium spots. They are, but they're medals really. We've got Czech Republic with Germany right behind. They've got 7.5 seconds back to Chile. So right now, if you're Germany, this is not the time to hang about, is it? This is the time to get a move done if you can stay with Czech Republic as the pit window opens, and just do it while there's a big gap around you and you don't have anything to lose.
For Germany, this is the time to dive down pit lane, in my opinion. Yeah. It does seem like Niklas Huben is a little bit pace limited on the Czech Republic ahead of him, although a mistake there for Germany. Loses a couple of tenths of a second, almost a contact between the two cars. Do something different to your rival. If the Czech Republic car doesn't pit, if I was Germany, my money is get down pit lane, serve that mandatory pit stop, put that 1 litre of fuel on and buy yourself some fresh air. We know Nicholas is quick, we know Germany's quick. That's their opportunity, in my opinion, at this stage.
Yeah, absolutely. They have to take that chance, don't they, to not get held up. They have to maximise the pace all of the time. As we say in a race like this, usually when it comes down to tyres and fuel, if you have to think about how much you put in or whether you take tyres or not, it's spending the least amount of time stationary as possible. Here, because the pit stops are so short, you have to just make sure you maximise every second that you're on that track. Don't give up a single tenth. Cars coming into the pits now. First one in is the home nation, Spain. United States were having a fight with Estonia there. They've decided it's their time to duck in as well. There was another car in the background there coming in also. Was that Sweden? Yes, it was. But the Spanish team are the first ones to pit here, Paul. Interesting that they've decided to duck out of that battle.
Yeah, very interesting. I think they came in from around 6th position, if memory serves me correct. I can't be entirely sure if that's massively accurate, but it will be interesting because, again, in one of the previous races, Estonia were the first ones in. They jumped up no less than 4 spots and into a qualification place. So this could work out very, very well for Spain, depending on where they re-enter the racetrack. If they're not getting involved in any traffic, Czech Republic and Germany, as you were still in 2nd and 3rd position. Germany, they made that mistake on the previous lap, have closed that back up again. More evidence that Niklas Huben and the German outfit are quicker than the Czech Republic, at this stage at least.
Yeah, it surprises me that Germany didn't come in. I think you've made the absolute perfect call, to be honest with you, Paul, that they should pit at this point. But once again, it's one of the prettiest cars in the field, this
Really
Brazilian car. It's absolutely gorgeous. And we just don't get a chance to see it because it just drives off over the horizon. We only ever get to look at the back of it, don't we? But I tell you what, Igor Rodriguez has been absolutely untouchable so far. And if he wins it like this, it's just going to highlight such an impressive motorsport games for him. No news is good news, and what a flyer he is on. This is just, we're going to run out of superlatives very quickly for this, I feel, Paul.
We really are. In fact, hopefully we stay with Igor for the entirety of this lap, because we've just seen so little of the Brazilian entry, but it really is great driving from Igor Rodriguez, representing his nation, representing himself and all his fellow sim racers and Brazilian nationals all around the world. Superb performance once again. France have dived down pit lane, as of Malaysia and Singapore a little bit further back. Big Igor Rodriguez, there we see him, picture in picture. A picture of concentration, it has to be said. And again, was suggested maybe when he's got a bit more similar pace competition like the Czech Republic in this race, it could be a game on, but he seems to have just dig around and found another couple of tenths of a second in his back pocket, like you do with an old tissue or a bit of change. He's found lap time when looking around in his pocket. It's amazing.
Yeah, or a receipt that my accountant asked for 3 months ago, something like that. But to be fair, I mean, we have to highlight the fact that Brazil aren't just having a great time here in the Esports GT category. Let's not forget Luis Tavares won a race earlier on in the Esports Formula 4s, so they're both having a really good run of this in the FIA Motorsport Games 2024. Now, will Germany come into the pits? Our director knows that we were going to talk about that. They know us so well by now, Paul. Now, are Germany going to come in? No. That still surprises me. That still surprises me. Maybe he feels that he isn't pushing as hard, or he isn't getting held up as much as we seem to do.
And it seems to be an esport thing. I've commentated on so many 1 hour ACC races with a mandatory pit window in the middle, and they just seem to refuse to do anything other than slap bang in the middle of the pit window or right at the very end. Yeah. Never any of the middle ground. I've never quite understood that one. But for my money, Germany are categorically being held up at this stage. You've got to do something different. If you continue like this, then you're putting the onus and the emphasis all on the racetrack, and that's a risky business to do.
Yeah, absolutely is, and it's like there's no shame in pitting early. Like it's almost as if they're sort of embarrassed to do so, isn't it? Like the first one to crack, so to speak, and that's not the case. It's just a case of, look, run your strategy, and you've got to adapt as well. That's the thing we see in endurance racing so often, that a team will have a plan who's going to be in the car and when we're talking about the longer 6, 12, 24-hour races. But something could happen in the first hour of the race, or even just in the first couple of hours, that throws all of that out of the window. Sure, you can plan for as long as you want, but you have to adapt to what the race has served up for you in the opening stages.
No plan survives first contact with the enemy. That's what they always say, and that is absolutely true.
Belters this week.
Thank you very kindly, sir. I occasionally try, and yeah, but it's very, very true. You decide everything, you work it out, you sat at home, you look at the telemetry, you look at all the permutations, all the calculations, what could happen, and if this happens, I'll do that, if that happens, I do this. The very, very second that you get into action, all of that gets thrown away, because this is a living, breathing beast. Yeah. It's a motor race full of 20 exceptional drivers. Everything changes, and usually corner by corner, if not lap by lap.
Chile into the pits now. They're the next ones in. Belgium continue on their merry way. Slovakia also coming into the pits, so too Australia. With the pit stops included, of course, Filippo Pachida had made it all the way up into 8th position before that pit stop, which is brilliant to see. Sweden have a 5-second penalty. I'm not sure if that was something to do with a bit of the battling that they were having earlier on, because they seem to drop down a bit already, so maybe some drama there caused by them. Unfortunately, they have a 5-second penalty. Will not hurt them too much, but still, it's going to drop you down a little bit, isn't it? At least it's better than, well, it's worse than having no 5-second penalty.
Yeah, and of course they'll serve that one. In fact, it's after their pit stop, so that will be added to their race time at the end of the race. Normally, if you get a penalty before you make your mandatory stop, you'll hold for that amount of time and then go through the service that you've requested in your menus. On this occasion, though, for Sweden, it will be added to the end of their time. So here we go again. Let's take another look at Germany. The fight continues for second position. Do we say second position, or do we say the fight for silver, which is more appropriate in this race?
Yeah, this is the fight for silver, isn't it? I mean, Brazil at the moment very much clutching on to that gold medal, and it's not like they've had to hold it that tight up to now, is it? They really do have a firm grasp on it, though, it's safe to say. Germany pit now. Finally, they decide to listen to Paul. A team listened to you straight away earlier on, and they were right in the pits as soon as you mentioned it. But this time, Germany say, "Now, watch this. We're going to teach this English man a lesson. We're going to say, look, we're not coming in now. We're not going to crack." But this might also help Wojtek Fiala, because he's not got a car now putting him under pressure for the next lap or so before he pits.
Really, Fiala now in the Czech Republic team, he needs to counter that one by jumping down pit lane himself for the first available opportunity, minimise the undercut opportunity that the Germans are trying to earn themselves with this race. It's going to be really interesting. Germany, of course, came into pit lane in 3rd position. We saw that on our screen. We're not really interested where they rejoin for now. It's where they filter back out once everybody's made their stops. In particular, this car right here. And I do think Wojtek Fiala, actually, in the Czech Republic, they are sort of closing that gap bit by bit to Brazil. It's not quite as extensive as perhaps I maybe thought it was a few moments ago, or maybe that's a bit of a mental mirage I had.
No, I agree with you, actually. It does look like visually they are closing in on them. Only a tiny bit, but the Brazilian car's lead is not getting bigger by any stretch of the imagination. 2.8 seconds last time at the last sector. Let's have a look. It's 2.9 now, so maybe we should shut up. But no, you know what I mean, though. That's only a minimal gain, if anything. And we've seen the accordion effect at this circuit before, where certain sectors it stretches out, other places it really does close up again. So we'll have to wait and see whether that lasts. They're into the pits, and I'm not sure. Yes, I was going to say Czech Republic, if anything, if they don't already react to Germany, they will probably react to Brazil when they come in. What a gorgeous-looking car the Mercedes-AMG GT3 is from the front. Such an angry anglerfish of a car, isn't it? It's got that big anglerfish gob on it of a grille, but it looks so aggressive for it.
Yeah, it really is a great piece of engineering. It's a fabulous initiative from the FIA and SRO, the Motorsport Games, for putting on a single make in this competition. So there's absolutely nowhere to hide for the drivers. But speaking of nowhere to hide, while those two drivers, first and second respectively, Brazil and the Czech Republic, are trundling down pit lane, look what's happening here. Germany came in early. Germany are going to be very close on corner exit. There is the Czech Republic, gets the car back going again, but I think Germany, by dint of stopping earlier, have got this one done, and yes they have. Team Germany up into 2nd position. That is an absolute perfect example, Chaz, of why the undercut is awesome.
Absolutely is, Paul. Yeah, you're absolutely on the money there. And the thing is as well, the question now is raised, and it's a completely benign question, but we're going to ask it because we're commentators and we love to speculate. How big would that gap be if they'd have come in a few laps earlier? Exactly. Would they have been able to do that even earlier? And would Czech Republic have then pitted earlier as a result? We're never going to know, I suppose. Well, we could ask them later, I guess. But Chile now are right in front of Japan. They were a bit closer together earlier on in the race, but in the way that Chile were, well, they were the car in front to begin with. Japan actually were a bit more preoccupied with France. Morocco, again, the most entertaining team we've said. They had a drive-through penalty earlier. Now they've got a stop-and-go 30-second penalty on top of that.
Yeah, they're collecting challenging situations, Morocco, at this moment in time. It seems really have been great fun to watch them on track, but they do seem to be making life a little bit hard for themselves. They're plummeting down the time in tower. They're in 19th place now. That stop-go 30 will be a real painful penalisation. 4th place Chile. They've got Japan just behind them. They're doing a great job at this moment in time. Japan trying to find a way past. Let's cycle back to Spain. They were one of the teams that came in very early, but, and I wrote it down for Spain, they came in from 6th, but they're now running in 7th. Although the car ahead, I didn't notice that one, is the Belgian entry that hasn't stopped despite the pit window having closed.
I don't know how they're missing it. I really don't. I think it's just miscalculation. They don't, surely they don't forget that they have a pit window, because they see in the game, they see a very similar set of graphics to what we see. At the top of the screen, they'll have the timer counting down, they'll have it say race 4:40 p.m. just like that. It goes white when the pit window's open. They have the world's most unenthusiastic engineer in their ear that will say the pit window is now open. My brother and I love that. Whenever
Gergo, we really love you. We did the voice for that one. We really love you.
Oh my God, sorry, I didn't know you knew him. Gergo, we love you, but flipping at me. Put some back into it. Spain in 7th place though. they're going to be wondering, why is this Belgian car not stopped? Why are they suddenly in front of me right now? And they're going to want to dispatch of this thing very, very quickly.
And this is scary. This is scary for an organiser, scary for a driver, scary for the crowd. That Belgian car, in effect, because they've not made their stop, are now invisible in terms of the results. That's going to get a disqualification at some case down the line. Spain don't want to go side by side and get any kind of impediment to, in fact, they do want to go side by side, and they get it done very nicely indeed, taking all of that problem I was about to speculate completely and throwing it away.
That's what he said there. Have one of them. Down the inside of Belgium he goes. And this is quite an interesting element of this now. Does the Belgian car know it? And does Matthias Kuhn say, you know what, stuff it, I'm going to get my elbows out here, I'm going to spoil someone's day. Not necessarily spoil someone's day, but, you know, have a battle with them. Don't just roll over and let them by.
Yeah, absolutely. Get charging, see what you can do, see what you can deliver. You've got to be in it to win it, as they always say, and you've got to be charging as hard as you can. And now we look back to Chile, forward, should I say, to Chile once again. This has been a really good little understated drive from these two, Chile and Japan. 4th and 5th position. That's a bit of traffic that's coming out of pit lane in front of us. That's the drive-through serving. Morocco drive-through serving team, should I say, coming out in front. There we go. That took a lot of saying. And how they're going to get in on this one as well very soon, and that could be Soto Muto's opportunity to find a way past.
Yeah, Morocco known in this race, I believe, as the pit lane relations correspondent by the look of it, unfortunately. And it's not been a race for them to remember. But at the same time, though, you know, to give them massive credit, one thing Paul and I always advocate for when we commentate together is if you've had a bad race, if you've had penalties or had incident early on, you carry on and you push on till the end. Never give up. You're still representing your country at this level. They are still, as we said earlier, a finalist here at the FIA Motorsport Games. They've still got a massive amount to be proud of to get just to this point.
Just to even get to Valencia, to be part of the FIA Motorsport Games, is so deeply impressive. And there's France. That's a team in a little bit of strife. I think I've put the knockers on this one because I said they were going to be a team that moves forwards. They're actually murdered all the way down in 10th, 9th by the time that Belgium are taken out of the equation. Did not see that one coming. Look at Australia. Hello.
Mine versus yours now, isn't it, Paul? These are our two picks for real favourites of this race, or ones to watch anyway. And Paul picked France after their fantastic surge through their semi-final earlier on. I did the same with Australia, and Filippo Bukida and Matthijs Leitao are going at it here on the circuit with Netherlands just in front, then Slovakia ahead of them out of the final corner. And we have 21 minutes and change left to go in this race. And I tell you what, Paul, I mean, look at that shot down there. It's still a very close race by all respects.
Oh, it really is. Fabulous stuff from all of these drivers. There we go. Morocco got out of the way of this particular fight. So great driving, great awareness from the Moroccan team to realise they're not in this competition. They're a lap down. There's no point being involved. So they've got out of the way. That's given Chile now a little bit of clear track in front of them to try and charge their own little fight with themselves and Japan. Soto Muto behind the wheel of that car just doesn't quite have enough to get alongside as things stand, Chaz, but he's going to be getting bored with 20 minutes to go, seeing the back of the Chilean car in front, and you've really got to start pulling the plug sooner rather than later and making that move, don't you?
Yeah, definitely. And this is the thing, when you're at such a high level like this, you need maybe another 5% over the driver ahead of you to make an easy move of this. If they can only find 1 or 2% here and there, it's so difficult to get the run on them and show just how fast you are at this level, because everybody's really closely matched. It's great entertainment though, and we love to watch it. Chile won't want to focus on the car behind though. They'll want to focus on the car ahead. Not that they can see them, and that's what makes this difficult, because when you're just chasing numbers, you're just chasing lap times, it's so tough as a driver, especially in esports, when you get so much information shoved in your face on the screen. Right now, they need a physical incentive and a car in front of them visibly to go chasing, but they're almost the entire length of the start-finish straight back on Czech Republic.
Yeah, it really has been a fabulous performance so far. With 19 minutes and 35 seconds left to go, it is Brazil leading from Germany with the Czech Republic, the final potential recipient of one of our medals here in the 2024 FIA Motorsport Games. Chile in 4th place, and the next up Japan, fighting hard still in the wheel tracks to the car in front. And then of course it is the host nation Spain. They had a little bit of a slower start to the race than they expected, but they're doing a good job in 6th position just behind this particular battle.
Yeah, definitely, and let's not forget as well that they are the home nation here, so added pressure for them to finish that high up. They will still be mighty proud and get one hell of a reaction. We can tell you, Soto Muto ever concentrating here, really tucked up behind that Chilean machine. As I said just earlier in the day, actually, Sota's one of those drivers, a real face of determination and focus all the time. Until he's having a good time, then he's the most animated driver you'll ever see. He's so happy and all over the place, it's brilliant. But right now, really focused on the mission at hand. Don't forget, he was the only driver to win one of the quarterfinals from not pole position, so he will be very pleased to take that away from the FIA Motorsport Games, if not a medal to go with him. But still, 18.5 minutes left, Paul. Let's not forget, that's almost 2/3 of what one of the earlier races would have been in the competition, so still a long time to go. This could all change.
And it's wonderful that you should reference the earlier races of the competition, because again, spoken to many drivers over the course of this weekend, and they've all suggested tyres aren't, let's be generous and say they're not quite as grippy as they started the race when you get to around the 30-minute mark, and that was a cause for concern, so much so that one driver told us they moderated their setup to protect the tyres in race and potentially give away a little bit of lap time in qualifying. So this is a 1 hour race. We're going to really start to see some people struggle versus others as we get to the conclusion of this one.
Yeah, definitely. I think there's going to be a definite sort of imbalance with the drivers and teams that have looked after the tyres in the early stages and drivers that haven't. And we're going to see that pace change suddenly, whether that's because they know they can push more or whether they just have looked after the tyres enough and they maintain at the same level all the way through. There might be drivers that peak early, there might be drivers that peak at the end of the race, because another element of this is that certain drivers are really good at driving around a car that's got absolutely shattered tyres on it. And you know, you've always got to be really careful with the fact that some people, they overdrive it near the end of the race. They're not as let's say they're not sort of sympathetic to the tyres. There's no mechanical sympathy, that's the phrase,
there we go, yeah,
with the car later on in the race. So you will see people overdo it, I think, in the latter stages. We had it with, was it Belgium earlier on in the day, that were in, I think, second position in their race, and they had a few cars behind them. The car was all over the road as they tried to stay in front. Didn't seem as in control. I think we're going to see a little bit of that here, because out of all the races they're going to push hard in, surely this is the one. As Filippo Bukida going a little bit deep there into the final corner. Australia now ahead of France, and just inside and outside the top 10.
Yeah, this is a great bit of racing. We're riding on board, looking back from the Netherlands, car number 2, 9th position, 8th when we take Belgium out of the equation. And that is Australia on the recovery charge. Very quick to the apex is the Australian car, but then loses a little bit of momentum on corner exit, the accordion effect very much on show there. But the Netherlands, everything's looking a little bit more dramatic than they would perhaps hope it would be at this stage in their rear-view mirror. Filippo Bukida and Australia is very much the next one in the list, and then it is France and the United States of America almost as one, trying to climb over that Dutch machine in front.
Yeah, there's fantastic battles going on up and down the field. But right now, Netherlands will be maybe a bit worried, if anything, because they'll have seen the progression of Filippo Bukida through the order now and think, oh no, that Australian one's here again. That fancy dazzle camo one is suddenly in the rear view mirror. And the Netherlands, obviously, in one of the sort of standard liveries here that we have for the weekend. There's nothing too fancy about it at all, and it's definitely an aggressive looking livery on that Australian car. Certainly sets it amongst the others, or sets it apart from the others, I should say. Right now, we know that Sandsmart is going to be watching that rear view mirror with great interest, thinking, when is this Australian car going to make a move down the inside? Philip has actually upset the rhythm a little bit there. May just take a second to get back into said rhythm and hopefully not drag France too closely into the mix either.
Yeah, Bukida is definitely one of those drivers that I think she harboured ambitions of a medal opportunity coming into this one. The last race we saw, a really incredible recovery drive, secured her place into the final. As I was going up onto the podium to do the interview, she was coming off, and I just sort of looked at her and nodded and thumbs up, saying great drive, because I was waxing lyrical about her performance. She just had a face like thunder, steaming that it wasn't the big result, because she knows how fast she is, how fast Australia are, but being so far down the running order at this level, it's a real uphill challenge to get going from there, isn't it?
Yeah, it absolutely is. And I mean, Australia have humongous pressure because Cody Nicola for Australia won the first ever gold medal in this category as well. So what we were saying about making legacies and, you know, writing the history books and starting that list here in this competition, Australia did it in the best way possible with a gold medal on the very first iteration of this. They were joined by Bernal Valverde and Stefano Conte from Costa Rica and Italy back in 2019 for the first ever FIA Motorsports Games Esports competition. And now Australia still very much under pressure as a result of that, but I'd say Philippa has been one of the exemplary drivers of this competition, definitely one of the most entertaining, that's for sure.
Exemplary, love that word, and that is absolutely true. She's been brilliant, never given up, charging hard, fighting to the absolute edge, and more has been right on board now with Philippa. Netherlands are ahead of us. That final corner, the car carries, she carries so much speed into that final corner. I'm almost wincing. I think it's going to collect the back of the Mercedes in front, but she absolutely knows how to push to the very, very outer edge of the limits, and that's opened up an opportunity, so much so that the Netherlands think, I want to think about just showing the inside line and saying, stay away from me on this occasion. And it's got an air of when and not if, Chaz, doesn't it?
Absolutely does, yeah. I think that there's going to be a move here very, very soon. But now Slovakia at the front of this are going to be wondering what on earth's going on behind me, because all of a sudden they've just got everybody trying to pile in behind them and sort of, I don't know, they're just filling the mirrors in all different directions, aren't they? It's going to be quite worrying, if anything.
It really is. There is a shot of Philippa Bikina. There's no more resting your hands on the top of your steering wheel in this one. It is absolutely game face, full on into this attack, really trying hard is the Australian driver for Team Australia, of course. A little bit of the inside was almost shown by the Netherlands on that occasion, but you're not going to trick her into doing that manoeuvre. But now the opportunity comes. Netherlands runs a little bit deep and gets a little bit squirrely on corner exit for good measure. That car is compromised. Australia looks one way, then the other. No opportunity on this occasion, but keep your line, concentrate on corner exit, and a chance will come.
Absolutely, well through this kink is going to be important as well. A few of these cars are upset and a little bit destabilised. They've had to back out of that there because the Netherlands car didn't quite look to be in full control. You can see a quick glance in the right-hand mirror, puts the car in the middle of the road. That is both showing the nose down the inside of the Netherlands car and also putting it in a position where France can't get by as well, because you know that French entry is right behind them too. Then the United States are packed into this also. Just under 12 minutes left on the clock now here at the virtual Circuit Ricardo Tormo here in the FIA Motorsport Games Esports GT category here in 2024, and it's Brazil, Germany and the Czech Republic that are currently on their way to gold, silver and bronze medals, none of them having a medal before in this competition, and continuing this epic run of one-time medal winners we've had in the first three iterations.
Yeah, I really love that statistic. I think it is fabulous just to show how competitive these things are. Anybody that qualifies stands just as good a chance of taking home a trophy as anybody else in the competition. 10th place fight we're still looking at here. Bikina, France keeping hold now. France were losing a little bit of pace, I think it's fair to say, in the middle latter stages of the stint. They seem to have found a little bit more speed now at this stage. Perhaps that is because Slovakia are the proverbial cork in the bottle, or perhaps those tyres have now come back in to the operating window. This is the chance though for Australia. The inside line, oh, as tight as it could possibly be. That was exactly to Mercedes AMG widths. France gets a little bit of a kiss and a nudge from the United States of America in the background as well. That pushes the French car out wide. The USA though can't find a way past, cycling back up to Australia. That's a mistake there from the Netherlands. The Netherlands had to get on the brake. Nothing Australia could do about that one. Everybody skittles over to the left and the right to stay out of the way, and Malaysia goes, I don't know what happened, but I'll take that one. Thank you very much.
Tell me you closed your eyes without telling me you closed your eyes. Malaysia just stayed on the racing line, went in a straight line and made it through. And again, that garish yellow car somehow gains places from just the chaos around it. That was amazing awareness by Malaysia, but unfortunate for all the other drivers involved there. I think the Netherlands just got slightly out of shape. We saw it on the previous lap actually, going into that little kink there, didn't we? The back end of the car broke away. They had to slow it down, otherwise they would have been straight on, maybe even caused more of an incident. Philippa Bikina was just caught out by that, and any of us would have been, even at this high level. You know, it's so easy to not just get into the back of the car in front of you.
It all started from the mistake by the Dutch, didn't it? They got the car out of shape, they hit the brakes. You're not expecting to be going so slow in the middle of the apex. There's nothing that you could do about it. So real shame, actually, because that was turning out to be quite a cracker.
It was, it really was, and that train of 5 cars was all so close together. That first bit of contact between the United States and France was just simply because of the checkup. They all wanted to go each way and look down the inside, all round the outside, try and make a move on each other, and they ended up just hitting the back of one another, and it all just closed up.
Yep. So here we go then. Let's tune back into another fight that's been cooking quite nicely, and that is Chile in 4th place. Japan behind, and Spain, oh no, it's not Spain, I tell a lie, that's the Moroccan car that's a lap down. So again, we said how Morocco, they're collecting penalisations, it seems, all the way through this competition, but they've still been really quick and really good value. They came out of pit lane and they've made up the gap to those two cars that are in 4th and 5th. They could have been a front runner if the cards had fallen a slightly different direction.
Absolutely, they got a drive-through penalty with 43 minutes left on the clock, then got a stop-and-go penalty less than 20 minutes later, but they've actually managed to secure themselves some lovely airtime as a result of this, with the sort of providing a nice backdrop to this Chile and Japan battle. So that they get also to pick up a bit of information from this race. That could be something they take forward out of this, because let's not forget, while all of these teams and drivers, and the majority of them in this race, 17 of them in fact, will not go away with a medal from this race, they're going to gain experience and knowledge and take away so much from being at this high level. What can we come back with next time and do a little bit better? Whether that's as a driver, as a federation, in terms of preparation, in terms of hardware, getting used to what we're going to be doing here on venue, and in terms of timings. There are so many moving parts to an event like this, not just the person that is sat at the rig right now.
Yep, you're absolutely right. Could not have said that better myself. It really is a great learning experience, no matter where you finish in the field. Now, let's remember the top 3 are the ones that get medals. Gold for first, silver for second, and bronze for 3rd position. Chile are currently occupying 4th spot, so they're the first ones that will take nothing away. But it's going to be so important to Chile to hold off Japan in this race, because this has been going pretty much since the virtual green flag was waved some 50+ minutes ago.
Yeah, they started 6th and 7th on the grid, so they've been in this together. We've seen a few of these actually through the competition where two cars have started right together on the grid, and they've sort of together just held hands and just made their way through the order and just sort of gracefully led their way up the pack. And they've gained 2 places each, and they've done it with great style as well. They're not going to get into a medal scoring position by the look of it at this stage unless there's a big drama ahead, but this is what happens in this level of competition. You know, it's so tough to break that, and we've seen exemplary performances from Brazil and the Czech Republic before now. Germany have been slightly under the radar, actually, I must say. You know, they've been up there, but they've been slightly under the radar in the way they've done it. There's been no dramas, no major news from them, and they've secured themselves a great 2nd place so far, and hats off to them, because that's what you want. No news, good news.
Yeah, as a driver, as a team manager, what you want from your car is you want the commentator to be surprised. Start that one again. I'll say that all in one word. You want the commentators to be surprised when it comes to the checkered flag and go, ooh, where did they come from?
With no disrespect meant at all,
Absolutely not. It's all under the radar. It's efficient. It's knocking the results out of the door, and it's delivering exactly what you need it to deliver. Look at the concentration of Chilean driver there in 4th position. Really focused. Woo! That was a little bit over the curbs, a little bit dangerous. In the final few minutes, things are getting a bit spicy.
Yeah, well, this is the thing, you know, we've seen the drivers, regardless of where the tyres are at, regardless of how the car feels, they are absolutely launching the car over those curbs there, because here at Valencia, you'll see them as they come towards the camera now. Look how far over this white line they go. They'll keep the inside wheels just to the left of it, between those white lines, because the whole car then isn't outside of track limits. They know exactly what to play it. They'll run to the edge of the AstroTurf here, keep those left-hand wheels on it, then get them back on the circuit as soon as possible. And Japan have finally gone for it. Finally down the inside. That came out of nowhere. And that's the surprise element of all of this. We told everybody about the mental game here this weekend, Paul, and how you can sort of fake them into thinking, you know, I'm not going to go for a move, I'm not going to attack, and then suddenly, bang, there it is, down the inside. Chile and Japan still door-to-door here, end plate to end plate, as they go through the right-hander. Nearly off the road go Japan, back down the inside once more. They could get this done here with a good run, but Chile could keep it around the outside, carry the momentum. Oh, there's a big slide, and that's giving it to Japan, as Australia get 5-second penalty for their contact earlier on. But this is going to continue on here, Paul, and Morocco have got a front row seat.
Yeah, that is absolutely fabulous racing from these two. So we said Japan were going to be getting somewhat frustrated by the sight of the rear end of the Mercedes ahead. Soto Muto behind the wheel of that car gets the job done in the finest style. Morocco watching on in the background. They're not in contention for positions. They are, of course, a lap down, and just look how hard the Chilean entry is driving sideways again over the curb. Cycling back, though, to the front of the field, 2+ seconds was roughly the sort of distance between our two race leaders. Brazil now starting to fall into the clutches of Germany, but FIA Chaz is a little bit too little, too late.
Yeah, I think so at this stage. With the way that their pace has been going, I don't think it's going to be a major issue. Australia's penalty has now been bumped up to a 10-second penalty, I'm afraid. So that gets even worse for them. Belgium still haven't been disqualified, by the way. They're still running in 7th position despite not pitting earlier. We saw a much quicker disqualification in the earlier stages, but I think that was when the other cars came down pit lane for Venezuela and Turkey in the earlier race.
And it could well be that actually Belgium may have made their pit stop, but it's just not been recognised by the software to say, because they did start in 4th position, running in 7th. So there's an opportunity there for that to have been the case. It wouldn't be the first time that we've seen that one. These little things can happen. Drive-through penalty for the Netherlands has been served at this moment in time. So the Dutch is not having a great day, it has to be said, in the number 2.
Just to think about that, that's almost harsh, if anything, because let's not forget that it was them that had the moment that then had that incident. But I suppose if they find that they're the root cause of that incident and the other cars losing positions, then fair enough. But the gap when we started talking about the Brazil-Germany potential battle was 2.8, went up to 2.9. I don't know where that accent came from. 9, funny, German, get it. Anyway, they've taken a second out of them since then, and well, he'll be shouting 9 at this moment because he'll have hoped that he would have pitted earlier on. If he'd listened to Paul Jeffrey, the man sat beside me, and pitted earlier on, he could have won this.
Second career as a strategy manager.
Yeah,
he thinks for these teams.
At least you've got a plan B, Paul.
You need one. And so 5th position, that is Chile. Still, this is a shame. This is a shame to see this one. If Japan and Sotomuto would have been released a little bit earlier, qualified a little bit higher, if the rub of the green would have gone their way a little bit better, they could absolutely have been in that top 3 shout. And it's a pity, because I like Sotomuto. I like him as a personality. I like the way that he drives.
He's brilliant.
He's always full aggression, lots of flair, and it's sort of like the Fernando Alonso F1 thing, isn't it? You want to see him at the front of the field because he's just good value for money.
Yeah, definitely. And the thing is, he's so cool, calm and collected, so lovely and so honest when you get him out of the car. Put him behind the wheel and he can be absolutely savage, but still looks so focused in doing it. It is a huge shame that he's not right up there in that fight for a podium spot. But you know what? The drivers that are and the teams that are at the moment have been colossally deserving of this, fully deserving of it. It's just been a brilliant motorsport games for each of them, with no major dramas, no sort of negative marks against their names whatsoever. And they've only got what I imagine will be just one more lap left of this race. But let's not forget, in the earlier races, we saw the race leader have to slow down by a couple of seconds to make sure there wasn't a spare lap. I don't think Brazil can afford to do that here, because it's a good 3 or 4 seconds.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Brazil they're not under pressure per se, but they're certainly being kept honest by the German teams behind Nicholas Huben behind the wheel for Team Germany, and of course Igor Rodriguez behind the wheel for Brazil.
Yeah, 2
getting
laps
closer. It gives us something to think about. It makes for the nice photographs when they cross the line, I suppose.
Yeah, definitely does. Now, they did a 1:31.3 last time round, and they crossed the line with about 1 minute 39 seconds left. So yeah, we're going to get another spare lap after this. It's not necessarily a case of worried about fuel or tyres, but it's just an extra lap where they need to remain at that level of concentration and be very, very switched on. Germany have now brought it down to 1.7 seconds. This battle is not going away.
So they're very confident that it's not a case of fuel, but you never know. They might have been greedy, they might have put as little as possible in to get it to the flag. We'll certainly find out, though. That is the Brazil entry, Igor Rodriguez. He has been, it is fair to say, and I don't like saying this too often because it kind of puts a dampener on everybody else, Igor Rodriguez has been untouchable during this competition. Not even a sniff of pressure from anybody else, such has been the performance of the Brazil star. Very impressed. If I'm going to take anything away, that's something I'm going to look back on and say, that's a man that's gone up to the world, lit a candle in his face and said, look at me.
Yeah, definitely. And, again, we say at this level, he's managed to stand out that much at this level is just incredible. I mean, it stands out with that livery. I think it looks absolutely gorgeous. I'm going to reiterate that. I love that Brazilian livery. Whoever did that, you should be very, very proud of yourself. It looks great. But look, they cross the line now. 10 seconds left on the clock. The final lap, everybody, here at the FIA Motorsport Games Esports GT category. And it is currently Igor Rodriguez leading the way. The gap is now down to 1.5 seconds to Germany. So they are chipping away. The timer hit 0, Paul. And this is the last circulation of these GT cars this weekend. I cannot believe it.
I can't believe it either. I hope the crowd here in the Museum of Arts and Sciences are ready to raise the roof with their applause when we get our race winner over the line. Igor Rodriguez then, for the final time, starts a lap at the Circuit Ricardo Tormo in Valencia on Assetto Corsa Competizione for the FIA Motorsport Games. And as a race leader.
You can feel the excitement in the room building up. People standing up, getting their phones out, getting ready to take pictures and all sorts. There's going to be an absolute raft of applause here as they head to the line. But look at this, complete composure the whole time by Igor Rodriguez. The German's now 1.4 seconds behind. Tiny little bit of correction here and there. That's what you don't always get to see from outside of the car, but it looks like might have this one all wrapped up here, Paul. A late apex through the right-hander. Only a few more corners to go. 2 more scary ones. This next kink is a very feisty corner indeed. Look at how close to the track limits they are. It's amazing that they run right to the fine margins. And only 1 more corner to go, mate, and it's going to be a gold medal.
It's been absolutely fabulous that the FIA Motorsport Games 2024 Esports GT competition is coming to a close. Igor Rodriguez, he'll accelerate for one final time. He'll take a look at the flag, and this is the biggest moment in this young man's racing career. Igor Rodriguez, representing Brazil, is the FIA Motorsport Games 2024 Esports GT champion. It is a gold medal coming that young man's way with a dominant drive, a dominant weekend, a dominant performance. Germany in second position, and then in third it is the Czech Republic. Jazz, that was really quite special.
It absolutely was, Paul. Yeah, they did an amazing job. All 3 of the teams that ended up medals, everybody involved in that race did a great job. We only had a few penalties in that one, and it's because everyone was fighting so hard. It was the last opportunity to get a medal, and like we said, it's completely cutthroat. You're either first, second or third, or that's it. You either get a medal or you don't. There's no sort of, oh, but we win a prize for this, or the car that did the fastest lap gets a prize, or any of that. It is literally just 1, 2, 3, gold, silver, bronze. And Igor Rodriguez takes the gold medal. And after the performances we saw earlier in the weekend, it's hardly a surprise, is it?
Well, I think that's the thing, isn't it? Sometimes in these, like the top 3, make it through competitions, you get a winner that perhaps maybe found fortunate circumstances to get there. Rodriguez, a deserving champion.
Yeah, no news, good news. I'll say that once again. We look here at the highlights. You can see actually that early drive-through penalty for Morocco was contact with the United States. Here's a battle when Greece got amongst it as well, with Estonia next to them, Australia in the mix there as well. Look at that 3 wide into the hairpin. Fantastic to see that. And this is what we were talking about, the fact that even though these races are 1 hour and we've been doing half-hour races much earlier in the weekend, the drivers didn't change their approach. They didn't back off in any way. They continued to push as hard as possible, and it provided excellent racing, great entertainment for us all to watch, and we hope to obviously do it again next time here at the FIA Motorsport Games. But the action is far from over. Paul will have some interviews for us in a moment's time, and then we have the Formula 4s on iRacing as well, where, let's not forget, it's only a 15-minute sprint race. It's going to be absolutely crazy to take medals here, but Germany made it work in the pit stops. That's what got them ahead of the Czech Republic. The Czech Republic came in at the same time as Brazil, just a few laps later, trying to follow suit, and this was the moment on your screens now where Germany overtook the Czech Republic on the pit lane exit, not by a massive amount, but by enough to get them a silver medal here in the Motorsport Games. And also, let's not forget that they also caught up to Brazil bit by bit towards the later stages of the race. The gap went down from 2.9 seconds eventually to just 1.4 at the flag. Some of the battles further down were fantastic, unfortunately ending in a bit of a tangle. Great avoidance there by Malaysia, and good work also by France and the United States to not get further involved in the incident with the Netherlands. Japan had a great fight with Chile also, side by side into the hairpin, while Morocco, despite their penalties, still got a great view of the battle at hand. So many of the drivers tried everything they could in that race, and to be honest with you, they did a really solid job of showing great respect throughout and giving their fellow competitors enough racing room for it to still be a fair fight, because there is so much at stake here. It's really easy for the drivers to overstep the mark and overdo it, and of course cost not just them but their fellow competitors a chance at the medal. Brazil there round the final corner to take the gold medal here at the FIA Motorsport Games in Valencia in 2024. Very well done to them. Congratulations also to Germany winning the silver medal, and Czech Republic for their bronze medal achievement too. Let's not forget though that there are no other nations that have won more than 1 medal before. None of the medalists that have just finished that race have done it before either. So we now have 9. That is Australia, Costa Rica and Italy from 2019. Then the United Kingdom gets in, Netherlands and Spain from 2022 in Marseille. They are now joined on that list by Brazil, then obviously Czech Republic and Germany as well. I'm just told, as you might have seen me jump there, that my co-commentator Paul Jeffrey is ready on stage with some interviews for us with our top 3.
Thank you very much, Chaz Draycott. It's absolutely electric up here on the podium, and we have got our top 3 drivers. So before I have a quick word with them, I do want to ask our crowd to give our top 3 a big cheer. Starting in 3rd position, it is Wojtek Fiala for the Czech Republic. In 2nd position, representing the nation of Germany, it is Nicholas Hoban. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, our champion, our gold medal winner, our 1st place finisher for Brazil, Igor Rodriguez. Absolutely fantastic stuff from all of our drivers taking part, Chaz, and everybody watching at home. It's been fabulous, but now I'm going to have a quick word with everybody and talk to you a little bit about how your performance has gone. So, gentlemen, I'll start with 3rd position, in fact, actually. We've got a microphone here, if we can. Take hold of the microphone, please, Wojtek. Thank you very much. So, 3rd position, great drive, great weekend, great season, great race. Talk to me about how it went.
Definitely on the finals, I was having lots of troubles with the sim rake because, should I be here? So I was having lots of troubles with the sim rake because because the brake was very different. The settings was a bit different than on the first rig I was driving before. So it took me like solid 40 minutes to adapt. So I only got my pace at the end to something a bit better. But yeah, by then it was already too late. So yeah, of course, amazing drive from Igor and of course from Niklas. Both show very quick. Igor is my teammate. He's very quick, I know that. And he definitely deserves that.
It was a really wonderful performance. Also very flight of foot to be able to do the pirouette round while talking to get onto the camera. But how exciting is it to get a medal at the Motorsport Games as well? That's something that very few people can say they've done.
I mean, I was hoping to get a medal and I got it, so yeah, I'm happy with that.
Yeah, you've done a great job. If you could pass the microphone over, please, to Nicholas on this occasion. We'll go for 2nd position now. So, Nicholas Hoban from Germany, 2nd position. You gave it everything you've got. How was that race from your perspective?
The race was great, I think. Started in P3 and tried everything to go back to P2, like every race so far. I knew the guys in front of me were really fast, but I saw Wojtek struggled a little bit in the end, so I tried something different. Went for the 1-lap undercut and it worked. Then I tried to pressure Igor, but he kept it clean. Perfect drive and perfect race for both of us, I guess.
Brilliant stuff. Thank you very much. And I'm going to ask you to pass the microphone over to Igor Rodriguez, our winner. You are a gold medal winner, sir. How does that feel?
It feels amazing. I was talking before the race with my family. Actually, they were really believing me. So, yeah, I'm really happy to be representing Brazil and getting the medal. I tried last time on 2022, but I had some issues, and so happy that I could prove myself right now.
And what does it feel like to be representing Brazil? Chaz and I in the commentary have spoken about this a few times. The nation, all of the sim racers, all of the people of your country are behind you. What's that like? That must be amazing.
Yeah, it's like, I think, I don't know, maybe it's the first gold medal in Brazil on FIA Motorsport games. So, yeah, I'm sure I represented Brazil really well, and I'm super happy. Like, there is nothing more to say, like, super happy.
My final question for you before we let you go away and celebrate. A word on your competitors, the organisation and everything that you've experienced up today. It must have been quite an enjoyable experience for you.
Yeah, like, the whole event was so good. Like, being here, being able, like, to race on a LAN event, like, meeting Ruben, meeting Vojta, which is, like, one of my best friends. I actually just a super enjoyable experience.
Well, it's been massively enjoyable to watch everybody performing, you three in particular. Folks in the arena, can we give it up one last time for our top 3 finishers here in the Esports GT?
Where are you starting later? 10. In the fight.
Absolutely wonderful stuff. I'm sure that I speak for us all when I say that was a thrilling encounter. And the folks watching at home, don't go anywhere because we've still got some more medals to give out for our Esports F4 FIA car. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Hello everybody, welcome to the final race of the weekend here in the FIA Motorsport Games 2024 Esports competitions. This is the final Formula 4 race of the weekend, and Paul, I mean, the GTs have been phenomenal, but I think the stars of the show really, in terms of just crazy quickfire excitement, have definitely been these Formula 4 cars on iRacing, haven't they?
Oh man, they've been absolutely outstanding. Full disclosure, coming into this one, when I found out these were 15-minute races, I had my doubts. I wasn't sure if that was going to be long enough to sink your teeth into it. But it's been proven why I talk about things rather than organise them. It has been perfect. It really has been such a great change of pace and addition to the FIA Motorsport Games. I've loved every moment of it, really.
Yeah. It's covered both sides of the spectrum of it, because we've had a bit of a slower paced GT race, which is the more sort of endurance format that they're used to using, and then we've had completely different cars in a very quick fire format on a different circuit. So many more variables to think about, and for the drivers to think about in each side of this competition as well. We had the Esports GT cars, that we had a massive list of entrants, 57 for them, and then in the Formula 4s we've got 60 entrants that are now whittled down to 20. And the best thing about this is the fact that it's still a 15-minute sprint race. They've not extended the time of the race. It's still just like, it's going to be what, 7 laps of Spa-Francorchamps? It's going to be absolutely epic stuff. But of course, Paul, we're here at the FIA Motorsport Games, and it has been a beautiful venue for us here in the Museum of Science and Art, and it's just been an incredible amount of buildings around us all the time. Every time we look outside, we just go, wow, let's have a look at this. But still, you can also see as well that there is so much going on here at the FIA Motorsport Games, whether it's here at the museum and in the centre, whether it's at the circuit, and there's another location actually further south as well, which we haven't had a chance to go to just yet, but you can see just how it looks all over this amazing city. There's been so much going on, Paul, that I mean, I don't even know where to look. And to be fair, if we'd have been at the circuit as well, I'd have been mighty distracted.
Absolutely. It's been a visual feast, hasn't it? There's been so much activations going on. The esports, obviously, we know all about that one with the GTs and the Formula cars, but there's been auto slalom, Formula cars, dirt racing, karting, touring cars, GTs, drifting. It's basically covering every facet of motorsport, real and virtual, to give these drivers and these nations opportunities to put themselves on the map. It's a festival. I've said it already, I'll say it again. A festival.
Yeah, it absolutely is. And it showcases so many people's talents as well as drivers. You know, all of these different categories that we've had, they all require a different approach, whether that be mentally or physically from the drivers. I mean, look at the drift cars in particular. You know, I love drifting. It's such an interesting form of sport, but it's difficult to sort of measure who does better than others. It's not based on lap times or anything else, but it's such an intricate part of it. And I mean, it's very exciting. As you can see, you know, there's so much emotion going through this event as well. And this is only Saturday for us. This is our final day, but the actual real world motorsport that's going on at the circuit and the other venues south of here will be continuing on tomorrow, and then obviously there's the closing ceremony as well. But the sun is setting on the esports side of things here, Paul, but realistically it's only just getting started.
Really is. There needs to be massive credit given to the FIA and the SRO Motorsport Group for putting on the FIA Motorsport Games. 100%. It's the kind of things that as a wee nipper, or to translate for Europeans, as a child of a young youth, these are the kind of things that me and my mates would sit around and talk about. Wouldn't it be great if all in one location, everything we like, wheels and engines, in every variety, just got together and went racing and we saw who was the best? Added cherry on the cake is it's for your nation as well.
Yeah.
Honestly, it blows me away that this thing exists.
Yeah. So basically, it was Paul's idea all those years ago, actually, and he is owed a big old invoice. But no, you know what? It's been such a fantastic celebration, hasn't it? And like you say, a festival vibe, because I mean, there's so many people in the arena right now to watch this final race of the weekend for us here, and this venue has just taken our breath away the entire time. The roof, I mean, we can barely see the roof. It's incredibly high in here. There's so much glass and concrete around us. We were worried about acoustics when we came in here, like a pair of nerds, weren't we? But as you can see, we've got a massive crowd here ready for this last race, and I still can't get over the fact it's going to be 15 minutes.
Yeah, it really is absolutely incredible. As you say, the massive crowd at the venue. I want to talk about the venue as well. We're in the Museum of Arts and Science. It's a building that I wasn't familiar with before I came to Valencia. Taking a look at it, you've sort of touched on it, but I want to elaborate a little bit more. Visually, this is an art installation in upon itself. We've got water features, amazing architecture, really aggressive and dramatic lines. It's the kind of place where a couple of idiots like us walk from one point A to point B going, now that's a good photo, and then get down on your knees and take a picture. And if you look at it from a different angle, it's another one. So there's the museum aspect that we've not been around, sadly.
No.
But I'll tell you now, go downstairs, it's absolutely busy. Yes! There we go.
These lot.
The entire Serbian contingent are here from all of the different disciplines, not just esports as well. Absolutely represented. I really think that is fantastic.
There's another one.
And there's another one. They're adding by number.
It's like a beehive. They just keep turning up.
And it really is great, though, isn't it? Because that's the family passion, the community spirit that we're talking about. Putting your nation on the map.
Yeah, definitely is. And speaking of putting things on the map, let's have a look at the opening ceremony that took place and really put this event on the map, just actually outside the museum on Wednesday evening.
An absolutely spectacular opening ceremony. As Chaz mentioned, that was right outside this very building, a purpose-built stage. We had Neil Cole up on stage as well, introducing all of the nations to the world, every single one of the individuals that are participating in the FIA Motorsport Games 2024. Let's put it this way, there's 60 nations, 117 drivers, just in esports. So you can imagine how many people were involved, and it was absolutely spectacular to see. But speaking of spectacular, Chaz Draycott's always spectacular, and he's up on stage, and he's got a couple of special guests.
You are too kind, Paul. Thank you very, very much indeed. I'm joined by the wonderful Eric Strand, the esports project manager of the FIA, and Executive Vice President, I've been told to make sure I get it right, and of course I've got it wrong, Steve Myers from iRacing. Sorry, Steve, I do owe you one. But Eric, coming to you first, what an amazing event we've had here, and just the esports category here this weekend. It seems like it's been quite busy for you guys behind the scenes at the end of the day, but it's come together very well, hasn't it?
In the end, I think we're all quite happy with how it went, yes. There's definitely things to learn. But I think just the fact that we have a full packed room here tonight and even spectators up on the sides, I mean, I think that goes to show that this is successful and attractive. So, no, absolutely. There's things to learn, definitely, but 2 disciplines completed in 3 days, it's definitely very well done to the entire team.
And like you say, 2 disciplines as well, 2 very different cars, 2 very different styles of racing as well. Of course, the Formula 4 is very quick fire action thanks to the guys at iRacing. And then the sort of slower pace but still very exciting GT racing as well from Assetto Corsa Competizione. What has that added discipline for you guys meant in terms of workload and sort of enjoyment as well? Because obviously you enjoy this behind the scenes because that's the reason we're all here.
Absolutely. I mean, I think the main difference is the style of racing is different. Like you said, I mean, with a GT car, there's more contact. There is more rubbing, there is more contact and that kind of thing. With F4, you can't really rub. You're going to go off if you touch another car or get touched by another car. And we saw that a lot, especially in the semifinals.
Yeah.
So definitely 2 different styles of racing. Also the fact that one is just a 50-minute sprint with the F4 and the other is a 30 or 60-minute longer sprint with the GT cars makes a difference as well. But it'll be exciting to see how these guys get along.
It absolutely will be. And Steve, just coming to you, obviously you've been in this game a while now with iRacing. What does it mean for you to see it come from this, well, to come from what it started as, to be here at the FIA Motorsport Games?
Thanks, Chaz. This has absolutely been one of the best events I've ever been to. I've been to 100 of these events at this point. In 25 years I've been doing this, and I've never felt the energy and the team spirit like I have seen at this event. I mean, I've never even been to an event where I could point at Serbia! And they do that. So any other countries want to participate? Let's go!
Phenomenal.
Italy over there, come on, Italy! So yeah, no, they didn't do much there. But no, how fun to have these communities. Serbia! I mean, that is the spirit of these games, and I think that's what I'm most proud of, is seeing countries from all over the world come here and compete.
Yeah.
And at the end of the race, shake hands and made a new friend, hopefully.
And have you enjoyed it as well in terms of iRacing as a whole, and you and Greg are here? Have you enjoyed it, and have you got a lot to take back from it?
I've absolutely enjoyed it. One of the things I've enjoyed most is just meeting new people.
Yeah.
You know, Chaz, even yourself, just hearing your story and how you came through sim racing to make a career out of this. There's so many stories like this today. Malaysia and Singapore, I've heard some great stories, and seeing countries that don't have racing in their home countries, being able to be here and participate in motorsport, it really validates what sim racing is and that it's part of motorsport. And I couldn't be more proud of that myself.
Nicely said, very well said. Well, it's an absolute pleasure to see you gentlemen, as always. It's been brilliant to see you again. Thank you so much for your part in this event, and we hope you enjoy the final race of the weekend. Cheers.
Thanks and good luck, guys. Serbia!
Fantastic atmosphere. Thank you very much, gents. We shall get the action underway very shortly. But of course, to do so, we need our entry list and we need our grid. I'm going to make my way backwards slightly because I'm going to stay out of everybody's way. Because what we're going to do now is bring all of the drivers to the stage one by one, and I want everybody to give each country a good round of applause as they make their way up. So we're going to get started then with the very first country on the list, car number 16, flipping heck. Pole position, it's Brazil. And the car joining them on the front row of the grid will be the number 14 machine of Switzerland. Next up, heading the second row of the grid, I'm getting ahead of myself here, car number 45, Singapore. Our Mohammed Alif has been fantastic so far during this competition. We look forward to seeing more of the same. Joining him on the second row of the grid, car number 2 from the Netherlands. And then on the third row of the grid, we have car number 18, the Czech Republic. In 6th position, car number 15, Turkey. There's been some fantastic support from the front row from Turkey as well this weekend. It's great to see it. Next up, car number 42 in 7th place, Italy. It's amazing the level of support that they have. It's absolutely wonderful. Joining them on the 4th row, the Republic of Korea, car number 50. Then moving to the outer fringes of the top 10, car number 28, Denmark. There's a huge Danish flag in the middle of the crowd as well, which is great. Love that. And completing the half of the field and the top 10, Andorra in car number 7. The drivers absolutely love it. It's great to see that too. Car number 25 is in 11th position, which is Chile. Now, if you're wearing headphones, make sure you turn them down because car number 4 is Serbia. You have to love that, don't you? Hats off to them. Next up, car number 54 is Hungary. We saw an amazing move yesterday afternoon from the Hungarian driver, so let's see if we get more of the same. Next up then, car number 49, I do apologise, P14, Luxembourg. Sorry, sunshine. Okay, 15th position then, car number 53 is Canada. And they may be close to each other geographically, but they are close to each other in terms of the rigs as well. The United States of America. Four cars remain. It's Chinese Taipei, car number 48. And then we have car number 20, which is Belgium. I'm told it's Belgium. It's Spain, okay. I may have a wrong entry list. Next up, we have car 26, Croatia. Trying to understand an Italian man mouthing the word Croatia at you is not easy at all. Next up, we should have Dominican Republic. That's all of your entries then, everybody. Let's make our way to the grid, shall we? And I'll hand back to my wonderful colleague, Paul Jeffrey.
Fantastic stuff. Thank you very much, Chaz. Our drivers then are getting into the rigs. They're getting ready to go racing. And we're only a few moments away from the final race of the FIA Motorsport Games in 2024. The F4, the FIA F4 car, to give it its full title, has produced some spectacular racing. And we've already seen the drivers are definitely pumped up for it. The audience are very pumped up for it as well. I really do like that one. We've been encouraging them all weekend long to give a big, big cheer and get themselves in the spirit. And it's finals day now, Chaz. The spirit is certainly high. The racing is going to be something rather spectacular indeed.
It absolutely is, Paul. Sorry, just adjusting everything here as I get back down. Seems like somebody had an old version of the entry list, clearly, didn't I? But still, we styled it out and it's fine. We have our 20 drivers on the grid and we are super excited for this because this is probably going to be the most frantic race of the entire weekend.
Probably.
Because, okay, it is. Yeah. We've got 3 positions out of these 20 cars that can get a medal. Everybody else, as we said with the GT cars earlier, will get zilch. They'll get some airtime, they'll get some knowledge and information to take away from this event, but this is going to be it. iRacing have given us a great platform to do this on, and they've given us a fantastic format as well. They just said, yeah, stuff it. 15-minute races, fast, quick-fire action, and as I've just said to Steve a moment ago, this is going to be the one that a lot of people remember because it's the last one before we all go home from the esports competition here. Hold your breath, I think. That's the best thing we can do.
Yeah, really can. Look at that one. We saw the Serbian team cheering away when you're up on stage. There's so many of the guys here. They're all from all different disciplines in the FIA Motorsport Games and just as passionate about every single class that they race in. I really do like that one.
And I mean, even the South Koreans as well, they're absolutely loving it. Republic of Korea, absolutely adoring their entertainment. The same with the Danish flag as well. But I mean, you can see if you look at us two here at the desk, the Serbians are parked right here behind me, just on my left-hand side. And even though these are very good noise-cancelling headphones from the arena sounds around us, Paul, it is the loudest thing. I'm going to go home with tinnitus at the end of this because these Serbians are so passionate. We absolutely love it. But again, that's just part of the fun, isn't it? We had Steve winding them up earlier on, Steve Myers from iRacing, and, you know, it's just going to be like that all the way through. I can't imagine what's going to happen if Serbia actually take a position.
Absolutely. Well, this is the thing. We're in finals day. This is finals time. This is the last activity in the world of esports in the FIA Motorsport Games for not 1, but 2 years.
Yeah.
So if we can't make any noise now, we're never going to make any noise. And that's a call to action to the audience as well for this one. This is the last esport race. Make a racket. Make some noise. Let's lift the beautifully stylistic roof of this place completely to the sky.
Yeah, let's shatter that glass, shall we? Just hope it doesn't fall down. Still, an amazing, amazing prospect awaits. There's Jimmy Antunes, the Swiss driver, had a fantastic run in the earlier races. And let's not forget the driver right next to him there, the Brazilian entry, car number 16, Luis Tavares. He was excellent in his run earlier on. A bit of a battle with Singapore as well. Singapore, as a result of that second place, starting from 3rd on the grid. The revs will rise then. Is everybody ready for a final? Let's get going, shall we, Paul? Let's do this. Spa-Francorchamps awaits, and we're underway. And it's a great start for Singapore from 3rd on the grid. Switzerland dropped down immediately on the outside line, but that is not going to mean anything in this first lap. They're all going to tiptoe their way around La Source for the first time. Really tidy getaway, though, from Brazil at the very front of the order.
Yeah, really good start for the run then out of La Source hairpin down the hill. They start to go uphill very quickly indeed. And then we're through Eau Rouge and riding on to the top of the hill. Caught many a driver out, real or virtual, over the years. But so far, our 20-strong field do the job very nicely indeed.
Absolutely. The eagle-eyed of you will see that for some reason it says Cayman Islands at the top of that, but it's car 16, not 6 that we have at the top of our timing. So you'll have to remember that that's Brazil in this case. There goes the timing tower, and there goes Singapore down the inside into Les Combes for the first time. They take the race lead, and now Switzerland in 3rd place. Oh, that's off the circuit though, and that'll be a slowdown penalty which you can get in iRacing, which is basically meaning you have to give the time up. Or is it? Has he actually managed to get away with that there, Paul? Because he's not backing off yet. You get quite a while to serve that, though, so maybe through the next few corners we'll see that happen.
Yep, write it down in your diary. Mohamed Ali makes very few mistakes indeed, and that was one of them, but he's got away with it, as you say. Brazil still keeping a watching brief in second position. Look at that, like a hungry pack of hornets in the background. These little Formula 4 FIA cars are all trying line astern at the moment to find a way past each other and play a high-speed game of very exciting chess.
Yes, absolutely.
Exciting chess, does that exist?
Apparently. I've never experienced it, but this is a great form of it all the same. Jimmy Antunes there, the Swiss driver, third position at the moment. Just behind him, he's got just about everybody else, actually. Let's not forget, those top three are the ones that are going to get medals. The ones behind, at this point, are not, so we'll have to wait and see if any of them can jump the gun here and get to the front. I have to say this, Paul, and I'm going to touch wood when I say this, very tidy so far. Yeah,
really nice from our entire field. Remember, this is the last time that these drivers are taking part, which means they've driven these cars in these conditions a few times up to this point. They've attuned their sensors to what is required to be successful. As again, too wide through Blanchimont, that's a big risky place to do it. Everybody packed racing down into the bus stop chicane. Lots and lots of cars, not a lot of tarmac, very blurry into the chicane, but they make it through just about.
That shows you the level of talent we're dealing with here, everybody. A massive round of applause as they make that through there. They were 3 wide into the bus stop, and look at it, 2 by 2 by 2. Paul rightly noted it as Noah's Ark earlier on in the weekend, and it very much is. It's just Noah's Ark without the water, I suppose. But right now, Brazil leading the way, doing a fantastic job at holding that position. Then it's Switzerland, and then, well, everyone in third position, I'd say, Paul. Everyone wants a bronze medal by the look of it. They all want gold for sure, but bronze is immediately in front of them.
Yeah, there's a real big battle pack of cars, and what that means is they'll help slipstream each other, they'll help carry each other through the racetrack as we ride on board now over the top of the hill into Eau Rouge. Keep the line, follow the slipstream, make sure there's a little bit of space. Brazil goes defensive. Defensive is not where you want to be, though. A little bit of bump drafting. Can this make any effect? You've got to be careful. You don't want to have that nose under the diffuser as we break into Le Con. They back out of that one very nicely indeed, and that continues the fight. Brazil down 1.
Jimmy Antunes just about held on to that there. The car was wiggling all over the place through Le Con as they head back down the hill they go. Then Republic of Korea are in there as well, I believe, in 4th position. You can just about see the wing end plates with the country's flag on it. Antunes puts the car in the right place there, you know, with that move around the outside of Bruchet. Holds it ahead of Brazil. Look at that, the entire field, minus a couple at the back, are in one humongous train, separated by only a few seconds. That there in the mix, I believe, will be the number 45 car of Singapore as we look back from Brazil. So close together, though. Any one of these cars could send it down the inside.
Interesting to see Singapore with Mohamed Ali behind the wheel have dropped to 3rd position. They were one of the front runners coming into this one, and we expected them to kind of be setting the pace a little bit at the front. I know they are at the front, they're in 3rd place, sure. But it is interesting. That's a bit of a different tactic from Singapore. It's not quite as gung-ho as we've seen in previous races.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, they have to sort of take a bit of a reserved approach here. There's more on the line in this race. It's not just a qualifying position to the next stage. This is the stage they've all been aiming for throughout this competition. Throughout the GT races as well, we spoke about the fact that some of these countries have never won medals before and others have. None of these countries have ever won a medal because nobody's ever won a medal in this category before. The Esports Formula 4, brand new for 2024. That's a lot of 4s, but there's only going to be 3 medals, let alone 4. 3 by 3, 2 by 2, whichever way you want to look at it. Into the bus stop once more. Antunes round the outside of Tavares. Contact between the 2 leaders, but they somehow stay together. Oh, there's an incident in the background. I think somebody maybe just going over the inside curb, lost it, got collected by the cars behind. How many times have we seen that happen, Paul? If we had a quid or a euro, we'd be rich men if we'd seen that many times before.
Well, it is Saturday afternoon. Bowling's a good thing to do Saturday afternoon. We've got car bowling at the back of the pack on there. Lost a few of our runners and movers and shakers, and that has now really detached the back of the field from this front battle pack. Not a problem. We're not looking at qualifying. We're looking at the top 3. We're riding on board with, I think that's the Singapore car of Mohamed Ali over the top of the hill, down the Camel Straight, trying to find the slipstream. Look how quick we're going to close up on this pack. Brazil goes to the inside, just like on the previous lap. No. It's almost going to be a little sandwich in the middle of the 3 of them, but that is some beautiful driving, straight down the middle, unexpected, and Brazil don't know what's hit them down in 3rd.
That was the Republic of Korea going through the middle there and taking the race lead. That's absolutely incredible stuff. That was so brave. They really had to part the seas in front of them there. They've got to be so careful down here into Bruchet because it's so easy as you're going into a downhill braking zone that starts to curve away from you. It's really easy to lock a break here, but it's Republic of Korea leading at the moment. Then Switzerland in second place, Brazil in third position. We've lost our timing tower, unfortunately, so we're just playing this blind, Paul. We're just going to have to keep going until they stop. And to be honest, I hope they can't see the timing either, because I don't want this to end.
Yeah, absolutely. This might sneak a few more laps in, hopefully, but this is absolutely incredible stuff. And it's a real display of fine art driving at the front of the field, isn't it? So pinpoint precise, so accurate, aggressive where it's necessary. Beautiful, beautiful stuff. But it is, as you say, the Republic of Korea that are our race leaders at this moment in time. I don't think it's going to stay that way, though, because this is slipstream heaven coming up.
It absolutely is. Up towards Blanchimont they go. One of the most fearsome corners in all of European motorsport. The Brazilian car moving all the way over to the left-hand side there. Interesting strategy indeed. Trying to break the toe, trying to make one of the other cars potentially take a shorter line up towards Blanchimont. I believe that might be the Netherlands just in front of us there. We ride on board now with the Czech Republic. They've stayed in 5th position from where they started this race, and now a move down the inside very late onto the brakes. Hopefully no contact into there. They kept it very, very tidy. Nearly made a bit more contact as they exit the corner as well, but boy, that was certainly busy. It's actually the same top 5 that we had on the grid here, Paul, in the top 5 positions in the race. It's shared, not in order, by Brazil, Switzerland, Singapore, Netherlands and Czech Republic, and then they've got about 4 or 5 more cars tagged onto the back of that.
Absolutely fantastic stuff. We've only known these cars for a short time in the motorsport games, but they've already become very firm favourites in our heart, and this is exactly the kind of racing that we're becoming accustomed to and hoping to expect. At the front of the field, though, it is still as close as you like. Remember, top 3 is what everybody's aiming for. That's where the medals will be paid out tomorrow with the closing ceremony, and at this moment in time, it is absolutely looking like the Republic of Korea are our current race leaders.
Yep, I've been corrected actually, because it's obviously the Republic of the Korea at the front of it. Netherlands are actually down in 6th position, and now we have the timing corrected. Thank you very much, Mike Gow and Steve Proudly behind the scenes, who I know we're frantically typing away during all of that. Isaac Gillison now still sat in 6th place, watching all of this unfold in front of him. It's Italy and Andorra on the back of this. I thought it was the Andorran car, but I didn't realise it was Italy that were there. 2x2 into Bruchet. Perfect scenario this for Jimmy Antunes as he leads the way now. He can open up a bit of a gap here, Paul. May not be much of one, but in terms of Formula 4, he's already got the race won.
Yeah, absolutely. Switzerland doing a really good job at the front of the field. They bided their time during the kerfuffles of earlier combat, and they're now in the race lead. Again, slipstream, very important on this track. That gap is going to be diminished to the point of disappearing in a few moments' time. Brazil still in 2nd position, and then Republic of Korea shuffled down to 3rd, but under pressure from Singapore.
Thank you, iRacing, for what you've done to these games. This is just absolutely phenomenal racing, isn't it? Look at them, 6 together, and the whole top 8 is separated by less than 2 seconds, Paul. After 7.5 minutes of racing. Ooh. Oh, there's a car running wide there. I think that was the 2nd place car. Brazil decided to go through the gravel trap. In recent times, iRacing's gravel traps actually slow the cars down now. They famously used to not slow you down at all. What have you seen, Paul?
I just saw a little bit of a kerfuffle, Brazil and Switzerland. Switzerland also taken to the grass, but they survived that one. An unusual place to put the car off of the racetrack, but that has brought this lead battle pack up. We ride on board now with the Singaporean machine. We look to the inside, there's no room there.
Oh,
in fact, if anything, in that little hole, there goes the Czech Republic. Thank you very much. We'll move up 1. Now it's 4 cars in a squabble for the lead. You can't say this quick enough for people to understand. No, it's changed.
No, it's a good thing that you and I have both covered high energy motorsports, such as TCR, like you do before, because that prepares you for stuff like this. Or does it? I don't think it does.
I don't think anything does.
Balmy. Let's see how quickly we can say this then. Contact between Andorra and Italy in the background. It's Switzerland, Brazil, Republic of Korea, Czech Republic, Singapore, Netherlands, Italy and Andorra, the top 8 positions. Only 3 of them are going to get medals though, and at the moment that's Switzerland, Brazil and the Republic of Korea. But there's only 0.4 of a second between Czech Republic and Republic of Korea in terms of those medals.
Chaz Draco, everybody. Beautiful speed talking there. And this is another move. So we're riding on board with the Brazilian car. Look to the inside line. And luckily for them, the Republic of Korea decided they don't fancy their chances on this one. Switzerland on the outside line. Switzerland now back on the inside line and in 2nd position.
Yeah, that is Brazil leading the way. Make no mistake with that lower 3rd. It's definitely Brazil out there. Obviously, the car number seemingly different in this session. That's just a bygone at this point. We've got Switzerland right behind them now, then Republic of Korea. But look, they're nose to tail here, Paul. And with how suddenly these cars can stop. And let's not forget this. with no brake lights to show when you are braking. These things can stop mighty quickly and catch you out as everybody through Speaker's Corner, sorry, no name corner, please don't hurt me, Paul, goes really wide there and clips the gravel. We've seen so many cars run wide there before and end up in the wall on the left.
Yeah, it's very, very easy to make a mistake at Spa-Francorchamps, especially when you're racing in this kind of proximity. Now, we're riding on board momentarily with the Republic of Korea there on the defensive posture. Czech Republic trying to find their way past Netherlands. A little bit detached at this moment in time. They've got Singapore and Italy for company as well. Then just hanging on at the back is the Andorran entry car, number 7, position number 8. Watching on, desperately wanting to get involved, but just needs to make that ground up.
Yeah, this is what we saw similar to actually in the Esports GT races earlier, is having that extra 5% over the cars in front of you to be able to do it. It's all well and good having the slipstream to stay together, but in the twisty stuff, it's so hard to find a way through without compromising your line massively. Here's the move down the inside by the Czech Republic then, side by side with the Republic of Korea, through Blodschemont, Switzerland only just in front of the pair of them as well. Beautiful flying formation, they should become fighter pilots. We've got Brazil now, putting the car in the middle of the road. Switzerland around the outside, he's going to try and make that move down the inside. That is an absolutely delightful move, but he lost it! No, Switzerland is around in front of the pack, and after such an incredible race, he's just overdone it that little bit. It's now Brazil, Republic of Korea, then Czech Republic still holding the top 3 places. Netherlands and Singapore are suddenly knocking on the door for a medal.
Yep, that was so unlucky. A little bit greedy on the loud pedal car pirouettes almost instantaneously. Luckily, nobody collected the Switzerland entry. They are still in the race, they're in 10th position, but now their chances of medal success have reduced significantly. Republic of Korea, you don't do that there. That is not a bright manoeuvre at all, but to get away with it, Brazil will be a little bit perplexed, I must say, by the bump that they found in there. A little bit of extra boost they found all the way through Eau Rouge. This is the place you're going to do it if you're going to do it anywhere, down the Camel Straight. And in fact, if anything, Republic of Korea step out of the slipstream.
Brazil on the right-hand side of your shot there, and then Republic of Korea on the right-hand side of them. Into Les Combes they go, around the outside, great respect, lovely room left as well. Through Malmedy they go, Republic of Korea lead this race once again. Brazil try and get the cutback now towards Brouchet, slight slide to the right-hand side, looking down the inside once more, tries to get it stopped to the apex, quite the send in there, nearly wheel-to-wheel contact. They are not giving each other an inch here, Paul. Round the outside of no-name corner, can they make that work? I don't think they can, but you know what, they've proven me wrong. Clip the gravel through they go, Republic of Korea suddenly on the defensive now.
That is absolutely brutal driving from these little gaggle that we've got at the front of the pack, asking no quarter, giving no quarter to their rivals. Really aggressive, but so far within the confines of what can be considered fair, but very, very close to the edge of too much.
Oh, they are jackhammering the edge of what is fair right now. They are trying to knock that wall down, but without any disrespect to one another, they are trying to gain whatever advantage they can at any point of this racetrack. We look back here from the Republic of Korea at Czech Republic, just behind them. It's becoming more and more of a mouthful every single lap. We've got the Netherlands and Singapore just behind them. Andorra still in the mix too. Italy then 6 tenths of a second off the back of this. And guess what, Paul? Already one more lap to go.
Really fabulous stuff. Now there's a launch here to the inside. That's the Czech Republic trying to take second away from the Republic of Korea. Korea on the outside line. That's not the ideal place to be through Blodschemont, but it puts you in the pound seats for the run up to the bus stop chicane. Netherlands behind as well, trying to buy into this particular fight. Breaking down into the bus stop. Give each other racing room, boys. There we go. It's going to be tight, but they get away with it. Our audience watching on, enjoying every moment.
iRacing's very famous flagman Barney waving the white flag. He's not surrendering to anyone. Trust me, it's an American thing. It's Brazil leading the way though. Republic of Korea next up, then Czech Republic still in 3rd place. And you know what? These teams, considering how much these positions chop and change, Paul, these teams within the top 5, top 10 have done so well at this point to remain almost where they started this race. That's the miracle of all of this.
It is, and from the start of this lap on this one, they started this lap in the same position, but they've been in every other position in between, all the way through. Fabulous stuff.
If you had a heat map for where every car was in terms of position, it'd all just be one colour. Everybody's occupied one position at least once here. Republic of Korea and Czech Republic once again side by side up the Kemmel Straight, up towards Les Combes. You can see behind them the Netherlands. They're waiting for this to come their way. Round the outside goes Czech Republic and through into a position in that nearly into Malmedy. And I'm just thinking about this, Paul, actually. Brazil and Czech Republic already have medals in GT earlier this evening.
Yep, so they're looking for a really good day at the races, virtual races, so to speak. And so far, so good for both nations, but we've still got half a lap, which in real terms, if that was somewhere a bit smaller, would be about 5 laps, where I expect to see at least all of these cars occupy all of these positions again before we get to the checkered flag, such as the level of competitive nature of these drivers.
Yeah, they're all still right together, but Brazil have opened up quite the gap here at the front of this. Luis Tavares is going to feel a lot more comfortable in his current situation here, Paul, and I don't know what's going to happen in terms of the drivers behind pushing on. What do you reckon? Because that train is getting closer, and up to Blanchimont, that's the final chance of the race.
It's the final chance of the race indeed, and these drivers will absolutely know that one. There is no opportunity for anybody to do anything other than plant the throttle even, to the floor and just go for it. There are medals on the line, gold, silver and bronze. The top three score, everybody else goes home empty-handed, Chaz, and we're coming into the final few corners.
Here we are then, what are they going to do with it? Brazil have a very good lead, but I tell you what, that's going to disappear mighty quickly. Are Brazil about to take 2 gold medals in one of each of the categories here at the FIA Motorsport Games Esports competition? Round the outside, Kadlecic gives it a go. Brazil slides wide, keeps it to the apex of the corner. It's going to be side by side for bronze. Brazil are going to do it. There's an incident in the background. They're 4 wide for second at the FIA Motorsport Games, and it's the Czech Republic that finish in second place, I believe. Republic of Korea, I think, dropped down into third, but there is no definite way of knowing, Paul. They were 4 wide for second, third, fourth and fifth. Absolutely bonkers.
Absolutely sensational stuff. These cars deliver every single time, and that was, again, not for the first time since we've been racing these in the FIA Motorsport Games, decided even after the third final corner had finished on the little bit of straight between the final corner and the start-finish line. One thing we do know, though, Brazil, what a drive, what a result.
I'm glad that's the last race of the weekend in a way, because I cannot feel my throat anymore. That was amazing racing all throughout. But Brazil take both gold medals in the esports here at the FIA Motorsport Games. The first ever winner of an FIA Motorsport Games esports Formula 4 gold medal as well, which is so impressive. But what a time to do it, and what a day at the races they've had. And I believe it was Czech Republic that got a medal as well. I just don't know which one, if I'm honest with you, Paul. The timing disappeared very quickly. We'll have to get confirmation of that, because, I mean, I've got to go and do interviews in a minute, and I've got to know who I'm talking to. But what a highlight these cars have been for the FIA Motorsport Games this year.
Complete change of pace, isn't it, from the GTs? GTs are spectacular, they have been spectacular and will continue to be spectacular for years to come. But the F4 cars, a completely different experience altogether. Short, sharp and absolutely sensational. And let's take a look at a few of the highlights. It started dramatic. It ended dramatic.
Yeah, it was just dramatic all the way through, but Brazil made a great start and actually broke away in the opening laps, and then before you know it, Switzerland once again and Singapore right in the mix. You have to really feel for them, to be honest, Paul, because they were so close, and then they both fell by the wayside come the end of the race.
Yeah, really fabulous stuff. Lots of competitive action all the way through the field. And again, it needs saying, we always say it, a big shout out to all of our drivers that took part in this race. All of you are champions. Only 3 drivers, of course, will be able to take the gold medal and the silver and the bronze. And it is Brazil that are at the head of the pack. In a few moments' time, Chaz is going to go and speak to our winners up on the podium once we've found out exactly who they are and on the podium as well. Such was the frantic nature of the final few moments of well, actually I say the final few moments of the race, the final few moments of the eSport aspect of the FIA Motorsport Games, such was this being the last race of the day here at the beautiful Museum of Arts and Sciences here in Valencia. Looking at the highlights, though, you can see on screen, it was pass after pass after pass. Nobody was safe at any given time. You really don't want to be leading like 1960s Formula 1 cars at Monza. You don't want to be the lead car in the pack, because you're going to come under all of the pressure in the world. And again, we saw that one slipstream, so very important. There was a little bit of contact at the bus stop chicane, unfortunately, which took a few of our cars out of contention, such is the nature of close pack racing. That was a spin for the Swiss entry, if memory serves me correct. Unassisted, all on their own. Drivers did well to get away with that one. In fact, the Swiss entry, I tell a lie, sorry, is up there. There we go. Pirouettes the car, a little bit too aggressive on the curb, and that put pay to their chances. Then it all built up to the final few moments of the race. 3 wide for the run down to Le Combe. We've said that one before, and I dare say we'll say it again in these cars. But look at this battle pack headed by Brazil for the run up to the bus stop chicane. Everybody squabbling for track. Great bit of driving from Brazil, sliding the car to cover off the line, and then everybody's off track as well. Real pandemonium further back And even from that view, on the second time of asking, I still can't quite be sure exactly who got that second and third position for the silver and the bronze medal. I dare say there'll be more than a few people scratching their heads and going through the replay to try and work out themselves exactly who did what, whether it was fair, whether it was legitimate, and all that good stuff. Our stewards are going to be beavering away somewhat furiously in the background, going through all the data and trying to find out exactly who finished where. And we've got a lot of tense faces in the audience. A few people not quite sure whether they should be celebrating or commiserating at this stage in the race. It's a pretty good way to end it, isn't it? It's a pretty good tense way to end. We don't know who finished where, which is a really fascinating experience. So as soon as we find out, we'll let you know, and then I will hand over to Chaz, and he'll be able to talk to those drivers about their experiences. But just say it again, the FIA F4 car in iRacing makes its debut in the FIA Motorsport Games, and it has served up some sensational racing. We did 3 races in the quarterfinals yesterday. They were fascinating, 15 minutes, short and sharp, and a last chance qualifier. Then we came in today, Saturday, finals day. We did the semi-final Group 1 and Group 2 races a little bit earlier on, and then the final. And it goes without saying, each and every one of those races were nothing short of spectacular. We've seen passes, overtakes, crashes, drama, everything. Things were happening faster than we could say them, Chaz and I, on the commentary desk. Such was the excitement that these cars have produced. And I very much hope that iRacing and the FIA Formula 4 cars become a fixture in the FIA Motorsport Games for years and years to come, because, as we mentioned, Chaz and I in the live comms, it's a different flavour. It's something a little bit different from the world of GTs. And my goodness me, everybody likes a little bit of flavour, and that tasted delicious. So I'm now hearing in my ear that we've worked out who finished where. So let's head over to Chaz, who's going to talk to our 3 winners.
I tell you what, Paul, I still can't believe that race. I cannot feel my throat right now, but we're going to try and muster up some interviews with our top 3. Congratulations to each of you. But first off, Gyum Kim, 3rd position, a bronze medal here at the FIA Motorsport Games. You must be, I mean, you seem very happy about that.
Yeah, for me, it was very, very challenging because I was started at P8. So, yeah, very, very tough and very difficult for me, but yeah, my strategy works well, I think.
I was going to say, in these cars, you can start so far down the order, but because of the slipstream, you can come through the pack quite quickly, but you have to be patient, don't you?
Yeah, right. With the slipstream, car just goes too fast. So yeah. When you turn the corner, you just very relaxed at the braking. So yeah, it was. Yeah.
Was it scary?
Yeah, it was so scary for me. Yeah.
But you got a massive smile on your face. It looked like a very enjoyable race still.
Yeah, it was. It's 15 minutes for me, just like 15 hours.
Yeah.
It was too long.
Well, it's certainly.
But end of the race, I think I'm happy.
Very, very well done. Anything you want to say to your people at home?
Yeah.
In Korean, if you like.
Yeah, right. First, my team, which is DST Racing team, very proud of maybe, yeah. So and my South Korea fans are. Yeah, maybe they're happy too, right?
Yeah, I'd hope so. It's a bronze medal at the FIA Motorsport Games. Can we all give them a round of applause? The support for the Republic of Korea is fantastic. Very well done, Gyum Kim. Moving on then to Martin Kadlecic. Martin, that was a hell of a race. God, you're tall. That was a hell of a race, though, from your perspective as well. You seem to be the one that was making the most moves in the early stages. Did you feel like somebody had to assume that role and try and be the one to do that?
Yeah, obviously I wanted this medal so much, so I got down to P6 after first lap, so I needed to make some moves. I tried to do them cleanly, which I think I've managed to, so I'm happy with that. Happy with the races. Those were some crazy overtakes, crazy 3 wides, so yeah, I'm incredibly pleased to get the silver medal and represent my country here.
I was going to say the driving standards at the start of it, when everybody got used to each other, there was a lot of contact, a lot of damage. What was it like very quickly building the respect between you all to know that you could race so closely in the end?
yeah, obviously it's a bit different since we're together here, so...
No ping to worry about.
So yeah, obviously we respect each other more, I would say, than when we are online. And so we gave each other space every time. It was some clean racing. I want to say congratulations to Brazil. Luis has been perfect the whole weekend, or the whole week, I shall say. Also, congrats to Korea for the bronze medal. Kim has been also great, so yeah, well done to them, and I'm happy with my second.
And well done to you as well. Fantastic stuff, Martin Kadlicek. Give him a round of applause, everybody. Very well done indeed. And last but by no means least, our gold medalist, Luis. I spoke to you earlier on today. The second time we meet up here on the podium on the stage. 2 medals for Brazil as well, 1 in each category. You must be over the moon.
Completely over the moon, completely over the moon. I don't have words. I'm actually shaking. I still cannot believe it, and probably won't believe for a couple of weeks, maybe months. So yeah, it's been a great journey. The whole week has been very tough, very hard. Like each session, qualifying, like just quarters, semi. I was just like on it all the time.
Mm-hmm.
I'm so happy. I'm so happy. Like for everybody who supported me, for my girlfriend, my family, my friends, everybody who's been trying to help me each day. So I'm glad that I was able to get this opportunity. And I proved myself. So
yeah, you did.
I'm happy with it. I'm really happy.
You absolutely did. You made a very big impression on us and everybody here. Paul and I were absolutely loving it all the way through. But talk me through that final lap, because Paul and I kept saying, onto the final lap in these races, with the slipstream, you never want to be the car at the front, do you?
No, I never want to be the car in front. So basically what happened, after the first corner, I saw that probably they were a little bit closer and they were probably fighting. Mm-hmm. So I was hoping that they would fight. Otherwise, like just going too wide into a corner maybe would make my life a little bit easier, especially because I could just put like 1 or 2 tenths, maybe should be enough. Just to try to increase that gap. So I was like pushing the hardest I could on the last lap, and like I know that he was coming in, especially on the last straight. So suddenly I was thinking about like just staying on a normal line or moving to the defense line, but he was like too close, too fast. So I just moved into the like inside line, and then I defended and worked out pretty great. He's an awesome driver. Everybody here is an awesome driver. So I'm very happy with the opportunity. I won't be believing on it for a while. So yeah, I'm really grateful for the opportunity. Thank you.
Well, it's been fantastic to watch. We really, really do appreciate it. And once more, just give everybody a round of applause up here on the podium, everyone. What a fantastic race that was, eh? You can do better than that, come on. Thank you very much, gentlemen. You may make your way back to your respective teams. Paul, mate.
Hello. How exciting was that, eh?
You're loud. That was. Oh, we're getting. They're doing pictures.
Oh, we're doing pictures. Everybody coming around.
Right. This is our podium itself. The top 3 in the esports categories here in the FIA Motorsport Games. Very, very well done to each of them. Big, big smiles, Paul. They must be absolutely over the moon with that.
Massively impressive performance from all 3 of these drivers. Really strong performance, really great racing, thoroughly enjoyable all the way through. And I dare say that I think everybody watching at home has thoroughly enjoyed themselves as well, because I know for sure I certainly have up in the commentary box, and the audience, by the sounds of it, have enjoyed themselves as well.
Yeah, they absolutely have. The atmosphere here has been completely electric once again, and it's been a real joy to be a part of this, hasn't it, mate, and work on this. As a whole, with everybody involved, all of the people at AK Esports that put all of this together, the sim rigs themselves, iRacing and Kunos Simulazione. The Serbians are absolutely going for it as well, aren't they?
Come on, guys. Come on, big cheer from everybody for all our competitors, not just our winners. Let's hear it. Raise the roof. Everybody, big cheer. Come on, let's go for it. What a day. What a competition.
Yeah, it's been absolutely epic racing throughout. It's been lovely to see both disciplines as well, though. The GT cars were fantastic with the strategy involved and the pit stops, and then the rapid fire action of the iRacing Formula 4s as well. It's been heroic. On a personal level, Paul, it's been great to work with you again on this, and thank you to everybody that's meant that we can get out here. I'm sure you share the same sentiment.
For sure. Big thank you then to the FIA, to SRO Motorsports Group, to Fanatec as well, of course. It couldn't happen without them. Thank you to the drivers, the nations, the ASNs that have been involved. Thank you to everybody that's participated. And of course to AK Esports, which we absolutely love working with.
Alessio,
them.
come
They
here.
put on. Yeah, fine. Come
here.
on, Ali. Get yourself in.
Alessio Ciccolari from AK Esports. What a joy, eh?
Yeah, thank you very much, guys. It's been a pleasure. It's been 3 days, incredible. So many races, so many people. I must remind everyone, 117 drivers from 71 countries. I think it's a Guinness World Record in sim racing ever. And I don't know what's going to happen next time, but we'll see you soon.
Safe to say he knows his chickens, isn't it, Paul? I know my chickens. He knows his chickens.
Absolutely excellent stuff. And Chaz, I reckon that's a pretty good note to say goodbye on, isn't it?
It absolutely is. From me and Paul, thank you very much for watching the FIA Motorsport Games Esports in 2024. And from both of us, goodbye.
Goodbye.